Chapter 2067, New White River City. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. When Shifeng returned to White River City, he discovered that the city had undergone massive changes while he had been gone. He had only been away for 2 weeks or so, yet experts from well-known adventurer teams now crowded the streets. Even the weakest among these experts was level 63, Tier 2, and they all wore level 60 secret silver equipment. Almost seemed as if such equipment had become widely available, something so common that it wasn't worth players' attention. Bronze mounts were also a common sight in the city now. Occasionally, Shifeng even noticed players atop mysterious iron mounts. White River City had become almost as prosperous as an empire's imperial capital. Shifeng had very nearly failed to recognize the city due to these massive changes. Moreover, Starmoon Kingdom's guards used to protect the city, but now guards from other nations patrolled its streets. Shifeng even spotted players from multiple foreign first-rate guilds as he walked through the city, including a few peak experts from these guilds. Shifeng wasn't the only player to notice these experts. Players who visited White River City for the first time were just as shocked. Amazing. Isn't that player wearing the Dawn Light set for Berserkers? Look at that elementalist. He's wearing the level 60 fine gold ranked Wind Spirit set. I've heard that the set only drops from level 60, 100-man Helm mode team dungeons. So, this is White River City? Isn't the equipment these players are wearing here a little too amazing? I have only seen a handful of people with level 60 fine gold set equipment in the Black Dragon Empire's Black Dragon City. How are there so many people with that kind of equipment here? The players visiting White River City for the first time couldn't help but ASP when they saw the well-equipped experts wandering the city, but the original residents merely spared these experts an indifferent glance. White River City had been developing too quickly, practically every day, and this was no longer an unusual sight. The city's rapid changes were all due to the auction arena system's activation. As the only NPC city in Starmoon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms to have the auction arena system, White River City had instantly become the heart of these kingdoms. The various major powers swarmed to the city in an attempt to compete for control of it. Hence, the quantity and quality of the experts here had skyrocketed. The auction arena system also provided a development opportunity for merchant and independent players who had come running to the city as well. As a result, White River City had grown into a large-scale NPC city with a player population exceeding 20 million. It also had more powers than any other NPC city in Starmoon Kingdom and its several neighbors. As for weapons and equipment, even the level 60 secret silver rank, which was rare in other cities, was almost a standard in White River City. Many experts even wore level 60 fine gold equipment. At this point, only level 60 dark gold equipment could draw attention in White River City. Unlike White River City's newest players, the city's original residents paid no attention to the wandering experts and their equipment as they rested and chatted by the roadside. Instead, they were focused on their discussions over the fight for White River City. The official struggle for White River City is going to start in 2 days. Independent players like us will get to enjoy a good show. I've heard that there are already 4 superpowers fighting for supremacy. I wonder how Zero Wing will hold its position. If Zero Wing loses White River City, all of its investments in the city will go to waste. Why are we even talking about this? Zero Wing can't hold the city. One of those superpowers will take it in the end. The auction arena's competition isn't like field combat. Players can't rely on tools in the auction arena. Participants will have to rely on powerful experts and resources to win. At Zero Wing is much weaker than a superpower in this regard, especially when it comes to the number of peak experts it has. Zero Wing has no chance against the participating superpowers. I guess you're right. If Zero Wing had another 6 months, it might have enough resources and experts to contend with superpowers. Unfortunately, White River City has been developing too fast. It was actually one of the first NPCs to get promoted. If it had been a part of the second or third batch to get an auction arena, Zero Wing wouldn't have had any issues securing its hold over the city. Nowadays, nothing grabbed players' attention than the fight for White River City in the Starmoon Kingdom. Not only would the upcoming fight determine who controlled the city, But it was also the first time these major powers seriously clashed. The auction arena also presented an opportunity for independent players to display their skills in front of these powers in hopes of reaching greater heights. While this sounded like a joke, it was the best way to become famous overnight now that God's Domain had more influence in the real world. More corporations invested in the game, and they all needed talented experts to work for them. If one could show off in the auction arena, one of the various superpowers might extend an olive branch as expected of one of the first promoted NPC cities. Its development speed and competition truly are frightening. Horrifying could not help his surprise as he noticed various guild players wandering the city streets. He had seen more than 30 second-rate guilds and as many as 10 first-rate guilds since his return to White River City. Not even imperial capitals had this many guilds, yet this was only what he saw on the surface. Who knew how many more powers lurked in the city in secret? In the past, Shadow hadn't had any connection to the first wave of promoted NPC cities. At the time, Shadow had already been struggling for its survival in God's Domain, and the guild had expended all of its available resources just to secure leveling spots and raid dungeons for its members' equipment. How could it have had the strength to compete for a major NPC city? Horrifying had only heard stories of how powerful the various entities participating in the auction arena's competition were and the competition's intensity. He hadn't actually gotten a realistic sense of how extraordinary the competitions had actually been. Now that he was a participant, he couldn't help his rueful sigh. Horrifying returned to Zero Wing's residence to organize the materials he had obtained during his trial. However, as he entered the guild hall, Horrifying noticed that the hall's atmosphere was odd. He could sense a depressing energy throughout the building, and the number of experts in the hall had visibly decreased. Yulan, did something happen? What's with the strange atmosphere? Horrifying asked Yulan, who currently sorted through the guild members' information. Guild leader, you're back. Yulan's face lit with joy when she saw Horrifying, but then she frowned and said, while you've been gone, Twilight Echo's survival in the Storm Empire has become unsure. Aqua Rose doesn't want to see the destruction of her family's guild and doesn't want to implicate Zero Wing, so she has temporarily resigned as vice guild leader to help Twilight Echo under her own name. Many of the players that were originally from Twilight Echo have gone with her. I tried to contact you about this, but I couldn't get through to you. Twilight Echo is having an existential crisis. Horrifying was surprised to hear the news. What happened? According to what we know, it seems that Nature Hall is trying to monopolize the Storm Empire and wants every guild in the area to submit as a subordinate. Since Twilight Echo refuses to submit, it tried to move out of the Empire, but Nature Hall refuses to let the guild get out safely and has threatened to remove Twilight Guild from God's Domain. Thus, the guild is in danger of perishing. Yulan explained, I see. Once he had a general understanding of the situation, Horrifying revealed a bitter smile and wondered aloud, is Zero Wing really that unreliable? Twilight Echo was everything to Aqua Rose's family. Although she had broken away from her family's influence to develop independently, if Twilight Echo perished, so would Aqua Rose's family. Naturally, she couldn't just sit by and watch. However, Nature Hall was not the first-rate guild it had been in the past. It had secured major corporations' investments and not long ago had successfully removed a super first-rate guild from the Storm Empire. Since it had a long time to develop after that incident, it was easy to imagine how powerful Nature Hall had become. Considering Zero Wing's current problems, if Aqua Rose used her identity as one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders to help Twilight Echo, Nature Hall would turn its ire on Zero Wing, increasing its number of enemies. Guild leader, should we send some people to help her? Yulan asked. Of course we should. Not only are we going to send some of our people, but I also want you to send someone to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection. Chapter 2068, Zero Wing's Protection. Storm Empire, Nethermine. The Storm Empire was located in a mountainous region, and various ore veins were common around the empire. As a result, the empire had become famous as an ore producer on the God's Domain continent. Meanwhile, the empire possessed the nether mine on one of its borders, which bathed in nether energy all year round. Because nether energy increased players' stamina consumption several-fold, and the mountains around the mine were home to level 70 and above demonic beasts. Players were rarely interested in grinding and leveling in the area, however. Several thousand players had gathered near one of the creeks between the two mountains. The lowest leveled of these players was level 62, and all of them would be considered experts only. These several thousand experts were members of two groups, one with fewer than 400 players, and the other with nearly 3,000. If the Storm Empire's players were present, they'd be shocked. The smaller group consisted of Twilight Echo's core members, the pillars that supported the guild. Roughly 30 of them were top-ranked experts in the Storm Empire, and to ordinary players, they were unreachable. The strongest of these experts had to be Dark Wave, Twilight Echo's current guild leader, and a player that ranked among the top 10 within his class. Many powers operated in the Storm Empire, and its player population was even more frightening. Ranking among the top 10 on one's class ranking list was an impressive feat. Dark Wave could easily rank among the top 20 or 30 in any kingdom's overall combat power. Ranking such a group of experts shouldn't even fear an army of 10,000 elite players. But despite facing a legion of less than 3,000, Twilight Echo's core members wore grim expressions. Their eyes even held traces of fear. To think Nature Hall would send even you, Vice Guild Leader Owl, to greet us. Your guild must think highly of us. Darkwave commented to the robust, bear-like man carrying two epic ranked one-handed axes. Fear flashing his eyes. Owl Life had only been an ordinary expert, but after joining God's domain, he had repeatedly challenged the game's experts, growing stronger at a ridiculous rate. In the end, he had grown from an unknown player into one of the Storm Empire's famous experts. He then caught Nature Hall's attention, and the guild recruited him. After joining Nature Hall, Owl Life's development speed skyrocketed, and he quickly became one of the guild's capable generals. When the super first-rate guild, 9-star family, had operated in the Storm Empire, Owl Life had fought and defeated an army of its peak experts. He had even single-handedly killed 5 peak experts while leading a 5,000-man team to capture one of the super first-rate guild's towns. That battle had shaken the Empire and made Owl Life famous. Eventually, Owl Life had become one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders, although Darkwave ranked among the top 10 in his own class within the Empire. Owl Life ranked among the top 10 in the overall rankings. While the difference might not seem major, it was like the difference between a candle flame and a roaring bonfire. If Owl Life wanted to, he could kill every Twilight Echo expert present. Guild leader Darkwave, I assume you know Nature Hall's stance on this since I've made the trip here. You people from Twilight Echo should stop deluding yourselves, Owl Life said with a commanding tone, smiling at Darkwave. Twilight Echo has already conceded every high-resource location available. We have even moved to this remote map to grind. We already intend to give up on developing in the Storm Empire. What more do you people want? Darkwave said as he tightened his grip on his saber, his expression darkening in frustration. The guild leader sent me to knock some sense into you, Owl Life said, chuckling. Either submit, or we will remove you from God's domain permanently. There's no third option. Don't think that we will let you continue to develop just because you fled to this remote location. Darkwave's frown deepened. Nobody could have expected the competition between the various powers would become so intense after the auction arena's activation. To strengthen its hold on the Storm Empire, Nature Hall had begun an all-out war against the Empire's powers, eradicating any that opposed it. Guild leader, why don't we just fight them? That's right. If we have to go down, we'll take them with us. Twilight Echo's experts prepared themselves for a desperate battle in response to Nature Hall's determination to drive them into a corner. You want to suffer mutual destruction? Do you really think that you're capable of that? Owl Life could not help but laugh when he heard Twilight Echo's members. Owl Life's words incensed Twilight Echo's members further. Only Darkwave remained silent. He had nothing to offer in rebuttal. His silence wasn't due to a lack of courage, but because Owl Life spoke the truth. No one in the guild had a better idea than he of how powerful the players who ranked among the top 10 on the Empire's overall combat power rankings were. It was no exaggeration to consider these players humanoid monsters. We don't have any other choice. Once the battle begins, I'll try to pin down Owl Life for as long as I can. Everyone else, split up and run, Darkwave said. He then turned to Aqua Rose, who stood beside him, and said, "Aqua, you've seen it for yourself now. Your return can't solve this matter. You need to try to escape this. Don't let Twilight Echo ruin your future." As Aqua Rose's fourth uncle, he was grateful that his niece had returned to help the family's guild. Unfortunately, she couldn't change anything. After seeing how Nature Hall treated Twilight Echo, he knew that if any other superpower interfered, Nature Hall would make his guild suffer for it. Dark Wave knew that Zero Wing, Aqua Rose's guild, had been developing quite well recently and was now better off than Twilight Echo. Helping Twilight Echo wasn't worth Aqua Rose losing her opportunity in Zero Wing. Aqua Rose bowed her head and gritted her teeth in frustration. She had never expected Nature Hall to be so intent on cornering Twilight Echo. If she hadn't returned most of her weapons and equipment to Zero Wing's guild warehouse before leaving, she might have been able to fight Owl Life and allow more of Twilight Echo's members to escape. You want to flee? Are you even strong enough for that? Owl Life ridiculed, sneering at the serious expressions on Twilight Echo's members. However, just before a fight broke out, 1,000 players ran into the valley. An elegant girl in beautiful mage robes, looking like a fairy, led the force, and many of the players in the valley couldn't help but stare. Among the 1,000 new arrivals, the lowest level player was 63, while most were level 64. The weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 60 secret silver rank. Many of these players even wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members watched these newcomers with envy. However, the most noticeable aspect of these players was their sharp auras. They clearly weren't ordinary experts. Who are you? Can't you see that Nature Hall is busy here? If you don't want any trouble, leave immediately. Owl Life warned the approaching 1,000-man legion. Normally, he would have already commanded his subordinates to eliminate any intruders, but this 1,000-man legion clearly wasn't a normal force. Even his players would suffer if they attacked these new arrivals without Karas. "We're from Zero Wing," Violet Cloud said with a faint smile. "Zero Wing? Isn't that a guild from Starmoon Kingdom?" Owl Life faintly recalled such a guild, and for what he could remember, Zero Wing had been developing excellently recently. He then asked, "Why have you come here?" "We have orders from our guild leader to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection," Violet Cloud calmly replied. Chapter 2069, Defeating Nature Hall in 2 moves. Zero Wing wants to protect Twilight Echo. Nature Hall's members were stunned when they heard Violet Cloud's announcement. Twilight Echo's members were just as dumbfounded. Nature Hall was akin to the Storm Empire's emperor. It had already grown powerful enough to demand respect from super guilds. Yet Zero Wing, which was barely on par with a first-rate guild, intended to oppose Nature Hall. The guild leader plans to interfere. When Aqua Rose saw the 1,000-man legion from Zero Wing, excitement and worry flashed in her eyes. She hadn't had a specific understanding of Nature Hall before her return to the Storm Empire, but it wasn't long before she realized that Nature Hall shouldn't be provoked. Nature Hall's foundations were beyond her imagination. The guild already had more than 100 peak experts and tens of thousands of expert members. With so many experts, Nature Hall's rule in the Storm Empire was unshakable. How arrogant. This is Nature Hall's territory. Do you think that a few words will protect Twilight Echo? Owl Life roared in anger. Not even your ally, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would dare to act so pompously before Nature Hall. Vice Guild Leader, what's the point of wasting words on them? Since these ignorant players dare to act so insolently before our guild, we should get rid of them, here and now. That's right. Let's teach these country bumpkins the difference between a kingdom's overlord and an empire's. We'll show them how little they matter in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall's members voiced their outrage over Violet Cloud's declaration, even offering to teach Zero Wing's members a lesson. "We are only here to give you notice. Your reply is irrelevant," Violet Cloud calmly responded. "If you don't have any more questions, we'll be escorting Twilight Echo's members away now." The valley fell silent when Violet Cloud finished speaking. Even Dark Wave, Twilight Echo's guild leader, could not help but gasp at the girl's comment. He could not understand just what gave Zero Wing the confidence to provoke the Storm Empire's Emperor. This is bad. Anxiously, Dark Wave turned to look in Aqua Rose and said, Aqua, you need to stop them. If this gets out of hand, Zero Wing will be doomed. Aqua Rose nodded, but although she wanted to contact Violet Cloud, Owl Life didn't give her the chance to do so. Bastards. Everyone, heed my command and eliminate these lowlifes. Owl Life snarled as he pointed at Violet Cloud. The chilling gaze he aimed at the young woman even caused the experts around him to shudder. A little over half of Nature Hall's forces split away from surrounding Twilight Echo's team and charged at Zero Wing's 1-0-0-0 man team. Their battle cries echoing throughout the Valley. Nature Hall's members moved like well-trained soldiers. Not only were they fast, but they were perfectly in sync with each other. 18 Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights moved to the forefront, radiating a silver glow as divine runes covered their bodies. They all had more than 200,000 HP, and their auras resembled that of ancient war gods so strong. Twilight Echo's members lost their composure when they saw this. Every member of Twilight Echo's team was an expert. They could easily gauge an opponent's strength based on their aura. The 18 MTs radiated an intensely dangerous feeling, and Twilight Echo's members knew that in a one-on-one, these MTs would blow them away. Not even their guild leader, Darkwave, could necessarily stop these MTs' assault, even with an active life-saving skill. So, this is Nature Hall's Silverlight Battle Array? Darkwave could not help but gasp when he saw the MT's silver glow. The Silverlight Battle Array was well known in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall had relied on this battle array to defeat its first-rate guild when it had still been weaker than 9-Star Family. He had only ever witnessed the Silverlight Battle Array in videos before, and now that he got to see it in person, the increased strength, HP, and speed were beyond his expectations. It was no wonder why Nature Hall didn't fear other superpowers. Nobody can stop our guild's Silverlight Battle Array. Let's tear apart these Zero Wing players. The Nature Hall players that still surrounded Twilight Echo's members laughed as their companions activated the battle array. The Silverlight Battle Array allowed 18 players to link together. Not only could they share the incoming damage, but their strength, HPs, movement speed, and attack speed increased by 30% as well. Most importantly, they could share their senses through the battle array. However, before the 18 MTs reached Zero Wing's team and tore apart its defensive line, Violet Cloud, who stood among her players, waved her staff-dimensional fracture. Space tore before Violet Cloud, rapidly extending toward Nature Hall's members. Although the spatial tear looked fine and weak, it felt like the roar of an ancient behemoth. The sky and the earth trembled at its might. Dodge it. Owl Life shouted, panicking. Unfortunately, the spatial tear grew too quickly for his warning to be of any use. Crack. The sound of shattering glass shook the valley as the spatial tear reached Nature Hall's MTs, who failed to react in time. Like a hot knife through butter, the spatial tear cut through the 18 MTs, their bisected forms falling to the ground. Nature Hall's rear-line healers had no time to cast a healing spell before their MTs lost the last of their HPs. Moreover, the spatial tear didn't stop with the 18 linked MTs, reaping the lives of players standing dozens of yards away. Do you still wish to fight us? Violet Cloud asked as she retracted her staff and gazed upon Nature Hall's members. With just one move, Violet Cloud had killed over 200 experts. Her indifferent tone suggested that she didn't consider the act significant, and Nature Hall survivors shuddered in fear. You merely have a powerful spell. Do you really think that none of us can take you down? Rage flared in Owl Life's eyes as he glared at Violet Cloud. While he didn't particularly mind the deaths of 200-plus guild experts, he minded losing the 18 MTs that could utilize the Silverlight Battle Array. The guild had carefully nurtured all of those players, and every one of them was very close to reaching the refinement realm. With the Silverlight Battle Array, each of those players had the combat power to surpass ordinary refinement realm experts. Losing a level might not impact their progress over much, but the loss of their weapons and equipment definitely would. They would need a lot of time to recover the items. Owl Life's body transformed into a blur as he dashed toward Violet Cloud, like a vicious gale crab. Owllife is attacking. Dark waves darkened as he watched Owllife make his move. Owllife wasn't like the 18 MTs that had died. With his weapons, equipment, and combat standards, he ranked at the very top of the Storm Empire. His two one-handed axes were even epic set weapons. He could easily repel a great lord of the same level, and the valley's narrow terrain gave him the perfect battlefield. If Owllife reached Zero Wing's team, disaster would ensue in less than 10 seconds. Owllife arrived before Zero Wing's members. Although Zero Wing's ranged experts bombarded him with attacks, he effortlessly dodged or blocked the incoming spells and arrows. None of the attacks managed to reach him as they watched. Nature Hall's players felt their blood boil with excitement. Ha ha ha. The Vice Guild leader is finally making a move. Zero Wing's members are dead for sure. However, as Nature Hall's members expected to see Owllife throw Zero Wing's members into the air, Violet Cloud moved again. Like her previous attack, she lightly waved Death's Eye and manifested multiple magic arrays around her. Are you kidding me? Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members were stunned. Violet Cloud had called forth 200 magic arrays, a blade of darkness forming before each array go. Violet Cloud shouted like raindrops. These 200 blades of darkness descended on Owllife, all under Violet Cloud's control. They were not magical projectiles that could only move in a straight line. Burial Flower. Even Owllife frowned as he watched the 200 blades of darkness fly toward him like lively sprites. He immediately activated his Epic Axe's active skill, and a gigantic flower formed beneath his feet. 12 flower petals circled Owllife, each carrying 100% of his strength. The petals acted like MT's shields. Unless Violet Cloud's attacks had higher strength than he did, they wouldn't break through Burial Flower's defenses. Burial Flower formed a nearly invincible barrier around him, following which Owllife charged toward Violet Cloud. However, the hammering sounds the blades of darkness made as they collided with Burial Flower's petals changed Owllife's expression. Burial Flower's petals, which contained 100% of his strength, couldn't withstand the blades of shadow. The petals barely deflected the attacks and altered their trajectory against 200 blades of darkness. Owllife's Burial Flower and Epic Axes seemed like paper tigers. Even though he fought with everything he had and fully displayed his Void Realm combat standards, he could only dodge or block a fraction of Violet Cloud's attack in the blink of an eye. The blades of darkness slid through Owllife's body, plunging the Berserker's HP. Owllife, one of the Storm Empire's top 10 experts, had been defeated. Chapter 2070, Powerful Zero Wing. He died. Owllife's been killed in one move. Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members gaped in shock after witnessing Owllife's death, unable to believe their eyes. However, not only did the man's corpse lie before them, but his trademark weapons, the burial axes, rested next to his body. Aqua, your guild's experts are quite strong. Is that girl your guild's #1 expert? Darkwave asked his niece, his eyes glued on Violet Cloud. He had known that Zero Wing had been developing impressively, but he hadn't thought it had become this strong. Violet Cloud's gaze remained indifferent even after killing Owllife, as if she had casually slain a common monster she had randomly come across. Someone actually treated Owllife, one of Nature Hall's Vice Guild leaders, like a common monster, killing him as if swatting a fly. If news of this spread, it would shake the very core of the Storm Empire. No, Violet doesn't rank #1 in the guild, but she should stand among the top 5. Only Aqua Rose stopped herself. Watching Violet Cloud in confusion, she was very familiar with Violet Cloud's standards. Like her, the girl was a refinement realm expert. However, Violet had achieved more in the refinement realm than she had. Although, if it came down to a fight, and their levels and equipment were equal, she could fight Violet Cloud to a standstill with her Sea God's legacy. If the battle happened at sea, she'd win by a landslide. If Aqua Rose had to fight a peak expert like Owllife, even with all of her epic equipment, she'd have a very hard time defeating him. As for killing Owllife in one move, she simply wasn't capable of defeat the equipment that the various large guilds' peak experts improved as time passed. Yet for some reason, Violet Cloud had killed Owllife instantly. Moreover, she had accomplished the feat effortlessly. No matter how Aqua Rose considered the situation, she couldn't figure how Violet Cloud had done it. However, Aqua Rose didn't know that Feng had given Violet Cloud the elemental bloodline after his return from the ancient God's Maze, and due to the advanced bloodline, Violet Cloud's basic attributes had skyrocketed. With her massive basic attribute advantage, it was only natural that she had slain Owllife like a common monster. She's only in the top 5 with that kind of strength. Darkwave stared at his niece in shock. He no longer dared to imagine how powerful Zero Wing truly was. Nature Hall likely had less than a handful of experts that could kill Owllife instantly, yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had 4 more of these experts. Meanwhile, Nature Hall's members panicked after watching Owllife die. Like frightened birds, they scattered and fled from the battlefield, none of them daring to fight any of Zero Wing's members. What a joke. Both Owllife and the 18 Silverlight Battle Array MTs had been defeated in a single move each. They weren't fools. Now that they knew they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't stay and fight. Doing so would be nothing more than suicide. Once Nature Hall's members fled, Violet Cloud turned her attention away and approached Aqua Rose. Big Sis Aqua, here are the items you stored in the guild warehouse, Violet Cloud told Aqua Rose, who wore a hesitant expression. After trading the equipment, she said, Right, guild leader asked me to tell you this. Don't hold back. The guild has your back. Guild leader. For a moment, various emotions overwhelmed Aqua Rose when Twilight Echo's members heard Violet Cloud's message for her comrade. They couldn't help their envy. A large guild like Zero Wing was actually willing to start an all-out war with a superpower to support one of its guild members. They had never even dared to imagine such a thing in the virtual gaming world. If they could join such a wonderful guild, what more could they possibly ask for? Once Aqua Rose regained her composure and re-equipped her weapons and equipment, her change stupefied Twilight Echo's members. She had already felt incredibly powerful, but after replacing her weapons and equipment, she felt like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Not only did she look beautiful, but she also radiated an intensely powerful aura. Although they couldn't tell the quality of her items since she had hidden the glow effects, her aura was even stronger than Darkwave and Owllife. So, this is the guild Aqua joined? Darkwave's shock was even greater than when he had watched Owllife die. The fact that Violet Cloud had killed Owllife made it clear that Zero Wing had its own capable experts, but the equipment that had instantly elevated Aqua Rose's combat power, which could now rival Owllife's, had an entirely different meaning. Let's leave this place and return to Windy City. Now that we've killed one of Nature Hall's vice guild leaders, Nature Hall won't let this matter rest. Aqua Rose said as she glanced at Owllife's corpse. A vice guild leader was one of the guild's public faces. If they did not handle this incident's aftermath properly, Twilight Echo would have a difficult time leaving the Storm Empire. Rest assured, Big Sis Aqua. The guild leader has led a group to Storm City to discuss the situation with Nature Hall. I believe he will settle this matter very quickly, Violet Cloud said, giggling. They want to meet Nature Hall. Darkwave nearly jumped up in shock. Are they tired of living? Although Owllife was only Nature Hall's 8th vice guild leader, one of the lowest-ranked vice guild leaders in the guild, he was still a vice guild leader. Yet, as Violet Cloud had killed the man, Zero Wing had been heading to Nature Hall for negotiations. Zero Wing was clearly trying to provoke Nature Hall. Zero Wing would likely have trouble getting out of this unscathed, much less negotiate a better situation for Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, in the Storm Empire's Storm City, Feng's party of 6 had arrived before Nature Hall's residence. As the Storm Empire's imperial capital, Storm City's player population even surpassed Black Dragon City's. Storm City had nearly 27 million resident players, and its businesses were particularly prosperous. The city's prosperity was due to the Storm Empire's ores. Plenty of ores and gemstones, which other kingdoms and empires severely lacked, were produced within the empire's borders every day. Because of this production, a large number of foreign players visited the empire to trade and purchase items. Moreover, due to the abundance of ores, the Storm Empire's forging industry was exceedingly well-developed. Shops that specialized in selling and crafting weapons and equipment could be found all over the city, and plenty of players wore the Advanced Forger's insignia. Intermediate Forgers were a dime a dozen, as well. Not even White River City could say the same moreover. As many as 8 known Master Forgers also called the Storm Empire home. Among them, 2 were independent players. No other empire could dream of achieving the same at this stage of the game purely in terms of weapon and equipment production. Storm City far surpassed White River City. Please notify the guild leader Nature that Starmoon Kingdom's Zero Wing has come to discuss something with him. Shifeng said as he approached the Nature Hall member station by the residence's entrance. Right, but I can't guarantee that our guild leader will meet with you. The player replied, disdainfully eyeing Shifeng's party. Normally, a large number of guild representatives visited the residence to meet with Nature Hall's guild leader, including representatives from the Storm Empire's first-rate guilds. Even so, their guild leader usually ignored their requests. As for a guild from a kingdom, even the vice-guild leaders would likely refuse the request the Nature Hall member then left to report the matter to his superior. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man sat behind an office desk, flipping through the documents in his hand, in the guild leader's office within Nature Hall's residence. Several level 64 players stood beside this man, all of which were experts with multiple pieces of epic equipment. Any ordinary expert would feel as if they stood in a cage of bloodthirsty beasts if they stood before this group. Suddenly, a player entered the room, and upon seeing the players beside the middle-aged man, he couldn't help but shudder. However, he suppressed the fear in his heart and announced, "Guild leader, there's a group of representatives from Zero Wing asking to meet with you. They're a guild from Starmoon Kingdom." A guild from Starmoon Kingdom? Nature Manifestation raised his head as he listened to the subordinate's report, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Can't you see that the guild leader is busy? It's just a guild from a small kingdom. Send them back to their countryside. A robust man shouted. However, as the subordinate began to turn and leave, the icy cold goddess sitting beside Nature Manifestation received a message. As she read the message, her expression darkened. Wait. The woman shouted, "Qilan? What's wrong?" The robust man, who carried a gigantic scale shield, asked if he just received news that Owl Life has been killed. The woman, Jade Qilan, softly replied, "That brat got done in? Who did it? Was it Dark Wave? That shouldn't be possible." The robust man was astonished. However, after recalling Twilight Echo's experts, he doubted that any of them could kill Owl Life. No. According to the reports, he was slain by an expert from Zero Wing, Jade Qilan said. Chapter 2071, Explanation. Zero Wing? Isn't that the guild trying to meet with the guild leader? The shield-carrying man frowned at Jade Qilan's reply. He then turned to the reporting ranger, killing intent lacing his words. These people sure have guts. A vice-guild leader was one of the guild's public faces. Guilds typically avoided killing each other's vice-guild leaders or guild leaders unless they wanted to shed all pretense, much less one of Nature Hall's vice-guild leaders dare visit us after killing our people. Zero Wing is too arrogant. A gloomy youth sitting on one of the sofas in the office turned to Nature Manifestation and said, "Guild leader, why don't you let my Evil Spirit Legion take care of them?" Tooth, your Evil Spirit Legion is Nature Hall's blade. Using it to teach a guild from a small kingdom a lesson is making a mountain out of a molehill, Jade Qilan said. Moreover, Zero Wing must have realized the severity of its actions and come to make amends. Hearing Jade Qilan's reasoning, the other players in the room nodded in agreement. The Evil Spirit Legion was Nature Hall's trump card, and it was a large part of the reason for Nature Hall's victory over the 9-star family. Zero Wing didn't even qualify to face this legion, as Jade Qilan had said. Zero Wing must have realized how detrimental killing one of Nature Hall's vice-guild leaders was, and was likely here to make amends for the mistake. How could a guild from a small kingdom afford to provoke a superpower like Nature Hall? After all, enough! Nature Manifestation commanded with a low shout, silencing everyone in the room. He shifted his gaze toward the reporting level 63 ranger, saying, "Have someone lead Zero Wing's representatives to the reception room." Understood. The level 63 ranger answered and bowed nervously. A short moment later, One of the Nature Hall members guarding the residence's entrance led Feng's party to the guild hall's reception room, surprising many independent players and the guild's members. Who are those people? The guild leader is actually willing to meet with them? Nowadays, Nature Hall's strength grew rapidly. Guilds often visited the residence in hopes of allying with Nature Hall, but not even first-rate guild leaders usually made inside. And yet, Feng and his companions followed a guild member to a reception room. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone immediately began to chat about the identity of Feng's party. Some of the spies other major powers had planted within Nature Hall also launched investigations into Feng's party. If Nature Manifestation were willing to speak with these individuals personally, this event was certainly worth looking into. Nature Manifestation currently sat on a sofa in Nature Hall's luxurious, top-floor reception room. Jade Qilin, Evil Tooth, and a few of the guild's other upper echelons stood beside him, radiating dense killing intent as they watched Feng's party enter the room. Based on their auras, it was clear that these players were experts with an immense amount of combat experience. In fact, these peak experts' auras were no weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon, with a few of them being even stronger. 20 silver-armored shield warriors and guardian knights had also been stationed in the room. Not only were these shield warriors and guardian knights level 64, but they also wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Like well-trained soldiers, they stood in lines along the sides of the room, emitting a solemn aura. Although the various large guilds considered level 60 secret silver equipment top tier at this stage of the game, fully equipping 20 players wasn't exactly impossible. However, these 20 MTs wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Even a first-rate guild would be fortunate to have 2 or 3 complete sets. Furthermore, players had crafted these MTs equipment, which meant that Nature Hall was fully capable of crafting more. Nature Hall's foundations were extraordinary. We heard that Zero Wing has something to discuss with me. May I know what you wish to discuss? Nature Manifestation watched Feng's party enter the room through narrowed eyes. In a deep tone, he continued, "If this is about Vice Guild Leader Owl Life, you may return to your kingdom. I am not interested in listening to your reasoning." As soon as Nature Manifestation was done speaking, the intensity of the 20 silver-armored MTs auras skyrocketed, rapidly decreasing the temperature in the room. Jade Qilin and Nature Hall's other upper echelons revealed sneers and pitying expressions. Nature Manifestation typically let them handle matters related to guilds from small kingdoms, considering the matters beneath him. However, he had insisted on meeting Zero Wing's representatives in person. They had been curious about his sudden change of heart now. They understood Owl Life's death had enraged Nature Manifestation, so he wanted to speak with the culprits personally. It had been a long time since they had seen Nature Manifestation so angry. The last time he had been this furious, he had removed 3 guilds from God's domain permanently. Those guilds hadn't been small, but first- and second-rate guilds. Since this guild had dared to enrage Nature Manifestation, Zero Wing would suffer a tragic ending. Even if Zero Wing regretted killing Owl Life and wished to make amends, it was too late to change its fate. Once he was angry, no one could stop Nature Manifestation. Not even 9-Star Family had succeeded in this regard. Explanation? What explanation? Feng simply shrugged in response to Nature Manifestation's chilling gaze. What? After all you have done, are you seriously trying to deny your crime? Jade Qilin said, sneering at Feng's leisurely expression. Deny? Deny what? Feng turned toward Jade Qilin, frowning slightly. Is there even a need to say it? You are responsible for killing our Vice Guild Leader Owl Life in the Nethermine. Jade Qilin hissed, her expression becoming even colder. Oh, that's what you're talking about? Feng asked as realization lit his features. Calmly, he continued, "That's right. We did that." You? Feng's relaxed reply stunned Jade Qilin. She had assumed that he'd try to deny the fact. She certainly hadn't expected him to admit it so boldly. It's good that you acknowledge it. What do you have to say for yourselves? Everyone in the room from Nature Hill, including the 20 MTs, Evil Tooth, and the others who stood beside Jade Qilin, radiated dense killing intent. Their expressions made it clear that they were prepared to slaughter these visitors if Feng said the wrong thing. What's there to talk about? Could Violet fail to kill this vice guild leader? Our life? Sherfong asked in a strange tone. The hall fell silent, as every player for Nature Hall glared at Sherfong as if they were about to devour him. Alive arrogance. They had never seen such arrogance. Sherfong simply didn't know how to spell the word death. After a short moment, Sherfong returned his gaze to Nature Manifestation, calmly stating, "We are merely here to tell you one thing. Twilight Echo, which your guild has targeted, is now under Zero Wing's protection." Chapter 2072, Repelling the Enemy with One Move. For a time, Nature Hall's members in the room were stunned into silence. They had no idea of how to respond to Sherfang's declaration. Not only had Zero Wing dared to kill one of their vice guild leaders, but the guild's representatives had also come to Nature Hall's residence, as if the death was of little significance. This swordsman acted as if Zero Wing had killed an ant on the roadside, not a vice guild leader. They couldn't help but marvel at Zero Wing's bravery now. Zero Wing even announced its protection of Twilight Echo, Nature Hall's latest target. This wasn't bravery. Zero Wing simply had a few loose screws. Not even superpowers would display such arrogance before Nature Hall. Jade Qilin even wondered if Sherfong knew anything about God's domain. Perhaps he had decided that, since his guild was doomed and would be removed from a game, he might as well provoke Nature Hall on its doorstep. Good. Very good. It's been too long since our guild has done anything outside of the Empire. To think a small kingdom's guild dares to act so pompously before us. Evil Spirit revealed a grin as he stared coldly at Sherfong, anger tainting his smile after chasing 9-star family out of the Storm Empire. The Empire hadn't had any powers that dared to provoke Nature Hall. To secure its control in the Empire and concentrate the guild's resources, Nature Hall hadn't extended its influence past its borders. Hence, the outside world was unaware of Nature Hall's power. There was also the fact that Sherfong and the others had a few screws loose. Evil Spirit assumed that Zero Wing's members had spent too long in their own kingdom and didn't see the difference between the Storm Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. Thinking that they could walk through the Empire unhindered, Nature Manifestation's personal security team stared at Zero Wing's members as if they were dead men walking's infuriated Boss Spirit. That guy is definitely dead. I bet these people won't get to leave Storm City alive. This is going to be entertaining. That's right. Even if they kneel and beg for their lives, there's no saving them. They'll probably lose more than just one level. Boss Spirit will use that item, and they'll lose 3 levels with each death. If we send a tracking team after them as well, we can even send them back to level 0. Although attacking another player inside an NPC city was risky, players obtained more tools as they reached higher levels as a result. Killing other players inside NPC cities became increasingly easier. This was especially true for a superpower like Nature Hall. Even slaughtering players in an imperial capital wouldn't be a problem for the guild. This was also why the various independent experts have been more hesitant to provoke God's domain's powers. A single mistake could send them back to level 0. After all, although the Zero Wing members present were experts and more difficult to defeat than independent experts, they were nothing to Nature Hall. Even a party of peak experts would fall in Storm City if they provoked Nature Hall. Much less Sherfang's party. Nature Hall had acquired a domain treasure called Dead World from an ancient ruin. As long as a player supplied enough magic crystals, Dead World would create a domain that cut off communication with the outside world. Not even the city's NPC guard would receive a notification of the transgression if one attacked another player within the domain, unless it was destroyed or released. Ordinary NPC guards wouldn't even notice the domain when standing next to it. Only the Tier 3 guard captains could see through the domain. However, how rare were Tier 3 NPC guard captains? There wasn't even one Tier 3 guard captain for 10 patrol squads in an imperial capital like Storm City. Meanwhile, each patrol squad generally monitored 3 to 5 streets. If they activated the domain treasure in the proper location, the chances of encountering a guard captain were nearly 0, while Nature Manifestation's 20 personal bodyguards whispered to each other. The guild leader, who had remained silent, raised his head and said, "So be it. Originally, I had planned to send you off with a warning, but since you don't know how to repent for your actions or show proper respect, I'll remove you from God's domain permanently. Then, I'll send someone to visit Zero Wing." In response to his guild leader's declaration, Evil Spirit revealed a stone plate and sacrificed a large number of magic crystals to it. The color in the room then faded to a dull gray. "What? You want to attack us?" Shifeng asked as he sent a glance at Evil Spirit, who wore pitch-black leather armor. "Are you afraid now?" Evil Spirit asked as he shot Shifeng a playful look. Unfortunately, it is too late for regret. He had thought that nature manifestation would wait until Shifeng's group left the residence before sending him to take action. He hadn't expected his guild leader to order an attack now. It was clear how truly furious nature manifestation was, however. He didn't think the reaction was unreasonable. Zero Wing's representatives were insufferably foolish. Even the King of Hell would laugh at their lunacy and imprison them for a few extra millennia. "Afraid?" Shifeng shook his head. "You're not strong enough for me to fear." "Crap. This is the first time I've met someone so stubborn. Everyone attack. Kill him." Evil Spirit commanded, his eyes twitching in anger. The 20 silver-armored MTs surged toward Shifeng and his companions. Seeing this, Jade Qilan could not help but watch with a pitying gaze. Zero Wing's members might have made it out of Storm City alive. But now, not only had they lost that hope, but they would pay an even greater price. Although she did not know what gave Zero Wing's members so much confidence, she was certain that they'd die in this room. Moreover, players who died in the dead world wouldn't lose a single level, but 3 at their level. Leveling up required a lot of time and effort. Losing 3 levels would be a huge setback. Nature manifestation's 20 personal bodyguards were more than enough to eliminate Shifeng's party. Not to mention the guild's peak experts like herself. Not only were these bodyguards refinement realm experts, but they also wielded the Silverlight battle array. When they activated the battle array, they could even kill peak experts. This was why Nature Manifestation security team only had 20 players, as Jade Qilan and the other peak experts expected their guild leader's bodyguards to annihilate Shifeng's party. Several sword lights flashed in the room. Shadow Blade. As if every sword light had a life of its own, they agilely maneuvered through the bodyguards' defenses, striking the players directly. As if some colossal beast had slammed into them, a dozen or so bodyguards flew into the walls behind them, which cracked under the immense force in the face of death. Blackwater, Starlink, and Miracle's armies failed to remove Zero Wing. "What do you think a few refinement realm experts can accomplish?" Shifeng asked as he sheathed Killing Ray and sat back on the sofa. He watched Nature Hall's upper echelons calmly, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 2073, Suppressing Nature Hall. Looking at the robust figures planted in the walls of the luxurious reception room, the unharmed members of Nature Manifestation's personal security team froze in shock. When they returned their gazes to Shifeng, they wore tense expressions. "What's going on? What did he do?" The security team members had failed to react to the attack. They had only seen Shifeng swing his sword, and in the next moment, their companions had disappeared from next them and become wall decorations. How is this possible? Evil Tooth was just as stunned to watch the bodyguards fly through the room. He was very familiar with these bodyguards' strength. When they cooperated, they could even take down peak experts. The Silverlight battle array allowed them to share their senses, which greatly strengthened their defenses. However, despite the bodyguards' enhanced defenses, Shifeng had maneuvered his skill past their defenses and dealt direct damage. His control with the skill was frighteningly accurate. Good. No wonder why you dared to show such arrogance. Everyone, use your magic scrolls. Don't fight him at close range. Evil Tooth commanded after snapping out of his daze. He then turned toward Jade Qilan and whispered, "Qilan, I need your help in a moment. This person is far stronger than I expected." He admitted that even he could replicate Shifeng's performance, but he was an assassin, and the assassin combat method allowed him to slay opponents that were far stronger than him. Yuri going to fight as well. "Fine, leave it to me." Jade Qilan nodded. Jade Qilan immediately began to chant an incantation. In the meantime, the rest of the bodyguards followed Evil Tooth's command and retrieved Tier 2 magic scrolls from their bags. These magic scrolls were extremely rare, some containing control spells, some holding AoE spells, and others possessing single-target spells. They had originally prepared these magic scrolls to use against enemies when outnumbered, but against such a strong melee opponent like Xianxia, they had no choice but to rely on attacking from afar with these magic scrolls, and the next moment, flaming thorns, spears of light, and chains of sand flew toward Xianxia, launching a wide array of spells like a combined assault from a team of magical class players. With how cramped the reception room was, dodging all of these spells wasn't realistic. Most of the spells were also impossible to block, as they were AoE attacks die. The bodyguards shouted, however, before the multiple spells bombarded Xianxia. He lifted Killing Ray and slashed the empty space before him. Countless arcs of lightning appeared out of thin air, devouring everything in their path. Even the Tier 2 spells vanished the moment they touched the lightning edge. Boom! A massive explosion shook the reception room, its lavish decorations becoming nothing more than remnants. The bodyguard that had attacked Xianxia had vanished from the room. The weapons and equipment pieces on the floor were the only indicator of their prior presence. Over a dozen well-equipped MTs with over 180,000 HP had died. Just like that, in contrast, Xianxia hadn't changed. He hadn't even moved from his original position, much less taken damage. Xianxia had executed only 2 moves, yet he had killed more than half of Nature Manifestation's famous security team. The security team's remaining members were crippled. Xianxia's combat power was horrific. How was he supposed to be a player? He was basically a monster that destroyed everything in his path. Just as everyone assumed the battle was over, Jade Qilin, who hadn't stopped chanting, finally finished her spells. She slammed the butt of her resplendent staff against the floor and commanded, "Seal." 3 magic arrays appeared around her, each from a different spell, yet they had appeared simultaneously and were of similar design, as if they were a single spell, a threefold, large-scale spell. Alluring Summer, who stood behind Xianxia, was surprised to see the arrays circling Jade Qilin. Double casting was an extremely difficult technique for most magical class experts, especially when casting Tier 2 spells. Needless to say, triple casting 3 Tier 2 spells was even more difficult. However, there were certain spells in God's domain that could only be used when casting multiple spells. Generally, these were large-scale spells that required multiple players to cast. Yet Jade Qilin could cast one that typically needed 3 players by herself. These large-scale spells were far more powerful than individual spells of the same tier. The instant Jade Qilin spells took effect, 5 golden chains appeared around Xianxia, each containing soul-shuddering power. Not even Grand Lords of the same level would dare to touch these chains. As if they had a life of their own, these chains launched at Xianxia like anacondas. Let's see how he blocks this. The Nature Hall members sneered at Xianxia as they watched Tier 2 large-scale spell, Holy Chains. This was Jade Qilin's ultimate spell. Although it had a very long cast time and wasn't suited for one-on-one combat, it would exhibit tremendous power once cast. Jade Qilin had killed multiple peak experts with this move, earning the nickname Chain Killer from the Storm Empire's players. However, the expressions Nature Hall's members wore froze as they watched what happened next. Xianxia blocked the golden chains, which even Grand Lords feared. With his swords, a thunderous roar echoing throughout the room when his blades collided with the magical attack. Despite the 5 chains' exceptional strength, they couldn't reach Xianxia. He deflected every incoming attack as Xianxia defended himself against the magical chains. Evil Tooth appeared behind him in complete silence. After revealing himself, Evil Tooth thrust a glowing, crimson dagger toward Xianxia's back. Tier 2 taboo skill, Blood Shadow. This single attack contained even more power than Jade Qilin's 5 chains combined. You finally made your move. Rather than panicking in the face of this sudden and well-timed attack, Xianxia revealed a smile sword's transmigration. Suddenly, the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray transformed into 2 streaks of light and wrapped around the 5 holy chains. As if they were under his control, The 5 chains then flew to intercept Evil Tooth's crimson dagger. The collision throwing sparks that temporarily blinded everyone in the room. When the light faded, Nature Hall's members wore grim expressions. Evil Tooth's HP plummeted as he stared at Xianxia in horror. Although he wanted to say something, he had already lost the last of his HP. With darkening vision, Evil Tooth collapsed to the floor. Silence dominated the reception room. Nature Manifestation's personal bodyguards had worked with 2 of the guild's peak experts against one opponent, yet they were either dead or crippled, aside from Xianxia. Like an unshakable mountain, Xianxia still stood where he had stated. The death world shattered the moment Evil Tooth died, and the room returned to its original state. Chapter 2074, Another Monster. Silence. Shock. Horror. Even though Dead World had been removed and the reception room had returned to its neutral state, Xianxia and the other Nature Hall peak experts felt stifled and overwhelmed. Even Nature Manifestation, who had observed the fight in silence, wore a gloomy expression. Who are you? Nature Manifestation asked. Sure, ordinary peak experts couldn't topple his personal bodyguards or Evil Tooth, the Evil Spirit Legion's commander. While he had considered the possibility of their defeat, he hadn't expected it to happen so easily. He couldn't imagine anyone, aside from domain realm monsters, who would be capable of such a feat. But how rare were domain realm experts in God's domain? Every domain realm expert that had ever existed in the virtual gaming world was accounted for, and they were all responsible for shaking the community to its core. However, based on his information, Xianxia's name wasn't on that list. Black Flame. Xianxia stated calmly. Black Flame? Zero Wings guild leader? Shock colored Xianxia's face when she heard Xianxia's reply. But how? Black Flame wasn't unknown to Nature Hall. After all, he ranked among the top 10 on the God's Domain expert list. He was a peak expert that had reached the Void Realm, and one of the top peak experts in the game, but at the end of the day, that's all. He was a peak expert. Although they earned the various superpowers' attention, they weren't powerful enough to threaten a superpower's very existence. Every superpower had plenty of peak experts in its ranks, no matter how she looked at it. However, no peak expert should be capable of the combat power Xianxia had displayed. What an excellent scheme. So, you've deliberately hidden your strength all this time? Nature Manifestation asked. Unexpected, he was actually smiling. However, knowing their guild leader's personality, Xianxia and her companions knew Nature Manifestation's smile wasn't an indication of his good mood. Rather, it was a result of his anger reaching a tipping point. The various superpowers in God's domain viewed every domain realm expert as immensely important. Rather, these experts were impossible to ignore. Domain realm experts were strategic weapons, and as players reached higher levels, the threat these experts posed to superpowers would grow. Hence, superpowers took considerable precautions against every domain realm expert they encountered. If Xianxia had revealed himself as a domain realm expert early on, the various superpowers would have paid more attention to Zero Wing. The guild's name would have likely joined the superpowers blacklists, regardless of its developmental state. Some superpowers might have even extinguished Zero Wing immediately to save themselves from future trouble. As for Xianxia recently reaching the domain realm, it wasn't likely. Reaching the domain realm proved that one transcended the limits of humanity. Despite the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds accumulating resources and knowledge over many generations, each superpower had, at most, nurtured only a handful of domain realm experts in each generation. It was easy to imagine how difficult reaching the domain realm truly was. In other words, Xianxia must have hidden his strength from the public deliberately to avoid attracting too much attention. Now that he was satisfied with his personal strength and that of his guild, he wanted to use Nature Hall as a stepping stone to show off his power. That would explain why Xianxia was willing to make an enemy of Nature Hall just to help Twilight echo, a guild he was barely connected to. Guild leader, should we request senior fans' presence? Xianxia whispered to her guild leader. Although domain realm experts were extremely rare, Nature Hall had its own collection of them. Senior Fan was one example. Moreover, he had spent most of his time in the Storm Empire. If they notified him, he would soon return to the residence. If Senior Fan returned, with the help of Nature Hall's other peak experts, they could ensure that Feng's party didn't leave the residence with their lives. After all, this was Nature Hall's main headquarters. After Jade Qilin posed her question, the three imposing men beside her directed their killing intent toward Feng. A mere up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing actually dared to use Nature Hall as a stepping stone. This was unacceptable. Suddenly, the reception room's doors flew open, and a group of 50-plus silver-armored experts charged in and surrounded Feng's party. Although they weren't refinement realm experts like Nature Manifestation's personal bodyguards, they could rival such experts with their Silverlight battle array. What? You still insist on fighting? Feng asked as he calmly watched Nature Hall's members from his seat. Showing no signs of anxiety or concern, he wouldn't have dared to visit Nature Hall's residence before he had reached the domain realm and acquired the Twilight Blade. This was, after all, a superpower's headquarters, and Nature Hall would have plenty of methods to deal with invaders. The guild would also have other domain realm experts nearby at this stage of the game. Feng's fight against Martial Dragon on Thunder Island wasn't a proper indicator of domain realm experts' prowess. During that battle, he had had the advantage in terms of basic attributes and skills, and since Martial Dragon had only been a Tier 1 player, the man's weak physique had prevented him from fully exhibiting his strength. To put it simply, players' physiques at that time had restricted domain realm expert. Feng hadn't gotten a clear idea of how strong domain realm experts were in that fight. But once he had reached the same realm, he understood these experts' true power. With a Tier 1 player's physique, domain realm experts will be limited to 50% of their true combat power at most. However, Void Realm experts will be able to display their full combat power. It was only natural that domain realm experts back then had only seemed slightly more powerful than peak experts at this stage of the game. However, not only had domain realm experts' physiques greatly improved, but their weapon and equipment standards had also increased. A superpower's domain realm expert likely wore at least 3 or 4 pieces of epic equipment, possibly even a fragmented legendary item. Superpowers had frightening resources and expansive territory. Encountering a superpower that owned 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items at this stage of the game wouldn't be odd. As soon as Feng was done speaking, Fire Dance Cola, Alluring Summer, Shadowblade, and Yi Wumian, who stood behind him, stepped forward and released their auras as if a volcano had erupted in the room. An intense energy washed over its occupants, and the expressions that Nature Hall's members wore changed instantly. Fire Dance and her comrades felt like primordial beasts that had just awoken from a long slumber. The pressure they radiated was painfully stifling. Particularly Fire Dance's aura. Could she be another domain realm expert? The thought drifted through Jade Qilin and her companions' minds, shuddering at the idea. Zero Wing was merely a small kingdom's guild. It wasn't even a superpower, yet it had 2 domain realm experts. Since when were domain realm experts so common? If Feng could hear these peak experts' thoughts, he wouldn't have been surprised. Among the 5 players he had brought with him, only Fire Dance held a fragmented legendary weapon. She also had her own bloodline and 6 epic items. In Zero Wing, Fire Dance's equipment standards were only second to his. Moreover, she was only a step away from the Truth Realm and had already mastered multiple advanced combat techniques. In her current state, she could definitely contend with domain realm experts. Chapter 2075, Miscalculation. Although Jade Qilin and Nature Hall's other peak experts had intended to act, they couldn't help but freeze the moment they felt Fire Dance's oppressive Aura Guild leader. Are we still going to fight them? Jade Qilin could not help but ask as she turned to look at Nature Manifestation. Her expression hesitant. One domain realm expert was already extremely difficult to defeat. Now that Fire Dance, who felt like another domain realm expert, had joined the fray, she had to take this situation more seriously. Ordinary players might not realize the importance of 1 or 2 domain realm experts in a guild, but as one of Nature Hall's upper echelons, she was very clear of the implications. This was no longer a matter of Feng or Fire Dance's personal strength, but of Zero Wing's foundations. Instead, it was a matter of Zero Wing's guild foundations. If Zero Wing had only possessed a single domain realm expert, it could have been explained away as luck. It would prove nothing regarding Zero Wing's foundation. However, the fact that Zero Wing had at least 2 Domain Realm experts couldn't be shrugged off in the same way. Domain Realm experts weren't as common as cabbages if Zero Wing truly had 2 Domain Realm experts. The guild wasn't as simple as everyone assumed. Qilan, you're overthinking this. Her aura doesn't prove that she's a Domain Realm monster. She could simply have absurdly high basic attributes. Zero Wing has no background, so it's lucky enough to have 1 Domain Realm expert. How could it possibly have 2? And such a young one at that. A solemn man with a scar across his face spoke up, listening to the man's reasoning. Nature Hall's members relaxed, releasing more than half of their anxiety. No one doubted this man's words. He was Deep Thunder, Nature Hall's first vice-guild leader and one of the guild's main support pillars. He was also one of the top 10 experts on the Gods Domain's secret experts list. The secret pavilion had 2 Gods Domain experts lists. One recorded the top 1,000 experts with the most attention-grabbing battle records. The second was a secret list, which only superpowers could purchase. The secret experts list only contained 100 names. However, these players weren't ranked by their battle records, but based on the combat standards they had revealed. One had to be a Void Realm expert before the secret pavilion would even consider them for the list. Any peak expert that could rank on the secret experts list was, at most, a step away from the Domain Realm. Those that ranked among the top 10 were practically pounding against the edge of this realm. They only needed a slight push to reach the Domain Realm. Deep Thunder was one of these experts, although none of Nature Hall's experts in a room had reached the Domain Realm yet. Deep Thunder was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about it. Since Deep Thunder was certain that Fire Dance was not a Domain Realm expert, there was a 90% chance that he was correct. Thunder is right. Everyone needs to calm down. Although I don't know how this little girl from Zero Wing has such frightening basic attributes. Zero Wing is 100 years too early if it thinks it can stroll into Nature Hall's residence with such an attitude. Nature Manifestation commented, backing up Deep Thunder. He flashed Sure Phone a piercing glare before commanding, summon Senior Fan and the Evil Spirit Legion members immediately. Lock down the residence. I want to see how capable these Zero Wing representatives truly are. Although Sure Phone had displayed astonishing combat power, Nature Hall wasn't a pushover. Nature Hall had gone to great lengths to recruit Senior Fan and convince him to protect the guild. The Elder had been a Domain Realm monster for decades, and his combat standards were far above Sure Fang's, who, at most, had only entered the Domain Realm within the past few years. Senior Fan also wore the best equipment available in the game, and the Evil Spirit Legion was one of Nature Hall's trump cards. Although the Evil Spirit Legion only had 100 members, every member was a Refinement Realm expert or better. Even the weakest among them had mastered 3 combat techniques, and including the Silverlight Battle Array, they could even defeat Domain Realm experts. The Evil Spirit Legion was also why Nature Hall even dared to provoke super first-rate guilds. However, the moment Nature Manifestation issued the order, Fire Dance's group moved, charging straight toward the guild leader. Taking the lead, Cola and Yi Wunian dashed forward like 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. When the reinforcing security team members collided with the 2 MTs, they flew backward as if they had been hit by a truck, their tight defensive formation shattering instantly. Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword followed the 2 MTs closely. Alluring Summer sent at least 1 player flying with each spell she cast, while Shadow Sword forced multiple players to stumble back with each slash. These 2 easily repelled any security team members that approached from the sides. Rather than a battle, this looked like adults toying with children. Taking advantage of the chaos, Fire Dance blew past the security team's blockade and arrived before Nature Manifestation. Don't think you can get through me that easily. Deep Thunder bellowed, swinging his gigantic, 2-handed battle axe with a solemn expression, leaving no room for Fire Dance to dodge. Tier 2 skill, Earth Bombardment. Pump. Not only was Earth Bombardment an AoE attack that amplified his strength, but it could also significantly reduce players' movement speed when he struck. This was the trademark tier skill of the Magic Warrior hidden class. The move could only be blocked, not dodged. In addition, the Magic Warrior class was a specialized advanced class for Berserkers, using magic to strengthen the user's body. However, Deep Thunder's expression froze when his attack landed. Fire Dance's flimsy short sword had actually stopped his humongous axe's descent. Not only had Fire Dance remained stable, but she also retained every point of her HP. Before Deep Thunder could swing his battle axe again, Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations slithered toward the Berserker's neck with an utterly unpredictable attack trajectory. Advanced combat technique. Illusory snake. Scram! Deep Thunder shouted as he activated Whirlwind Slash to defend himself. Boom! When short sword and battle axe collided, a sharp clang echoed throughout the room. A moment later, Deep Thunder, who prided himself on his strength, stumbled 3 steps back, staring at Fire Dance with an incredulous look. While he had recognized Fire Dance's amazing basic attributes, he hadn't expected them to be so high. How does she have so much strength? Deep Thunder wasn't the only one the situation surprised. Jade Cheelin, who cast spells from the side, glanced over in horror when she noticed Deep Thunder stumble in God's domain. There was a major difference between one-handed weapon strength and that of two-handed weapons. This was why most Berserker players chose two-handed weapons. Two-handed weapons could make full use of Berserker's high strength. However, despite being an assassin, Fire Dance exhibited greater strength with a short sword than Deep Thunder. This unraveled everything Jade Cheelin thought she knew about God's domain. Moreover, Deep Thunder wore 3 pieces of epic equipment, wielded an epic weapon, and the rest of his equipment was comprised of level 60 dark gold items. She couldn't imagine how an assassin could block one of his attacks with a one-handed sword. After sending Deep Thunder backward, Fire Dance abruptly vanished void steps. By the time anyone could react, Fire Dance had reappeared before Nature Manifestation, holding her 1,000 transformations against the guild leader's throat. As a cursemancer, Fire Dance held Nature Manifestation's life in her hands. Seeing this, Nature Hall's members paused with gloomy expressions when Nature Manifestation looked up at Fire Dance. His countenance was ashen. Fire Dance's group had only moved 5 seconds ago, yet they had already gotten past more than 50 refinement realm and better experts, threatening his life. Not even a domain realm expert could perform such a feat. Chapter 2076. Do you need a doctor? When Fire Dance took Nature Manifestation captive, Nature Hall's members stayed their hands as they hatefully glared at the female assassin. At the same time, though, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. What should we do now, Vice Guild Leader? Jade Cheelin asked Deep Thunder quietly, frowning as she watched Fire Dance play with her short sword from behind Nature Manifestation. She didn't have enough authority in this situation to make a decision. Nature Manifestation was the guild symbol. If they let him die, it would humiliate their guild. However, Fire Dance currently had control over Nature Manifestation's life and death. Even though peak experts like Jade Cheelin could cross the 6-yard distance in less than half a second would be more than enough time to kill their guild leader. For someone with Fire Dance's strength and speed, Deep Thunder said nothing in response to Jade Cheelin's question. He didn't know what to do. Either Zero Wing was far more terrifying than he had imagined. If Fire Dance were truly a domain realm expert, this situation, at most, would have surprised him, but the problem lay in the fact that she wasn't one, which horrified him. After their brief clash, he was certain that the female assassin had only reached the refinement realm, although she wasn't your typical refinement realm expert. However, he couldn't articulate how she differed from the average refinement realm expert. Regardless, her combat standard could, at best, rival flowing water realm experts. She was almost nothing compared to an expert like him, who was only a small step away from reaching the domain realm. Yet, despite her inferior combat standards, Fire Dance could suppress him in a confrontation. Moreover, she had done so effortlessly. She had even taken Nature Manifestation captive in an instant. Although the guild leader was only an ordinary peak expert, this outcome was shocking. Not even the refinement realm experts understood this, much less the ordinary experts. Peak experts were known as such because they stood at the peak of God's domain. Even domain realm experts would struggle to threaten a peak expert's life. Yet Fire Dance had done so effortlessly, he couldn't imagine what weapons and equipment would be necessary to allow an expert, who had reached the flowing water realm at best, to command even greater combat power than domain realm monsters. However, That wasn't the worst of it. Zero Wing's other representatives were obviously only refinement realm experts, but they had displayed combat power that could easily rival peak experts. Not even super first-rate guilds were likely capable of nurturing such high-quality refinement realm experts. After silence reigned over the room for a short moment, Nature Manifestation discarded his shock and turned to glare at Phone. Do you think that I'll simply allow Nature Hall to let Zero Wing off the hook just because you've captured me? Nature Manifestation asked, sneering. Don't be foolish. It is just one level and one piece of equipment. I can afford the loss. If you go through with this, however, Zero Wing won't have the power to endure Nature Hall's wrath. The strength Feng's party had displayed had surprised him, but at the end of the day, an individual's strength was nothing compared to a guild's. Regardless of how powerful this Zero Wing party was, it didn't change anything about the difference between Zero Wing and Nature Hall. That's right, you should think this through carefully, Guild Leader Blackflame. If you do this, there will be no saving the relationship between our guilds, Jade Cheelin said in an attempt to persuade Phone. I believe you are aware of Nature Hall's strategy. In the end, only Zero Wing will suffer. As Jade Cheelin finished speaking, Nature Hall's members calmed their fears and revealed confident smiles. They had been stunned after witnessing the combat power Feng's party commanded, but after giving the matter some thought, they realized that Feng's party would only sign their death warrants if they killed Nature Manifestation. Zero Wing was merely a kingdom's guild. Regardless of its battle records, it was still far weaker than Nature Hall. Zero Wing could not afford to endure Nature Hall's wrath at Allah's a guild leader. Feng must have realized this. Unless Feng insisted on dragging Zero Wing down with him, he wouldn't let Fire Dance kill the other guild leader. Even Storm City's independent players wouldn't believe that Feng would do such a thing, let alone these guild upper echelons. As the smiles Nature Hall's members wore spread with delight, Feng, who watched from his seat, returned the grins and said, "What you say is true. There is a big difference between Zero Wing and Nature Hall. But what if Nature Hall lost Storm City?" Lost Storm City? Is this fellow dreaming? What a joke. How could our guild possibly lose Storm City? Nature Hall's members began to laugh, thinking Feng had gone mad. Storm City was Nature Hall's main headquarters. Not even a superpower could dethrone the guild in its own city, much less Zero Wing Yuri, referring to the auction arena battle, right? Nature Manifestation laughed. While I understand your thinking, that is a battle of experts and resources. Zero Wing's experts might be impressive, but do you really think Zero Wing can outmatch Nature Hall's resources? Superpowers like Nature Hall had long since investigated the auction arena's rules. In this competition, resources were far more important than military might. Hence, all of the various superpowers fervently collected epic materials while they had time before the auction arena competition began. Compared to Nature Hall, Zero Wing's material collection speed was useless. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to defeat Nature Hall in a contest for Storm City's auction house? However, as Nature Manifestation finished his statement, Feng revealed a dark gold crystal from his bag. The crystal was unusually eye-catching in this room, and it drew everyone's gaze. While most of the reception room's occupants didn't understand why Feng had revealed this crystal, Nature Manifestation froze when he saw it. How did you get that? Nature Manifestation could not help but ask. Nature Manifestation's sudden change of expression even confused Fire Dance and her companions, let alone Nature Hall's members. No one knew why the Nature Hall's almighty guild leader would seem scared of a single crystal. Do you really need to ask? Feng said, revealing a faint smile. I'm the player responsible for activating Thunder Axe City, of course. Is it so strange that I have this crystal? The item in his hand was none other than the Thunder Axe Crystal, which was capable of teleporting a large number of players to Thunder Axe City. It also normally cost 5,000 Thunder Axe City contribution points. You activated Thunder Axe City? That is impossible. How could you be responsible? Nature Manifestation stared at Feng with an incredulous look. Thunder Axe City was a super large-scale neutral city, and after its activation, it had quickly become a hub for many superpowers, including Nature Hall. Countless first- and second-rate guilds visited the city as well. The neutral city was so popular due to its abundant resources, especially incredibly rare epic materials. Thunder Axe City was practically a treasure trove, however. Traveling to and developing in Thunder Axe City was quite difficult, due to its terrain and environment. Not even expert players could remain in the city for long, even with its sturdy foundations. Nature Hall could only afford to send 300 experts to develop in the city long-term. However, not only did Shurfeng possess the Thunder Axe Crystal, which one could purchase from the Thunder Axe Temple and provided convenient transport to the city, but he was also responsible for Thunder Axe City's activation, however. When Nature Manifestation recalled the group of giant players Zero Wing possessed and a Thunder Axe Crystal in Shurfeng's hand, which no player should be able to obtain at this stage of the game. He knew that Shurfeng's claim was likely true guild leader nature. "What's wrong? You don't look too good. Should I call a doctor?" Shurfeng asked, chuckling at Nature Manifestation's deathly pale expression. Chapter 2077, Nature Hall Submits. As Shurfeng's calm voice continuously echoed throughout the room, Nature Manifestation's expression twisted into something ugly. Traces of fear flashed in his eyes. Stupefying Nature Hall's members' Nature Manifestation stood at the very top of the Storm Empire. A single word from him could decide the life or death of the Empire's various guilds. He was also a bona fide peak expert. He could lead Nature Hall to become an overlord in God's domain in the future. Yet now, Nature Hall's members weren't the only ones surprised. The guild leader's reaction confused Fire Dance and her companions. Nature Manifestation had reacted calmly, even when Fire Dance had taken him captive. Yet now, he seemed more afraid of Shurfeng's few sentences. Why wouldn't they be surprised? "What do you want?" Nature Manifestation asked as he watched Shurfeng. Afraid if he had only seen Shurfeng as a domain realm expert before, he viewed the man as a monster, capable of shaking Nature Hall's very foundations. After learning that this swordsman had pioneered Thunder Axe City and acquired the Thunder Axe Crystal, most people were still unaware of Thunder Axe City. Even in Nature Hall, only the guild's upper echelons and the experts that had visited the city knew about its splendor. According to their understanding, Thunder Axe City should have activated more than 2 weeks ago. The various superpowers, however, had only discovered the city 9 days ago. Nature Manifestation thought about how Shurfeng could send a large number of players to the city with the Thunder Axe Crystal and the man's status as Thunder Axe City's pioneer. He couldn't help but shudder. Epic materials were even more important than expert players in the auction arena's battle. Zero Wing's members had already proven their combat power. If the guild also had a wealth of epic materials, Zero Wing could pose a significant threat to Nature Hall in the upcoming auction arena contest. Meanwhile, Deep Thunder, Jade Shielan, and Nature Hall's other upper echelons stated at Shurfeng in fear they had counted themselves fortunate to send 300 experts to Thunder Axe City, but Shurfeng was actually responsible for activating the neutral city. Nature Hall is so powerful. How could Zero Wing every hope to compare? Shurfeng laughed. He then said, "We are only here to help Twilight Echo learn whether or not it can withdraw from the Storm Empire in safety. You shouldn't overthink the situation, guild leader Nature." "Fine. Out of respect for Zero Wing, our issue with Twilight Echo stops here. As long as Twilight Echo leaves the Storm Empire, Nature Hall will let it leave." Nature Manifestation answered through gritted teeth. Even Nature Hall would struggle to take out experts like Fire Dance, Cola, and the others. If Zero Wing dispatched a large number of experts and relied on the epic materials it gained from Thunder Axe City, he wasn't confident that Nature Hall could hold Storm City. After all, Thunder Axe City had a frightening supply of epic resources available. If Zero Wing took control of Storm City's auction house, Nature Hall's development would be severely affected. Even if Zero Wing failed, it could still force Nature Hall to dispatch more forces than planned, which would, in turn, ruin the guild's plans to claim other cities' auction houses as Nature Hall's guild leader. Nature Manifestation couldn't sacrifice the guild's larger plans just to punish Twilight Echo. Moreover, he suspected that Zero Wing had far more trump cards than what it had revealed in this reception room. Of course, this was only his conjecture. The fact that Shifeng had pioneered Thunder Axe City was already frightening. Nature Manifestation couldn't think of what could be even more impressive than that when Nature Hall's reinforcements heard their guild leader's decision. Their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Just who is this Black Flame? Nature Hall's members grew more curious about Shifeng. This man had actually forced their guild leader to compromise with just a few words. No one would believe this if they told them Nature Manifestation had even chased the 9-star family out of the Storm Empire. How could he possibly submit to a guild from a small kingdom? Guild leader Nature is quite open-minded. If there are no other problems, we'll be taking our leave, Shifeng said with a smile. Standing, he turned and left the tattered reception room alongside Fire Dance, and the other Shifeng had never intended to steal Storm City's auction house. He had simply wanted to scare Nature Manifestation. There were currently tons of problems in White River City that required his attention. With Zero Wing's resources and experts, the guild could, at most, contest for one city's auction house. Only, Nature Manifestation did not know this. Although Thunder Axe City had an abundance of epic materials, the neutral city had only activated around 2 weeks ago. There were far too few players in the city for it to exhibit its true potential. Moreover, Nature Manifestation thought too highly of Shifeng's position as the city's pioneer. Even if Shifeng had secured a 2-star smithy, he wouldn't acquire as many epic materials as Guild's raiding team dungeons if Nature Manifestation realized this. He'd faint with anger and try to fight Zero Wing to the death as Shifeng and his subordinates made their way to the door. The Nature Hall players guarding the door stepped aside to let them through after receiving a signal from Nature Manifestation. Jade Qilin and the other upper echelons only returned their attention to their guild leader. After Zero Wing's party had left the guild hall, guild leader, "Are we really going to give up Twilight Echo?" Jade Qilin asked. "If we do this, news of this incident will spread throughout the Empire. So be it. In any case, keeping a tight lid on this is impossible," Nature Manifestation grumbled as he massaged his temples. Annoyed, he continued, "I never would have thought that Zero Wing was responsible for activating the city that has caused such a sensation among the various superpowers. We'll likely see a difficult period in God's domain soon. You should begin to prepare for it." "Understood," Jade Qilin nodded. Fully understanding Nature Manifestation's intentions, he had assumed that the first auction arena competition would be an exclusive playground for the game's superpowers. But now that Zero Wing had revealed itself as a potential competitor, the various superpowers' plans were ruined. Nobody would have imagined that Zero Wing would be the cause of the situation plaguing the various superpowers after Shifeng's party left Storm City. News of Nature Hall abandoning its harassment of Twilight Echo quickly reached the Empire's various powers. Nature Hall gave up on Twilight Echo? But why? What kind of guild is Zero Wing? For a time, this matter caused an uproar in the Storm Empire. Nobody would have thought that Nature Hall would stop targeting Twilight Echo out of respect for Zero Wing. Every power in the Empire was immediately curious about Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of this matter also reached Twilight Echo's residence in Windy City. "What did you just say?" "Nature Hall has given up on us because of Zero Wing and recalled its forces?" Darkwave was stunned when he heard his subordinates report, unable to believe the news. Chapter 2078, Twilight Echo shaken. When Twilight Echo received the news of Nature Hall's withdrawal, silence reigned at the guild leader's office. The dozen or so guild upper echelons in the room didn't know how to react to this development. Nature Hall gave up. But why? What did Zero Wing's members do? Nature Hall had intended to use Twilight Echo as an example to stabilize its rule in the Storm Empire and expand its influence past the Empire's borders. Nature Hall had been adamant on destroying Twilight Echo. They had been discussing their safe withdrawal from the Storm Empire and their defense against Nature Hall. But after nearly an hour, their despair had only intensified. The difference between their two guilds was too massive. At this point, Nature Hall only needed a fraction of its strength to remove Twilight Echo from God's domain, even with Zero Wing's help. They didn't think that they could withstand Nature Hall. Zero Wing was, after all, only on par with a first-rate guild yet. Nature Hall had unexpectedly withdrawn its assault. They couldn't help but wonder how Zero Wing had accomplished the feat at a powerful background. A transaction. They considered many possibilities, but none seemed reliable or possible. However, it was an inescapable fact that Zero Wing had convinced Nature Hall to leave Twilight Echo in Peace Dark Wave, turn to Aqua Rose, a myriad of emotions overwhelming his heart when Violet Cloud had informed Owllife that Zero Wing intended to protect Twilight Echo. Dark Wave had assumed it had been Zero Wing's way of taking a stand against Nature Hall. He hadn't actually believed that her guild could protect his. Looking at it now, however, it seemed that Violet Cloud had meant what she had said. This was the Storm Empire's Overlord they were talking about. Although he did not know how Zero Wing had stopped Nature Hall, its success in doing so proved the guild's strength when Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo to join an insignificant, upstart guild from some backwater kingdom. Many of the guild's members had mocked her for her foolishness. They had all thought that she was stupid. If she hadn't been so stubborn, she would have kept her position as an honorary elder and had access to plenty of opportunities to display her talent. Twilight Echo had been a veteran first-rate guild for decades. Not a force a small guild without a background could compare to who would have thought that the small, insignificant guild Aqua Rose had joined would grow to become so powerful. Not only was Zero Wing Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, but also commanded the strength of a first-rate guild. Now, it had saved Twilight Echo from the brink of destruction, convincing a superpower like Nature Hall to abandon its plans. After this series of events, Darkwave couldn't fathom how powerful Zero Wing truly was, despite the fact that he led a veteran first-rate guild. If news of this reached Twilight Echo's guild elders, the old fellows and company representatives that had mocked and ridiculed Aqua Rose would likely die from embarrassment. They had all played a major part in dismissing her from her position as honorary elder due to this incident and her position in Zero Wing. Aqua Rose would have considerable influence in Twilight Echo from now on. The guild might even follow her whims. Dark Wave wasn't the only one to think this. Every upper echelon in the office realized the implications of today's events. Their views of Aqua Rose had utterly changed. Aside from her joy, Aqua Rose was stunned as well. She hadn't imagined that Sherphone would actually be able to stop Nature Hall shortly after. Violet Cloud relayed Sherfang's latest message to Twilight Echo's upper echelons, informing them that as long as the guild left the Storm Empire, Nature Hall wouldn't take further action against it. The young woman then left Twilight Echo's residence, returning to Starmoon Kingdom with her team. As for Aqua Rose, she only intended to return after dealing with a few matters with her old guild. Twilight Echo's upper echelons eagerly hoped that Aqua Rose would stay for some time. Twilight Echo was going to leave the Storm Empire and find another kingdom to continue its development. This meant that it would have to deal with the overlord of whichever kingdom they chose. If they had the help of a powerhouse like Zero Wing, settling in their new home would be far easier. Meanwhile, news of the events between Nature Hall and Twilight Echo soon reached God's Domain's many superpowers. Nature Hall was one of them, and even though this incident was a small matter in the other superpowers' eyes, it was still necessary to watch the situation. Or Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. How can Nature Hall be so dumb? It gave up such a good opportunity to stabilize its position in the Storm Empire just because of Zero Wing? Did Zero Wing offer the guild some massive bribe? Jingyang, who stood inside Blackwater's vice guild leader's office, ranted his confusion after reading the latest message. Nature Hall had been developing rapidly lately, and it easily ranked among the top 10 fastest developing superpowers in God's Domain. Many veteran super first-rate guilds were even starting to feel threatened, yet, out of respect for Zero Wing, the guild had abandoned its plans. It was truly surprising, not bad. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable, after all. It's no wonder why it rejected my offer of cooperation, Xuanwuchisa said, a charming smile forming on her face. Vice guild leader, you think too highly of Zero Wing. I don't know what benefits it offered Nature Hall to settle this matter, but Zero Wing hasn't solved its predicament in White River City. Ignoring the several powers that desire the city's auction house, Zero Wing has its hands full with its own internal problems, Jingyang said. Starlink has recently invested a lot of capital into hindering Zero Wing. It is even trying to poach Zero Wing's upper echelons and core members by offering to triple their current salaries. Starlink has also begun to claim commissions meant for Zero Wing by offering lower prices, slowly chipping away at Zero Wing's financial situation. I doubt it will be more than a month before Zero Wing crumbles in on itself. Larger guilds had both advantages and disadvantages. When a guild had a low member count, its daily expenditures were relatively small. Hence, its finances were easy to handle. However, as a guild grew, it would face more difficult financial problems, including hostile corporations' intervention. A guild's financial problems could become even more challenging hence. Although Zero Wing seemed to have grown quite powerful, it had acquired new weaknesses. Zero Wing had still been a relatively small guild without a headquarters in the real world, and as a result, it hadn't had to contend with major expenditures. Its size had rendered hostile corporations' interference ineffective, but things had changed. Now, not only had Zero Wing purchased Ouroboros's main headquarters, but it had become even larger than Ouroboros at its peak. Its monthly expenditure was easily dozens of times larger than Ouroboros's had been. This was why the various first-rate guilds feared the various superpowers. Not only could a superpower crush a first-rate guild under its military might, but it could also launch an economic assault. Meanwhile, after Shurfeng's party returned to Starmoon Kingdom's White River City, he sent Fire Dance and the others to continue their team dungeon raids and collect as many epic materials as possible to prepare for the auction. It's about time that I deal with my elemental cores. Shurfeng grinned as he opened his bag to inspect the elemental cores within. He then altered his appearance using the demon mask and visited White River City's teleportation hall. Spending 4 gold, 30 silver, he teleported to the distant Sea of Illusion. Chapter 2079, Sea Tribe Weapon. Sea of Illusion, Blue Coral City. Shurfeng was disguised as a level 61 swordsman as he walked through Blue Coral City streets. Unlike the kingdoms and empires on the God's Domain continent, the Sea of Illusion was neutral territory, maintained by a merchant alliance. The merchant alliance mainly operated out at sea, controlling only a few cities on land. Most of its towns and cities had been established on islands. Because of this, most visiting players were either merchant players or independent players. Guilds rarely visited the Sea of Illusion. This was also why adventurer teams ruled over the area's several major cities. Meanwhile, Blue Coral City was the Sea of Illusion's largest city. First-time visitors were almost always surprised by what they found here. The majority of the player population consisted of merchant players, while the rest were mostly independent players. There were very few players wearing guild emblems, buying tons of Sea Tribe weapons for 50 silver each, also selling purple fire crystals, selling ocean pearls. Get a 5% discount for buying more than 100 pearls. Urgently selling 3 Sea Tribe weapons for 1 gold, 70 silver. Players busied themselves as they set up stalls along the city's streets, selling a large variety of items. This wasn't typical of cities in normal kingdoms and Empire Sea Tribe weapons. Shurfeng slowed to a halt when he heard the advertising players. He vaguely remembered that Sea Tribe weapons had been popular for a time during his previous life. They had once been items that all naval players had desired. The Sea Tribe weapons could be traded to the Sea of Illusion's NPC forgers to commission crafted weapons, which would allow players to exhibit greater combat power in battles at sea. Weapons that had been made with Sea Tribe weapons were 15% to 20% stronger than normal weapons of the same rank, a considerable improvement. Only trying to craft a high-quality naval weapon was not easy, and the production success rate wasn't 100%. If one wanted to commission a level 60 secret silver weapon, they'd need 3 Sea Tribe weapons, and the production success rate would only be 50%. A level 60 fine gold weapon would cost 5 level 60 Sea Tribe weapons, and the success rate was only 30%. To put it simply, the higher the desired weapon's quality was, the more Sea Tribe weapons a player would need, and the lower the production success rate would be. Meanwhile, players could only acquire Sea Tribe weapons by killing the level 50-plus members of the Sea Tribe. Hence, Complete naval weapons were incredibly expensive on the market, of course. Sea tribe weapons had another purpose, and Shurfeng knew it: purchasing secret laws. Secret laws were extremely rare in God's domain, even rarer than combat techniques. They also provided players a significant boost. Secret laws were a type of berserk skill, but unlike normal berserk skills, which were prohibited in certain areas, secret laws could be used anywhere like combat techniques. They could even be used when silenced. However, secret laws were a huge burden on the user's stamina and concentration. The more powerful a secret law was, the more stamina and concentration it would consume. In addition, players didn't have to master a secret law to use it. Only, using an unmastered secret law would drain more resources than usual. The worst part was that secret laws would drop automatically when players died. Even so, countless experts in God's domain coveted secret laws. Due to their many benefits, secret laws provided a boost to physique and allowed players to exhibit more of their combat power. Moreover, secret laws gave players a clearer idea of their flaws. These were the reasons that players had coveted secret laws. They were even more valuable than combat techniques. Meanwhile, Sea Tribe weapons could be exchanged for one of these precious secret laws. Although there were limited copies of the secret law available, and the process of acquiring one was particularly troublesome, Shurfeng didn't mind. He might have had some trouble purchasing a few copies if he had tried before visiting the Ancient God's Maze. But he shouldn't have any issues now. One needed to fulfill two conditions to purchase copies of the secret law. First, they need to locate the NPC that sold them. Then, they need to obtain the required items for payment. The NPC only accepted a combination of Sea Tribe weapons and elemental cores other than Shurfeng. It wasn't likely that any of God's Domain's players knew about this NPC, and of course, collecting Sea Tribe weapons and elemental cores wasn't a problem for Shurfeng, following which Shurfeng spent 10 silver to set up a stall in Blue Coral City's business district, buying Sea Tribe weapons for 60 silver each, only buying a certain amount. First come, first served, Shurfeng shouted, immediately attracting the attention of the players on the street. Normally, players only purchased Sea Tribe weapons for 50 silver each. Even players that set up stalls to sell the weapons asked for less than 60 silver. With someone willing to spend so much on each Sea Tribe weapon, players were bound to notice. A short moment later, a large group of players crowded around Shurfeng to sell their Sea Tribe weapons, rapidly depleting Shurfeng's funds. In less than an hour, Shurfeng had spent more than 2,000 gold, purchasing 4,352 Sea Tribe weapons. He had basically purchased every Sea Tribe weapon in Blue Coral City. Once customers stopped visiting his stall, he packed up and headed for a hotel to alter his appearance. Once more, when Shurfeng left the hotel, he discovered several players hiding around a street corner, staring intently at the hotel's entrance. It was obvious that these players wanted to learn why he had bought so many Sea Tribe weapons unperturbed. Shurfeng found a deserted location and used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport out of Blue Coral City after using space movement and spatial gate 4 times in a row. Shurfeng arrived on a volcanic island that housed monsters ranging from level 80 and level 100. These monsters were far from ordinary, with the weakest among them a chieftain that had the combat power to rival players who reached the Trial Tower's 3rd floor. Even ordinary Tier 2 experts of the same level would have a difficult time fighting these chieftains one-on-one. Meanwhile, the NPC that possessed the secret law copies was located in a hidden room within the volcano. Players had only learned of this NPC in the past thanks to a few players who had visited the island for a rare quest. They had accidentally stumbled across the secret room. Finding this rare NPC quickly, with the help of Gale Domain, Shurfeng reached a cave inside the volcano. After killing several hundred level 83 plus Lord ranked lava monsters, he finally found a hidden room. Although the cave's monsters were all lords, they had dropped almost no loot. They hadn't dropped anything beyond some ordinary materials, not even a single piece of common equipment. Although the monsters' loot was terrible, the EXP they granted was astounding. After killing several hundred monsters, Shurfeng had finally risen from level 70 to 71 as he opened the door to the hidden room. Shurfeng was greeted by the sight of a dark, empty room. It only contained a stone platform. Feng grew a little excited as he approached the platform, spending 100 magic crystals to light the candle upon it. Without hesitation, by the time the public had discovered this place in the past, the players that had pioneered the island had cleaned out the NPC's stock of secret law copies. Although the stock would replenish from time to time, the various superpowers had already laid claim and monopolized the NPC. Small guilds like Shadow had only been able to watch and drool from the sidelines as the candlewick ignited. A storm abruptly enveloped the room. The translucent figure of a man began to materialize before Feng. After an inspection, one would discover that this man was a level 80, Tier 2 professional mage named Horus. However, when Feng inspected the man with omniscient eyes, he discovered that the NPC was actually a level 180, Tier 5 divine mage. If players gave into their greed and tried to rob this NPC, only death would await them. A particularly cruel death. Young adventurer, are you the one who has awakened me? Horus asked as he watched Feng with eyes swallowed by dark blue flames, his gaze chilling. Yes, Lord Horus. Feng nodded respectfully. As a deceased entity, Horus abhorred the living. If Feng disrespected him, he'd get nothing from this NPC. Very good. When I was alive, the king of the sea tribe hunted me down and killed me. Now, I want revenge on the sea tribe. However, I cannot leave this place, so I want you to be my instrument of vengeance, slaying the sea tribe's members. As proof of your achievement, you may bring me the sea tribe's unique weapons. Once you complete this task, I will reward you handsomely, Horus said. Although the NPC's tone was calm, the rage in his eyes was apparent. System, you have accepted the epic quest, The Wrath of the Dead. Quest content: kill Sea Tribe members and obtain 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. Rewards unknown. Chapter 2080, Epic Rank Reward. An epic quest? Feng was slightly astonished when he heard the system notification. He had never heard of Horus giving out an epic quest in the past. He had only known that this NPC wanted Sea Tribe weapons in a bid for vengeance against the Sea Tribe. The quest in the past had only been an advanced hidden quest, requiring 1,000 Sea Tribe weapons to complete, and a player had to finish the quest before they could trade with Horus now. Not only was the quest epic rank, but its completion also required 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. This massive change ruined his plans in the past. The activation quest had awarded the Ocean's Heart design an intermediate magic array design. Although Ocean's Heart was only a barrier-type magic array, it could suppress sea monsters to a frightening extent. Ocean's Heart was even effective against mythic monsters and extremely useful to guilds trying to develop their naval prowess. The Ocean's Heart's magic array scrolls had sold for astronomical prices in the past, of course. Now that the quest had changed, its reward would be different as well. It seems I'll have to come up with a different method. Feng sighed deeply as he handed Horus 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. The various major powers on the main continent had already reached a developmental bottleneck. As a result, these powers had begun to compete over the sea's resources. Fortunately, Zero Wing already had its own shipyard, many advanced speedboats, and control of several coastal towns and naval cities. Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate, had also been developing its naval strength under Feng's orders and was now a significant power at sea. However, with how quickly the various major powers were developing, Zero Wing would struggle to maintain these advantages. Feng had wanted to rely on the Ocean's Heart to accelerate the guild's development at sea, but now he had no choice but to look for other avenues as Feng gave Horus the Sea Tribe weapons. The NPC's eyes glowed with excitement. Wonderful! There are indeed 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons here. Horus nodded in satisfaction, his hand abruptly flashing with a bright glow. When the light subsided, he held an ancient tome. I went to great lengths to obtain this book. Hopefully, you can make good use of it. If you obtain more Sea Tribe weapons in the future, you can find me to trade them. When Horus finished speaking, not only did Feng obtain the tome, but he also earned an abundance of EXP. Not only did he instantly level up from 71 to 72, but he also gained 2 additional legacy skill points from completing the quest. The quest rewards were incredible. It was much harder to level up after reaching level 70, and Shifeng's hidden class required twice as much EXP as normal players in Ancient Forging Book. Shifeng's eyes widened in shock when he inspected the book he had earned from Horus Ocean's Heart. Didn't have much use to individual players, but the magic array was quite important to guilds. If possible, he wanted to trade 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons for the array design. However, after seeing the Ancient Forging Book, this thought vanished in God's domain. Ancient Forging Books were akin to alchemy secret journals. Not only were they unique items, but the weapon or equipment designs they contained were also extraordinary. An Ancient Forging Book was almost as valuable as an ordinary epic forging design. Shifeng immediately opened the Ancient Forging Book, eager to discover what item it would help produce amazing. I struck gold this time. Shifeng could not help his growing elation as he read the tome's contents. The Ancient Forging Book Horus had given him didn't contain one weapon or equipment piece design. Rather, it contained the designs to produce the Dark Gold set equipment, Crystal Light set. Although it was only a level 60 to level 80 set, it was an 8-piece set equipment, possessing more set effects than its 6-piece counterparts. If a level 60 player equipped the Crystal Light set, their combat power would be on par with a player wearing a 6-piece level 65 Dark Gold set equipment at this stage of the game. The various superpowers could only dream of owning 6-piece level 65 Dark Gold set equipment. Anyone seen wearing such a set would even earn peak experts' envy. Of course, the Crystal Light set had harsh production requirements. At the very least, one needed to be a basic master forger to forge the set, and the required materials were extremely rare. For example, the set required a lot of fine titan or mana stones and advanced magic cores, all of which were incredibly difficult to procure at this stage of the game. Even for the various large guilds, however, material gathering was a secondary concern. The high production cost was far more important. If Shifeng calculated the cost according to current market prices, each production attempt would cost roughly 800 gold. Furthermore, a basic master forger wouldn't have more than a 30% success rate when trying to forge the set. Even intermediate master forgers would only have a 35% success rate, while advanced master forgers would have a 40% chance. Even if one were lucky, they'd still spend nearly 2,400 gold to produce one Crystal Light set. Although Zero Wing earned a lot of coins each day, most of those coins had to be spent on paying back debts. Shifeng still needed to pay back the astronomical construction cost for Silverwing Town's airport. Moreover, he had instructed Aqua Rose to invest funds into the Lost Town's development in secret to enable the guild to nurture more experts in a short time. In addition, Zero Wing had to fund Immortal Light's development and purchase epic materials for the upcoming auction house competition. Right now, the guild only had around 20,000 gold available for emergencies if he wanted to mass-produce the Crystal Light set and form a personal security team like Nature Manifestations. He needed a lot more coins. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng traded 1,200 Sea Tribe weapons and 1,500 elemental cores for 3 copies of the basic secret law, Deep Sea Meditation. Shifeng could only return later to trade for Horus's remaining 3 copies. Deep Sea Meditation, basic secret law, allows the user to exhibit their body's latent potential through meditation, significantly improving their physique. This secret law consumes a lot of stamina and concentration when used. Drops upon death. After purchasing the secret law copies, Shifeng left to find a 4-star wandering merchant using the 7 luminaries ring. After teleporting 5 times, Shifeng arrived in a secret land. He then spent the next 4 hours clearing out the level 80 plus monsters that stood in his way before locating a small wooden house. A gray-robed elderly man called Zal, one of 3 4-star wandering merchants in the Sea of Illusion, occupied the house. After meeting with Zal, Shifeng purchased all 500 stamina gemstones the NPC had, each gemstone costing 5 elemental cores. He couldn't have dreamed of doing something like this in his previous life. This NPC simply required too many elemental cores. If he hadn't obtained the 6,752 elemental cores while grinding in the Ancient God's secret maze, he wouldn't have dared to purchase both the secret law copies and the stamina gemstones when the public had discovered Zal in the past. The various superpowers had monopolized the NPC stock. These powers left very few gemstones for other players once they had finished with Zal. Hence, it was a dream for Surephone to purchase 500 stamina gemstones in a single transaction. Now, the several players that had discovered Zal in the past had only purchased around 200 stamina gemstones. Even so, they had made a fortune, earning the various large guilds' envy following, which Surephone took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Chapter 2081, Stormy Winds. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Although White River City was not the kingdom's capital, its popularity overshadowed Starmoon City as the main headquarters of the kingdom's #1 guild and home to the Candlelight trading firm, which continued to introduce one new product after another. At this point, White River City had become the kingdom's capital in the hearts of Starmoon Kingdom's players. Since White River City was the only city in the kingdom to be promoted, its fame had reached new heights. Tons of players from foreign cities and countries visited the city every day, and it had become almost as prosperous as an ordinary empire's imperial capital. Over a dozen level 64 players in gorgeous equipment had gathered on the second floor of White River City's auction house. They all wore the same guild emblem as they watched the fight in the auction arena. Contempt filled their eyes as they looked down on the combatants, as expected of a small kingdom. Although the local players' equipment standards are quite good, their combat standards are terrible. They're not even a match for some second-rate guilds in our Dark Knight Empire. It's no wonder why Zero Wing lords over Starmoon Kingdom. A level 64 Berserker said as he watched several guild players from Starmoon Kingdom fight in the auction arena. In ridicule, the Berserker had not held back his opinion. With the physique of Tier 2 players, the combatants had heard him clearly even from 50 yards away. However, none of those players dared to comment against the Berserker. They all simply lowered their heads and remained silent. This Berserker had earned the right to such arrogance. This level 64 Berserker had won 20 matches in the auction arena in a row. Quite a few of the Berserker's opponents had been peak experts from Starmoon Kingdom, but none of them had dropped the Berserker's HP below 80%. This Berserker had even fought 2 opponents at once and still maintained his HP above 80%, winning the match. Moreover, the Berserker's identity was extraordinary. This Berserker was Dustblood, one of the 10 great experts from the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family. The Bloodbath family was a veteran first-rate guild. At this point, it was the strongest guild in the Dark Knight Empire, excluding the 3 resident superpowers. The Bloodbath family also occupied a medium-sized kingdom and a small-sized kingdom. No ordinary first-rate guild could hope to compare to its strength, although these guilds are very weak. Zero Wing's title as Starmoon Kingdom's Overlord proves that it has some ability. Furthermore, Zero Wing has 4 experts that rank on the God's Domain experts list. Black Flame, in particular, has killed many superpowers peak experts thus far. A young man in dark gray robes said Zero Wing's name had already become commonplace in the Dark Knight Empire. After all, the guild had successfully helped the 100 Flowers Palace stop Starlink's invasion in Moon Creek Town. The incident had surprised the Empire's various guilds, all of which had immediately investigated Zero Wing. However, the more they looked into Zero Wing, the more the guild surprised them. These guilds hadn't been surprised by Zero Wing's rapid development in God's Domain, but by the number of frightening powers Zero Wing had provoked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor, the Evil Gods Temple, Pantheon, Blackwater, Miracle, and the Dark Knight Empire's Starlink. All of these guilds were powerful enough to make even a first-rate guild like Bloodbath family shudder in fear, yet Zero Wing had provoked every one of them. The fact that Zero Wing had survived this long was unbelievable. Calling it a miracle wasn't an exaggeration. Zero Wing's success will soon reach its end. The various superpowers have been busy with their own matters, so none of them have bothered to retaliate. I've also heard that Zero Wing has a tentative alliance with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain. But things have changed. The various superpowers have set their sights on White River City, and even if Phoenix Rain makes a personal appearance, she can't change Zero Wing's fate. Dustblood said, sneering the fact that Zero Wing had 4 experts that ranked on the God's Domain experts list was impressive to other guilds. but the achievement meant nothing to the various superpowers. The God's Domain experts list focused on players' battle records, not their overall strength. God's Domain had many experts that hadn't accumulated eye-catching battle records, yet wielded peerless strength. Take the Bloodbath family, for example. Bloodbath family's expert members were even stronger than the Refinement Realm experts on the God's Domain experts list, but none of them had actually made it on the list. To put it simply, only small guilds and independent players took the God's Domain experts list seriously. It was merely an information source for true major powers, not an indicator of a guild's strength. Moreover, the competition for an NPC city's auction house didn't rely on war weapons or tools. Instead, it relied on a guild's resources and experts. The competition prohibited artificial strength, so the war weapons Zero Wing had been lucky enough to acquire would be useless. With how few experts Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be able to defeat veteran first-rate guilds like Bloodbath family, much less the various superpowers. I guess you're right. The various superpowers will not give up on White River City's auction house. Some of the old monsters that usually hide in the shadows are even revealing themselves to ensure their guild's success in the competition. Even experts on the God's Domain experts list will be of limited use. The young man nodded in agreement. When he spoke of the various superpowers' old monsters, fear and yearning flashed in his eyes. Thus far, the fights between God's Domain superpowers have been nothing more than skirmishes. Large-scale battles between these major powers were rare. Moreover, to nurture the younger generation, the various superpowers' true experts typically avoided their guild's affairs. They kept to themselves, quietly increasing their strength. If these old monsters took action, how would the younger generation acquire any fame? Even the younger generation's greatest prodigy was a joke before these old monsters. Zero Wing is certainly unlucky. It could have remained the king of its mountain for some time. Unfortunately, White River City was promoted too quickly. Now, even its dream of standing atop its mountain as king would shatter. I've heard that even King's Return, Blackwater, and Pantheon have arrived to compete for White River City. I can't wait to see these superpowers tear Zero Wing apart, Dustblood said, smiling. No, look over there. Even the Glory Empire's holy reincarnation has come. It seems that they're here to watch the fight between these superpowers as well, the young man said suddenly as he pointed to a group often or so players that had just arrived in the second-floor hall. With a smirk, Holy Reincarnation was also a veteran first-rate guild, strong enough to rival the Bloodbath family. It was also the second strongest guild, after King's Return, in the Glory Empire. While the various kingdoms and empires' powers gathered in White River City in anticipation of the auction house's struggle. Surefone worked on crafting the Crystal Light set in the nearby Candlelight trading firm, although up to 10 players could learn the Crystal Light set's production method from the ancient forging book. It was an 8-piece dark gold set equipment. Not even basic master forgers like Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa would have much success with forging the set. Furthermore, Melancholic Smile and the others had their own work to focus on, hence Surefone decided to craft the set equipment himself. Fortunately, acquiring the required materials was no trouble for Surefone. Zero Wing had been growing stronger as time passed, and, as a result, it had compiled a ton of materials in the guild warehouse. In addition, the Candlelight trading firm had joined the secret chamber of commerce. So, obtaining the necessary materials to forge the Crystal Light set equipment was quite easy for the guild. In fact, Surefone had gathered more than a dozen sets of materials in less than an hour. He then refined the materials with the Soulfire. Using the Philosopher's Hand's ability, Surefone continued to shape one set piece after another. Before he put the finishing touches on the 8-piece set, Surefone retrieved 40 grains of temporal sand. Temporal sand was incredibly valuable, with each grain selling for more than 20 gold on the market. Not only could it increase one's production success rate, but it could also strengthen the crafted item. Surefone allocated 5 grains of temporal sand for each set piece, the maximum amount dark gold equipment could handle. If he hadn't had the Bracelet of Time, he wouldn't have dared to use the temporal sand so extravagantly. The Crystal Light set equipment then radiated a dazzling glow, illuminating the entire room. As the light faded, It revealed 8 pieces of equipment, glowing with a sparkling light and radiating an ancient, violent aura. Chapter 2082, Timeless Equipment. Did it succeed? Surephone could not help but grow a little excited as he gazed at the 8-piece set equipment on the table before him. Although he had more than 10 sets of materials on hand, the Crystal Light set was top-tier Dark Gold set equipment, its production difficulty only second to Epic equipment. Although he had already become an intermediate master forger and, with the help of the Philosopher's Hand, performed as an advanced master forger, successfully forging the Crystal Light set was incredibly difficult. Theoretical success rate, after all, had nothing to do with the actual forging process in the game's early stages. The main god system had simplified the various production processes to their base limits to allow players to familiarize themselves with God's domain subclasses. However, as players reached higher levels and adapted, the main god system would gradually withdraw its assistance, and the various production processes would become more complex and detailed. Meanwhile, successfully forging a Dark Gold set equipment was a massive threshold for lifestyle players during God's domain's ancient times. Weapons and equipment had only fallen into 2 categories. Ordinary and extraordinary. More categories had only been added after the ancient gods had fallen. Ordinary equipment split into bronze, mysterious, iron, secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold ranks. Extraordinary equipment had been broken down into epic and legendary dark gold weapons, and equipment were considered the peak of ordinary equipment. Hence, they were extremely difficult to obtain and produce without a larger power support. An ordinary expert player would be limited to dark gold weapons and equipment at best. Meanwhile, Dark Gold set equipment was at the very apex of ordinary equipment, the best available without any flaws. No matter how high one raised their theoretical production success rate, a single mistake would result in failure. There was no room for error when crafting Dark Gold set equipment. One could argue that crafting Dark Gold set equipment was even more difficult than producing epic items, since the latter allowed for some mistakes. Only, the theoretical production success rate was much lower compared to Dark Gold set equipment. As Surephone began to inspect the Crystal Light set before him, the sound of a system notification reached his ear system. Crystal Light set has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 200 points. Obtained 10 million EXPAs expected of an 8-piece Dark Gold set equipment. It provided so much proficiency. Surephone was elated when he saw the system notification. Even forging ordinary Dark Gold weapons and equipment awarded very little proficiency after reaching intermediate master rank. Normally, he'd be lucky to get 3 points for each success. This was why a player needed so much time to rise to advanced master rank after becoming an intermediate master. Now, forging a single Crystal Light set awarded 200 proficiency points, the equivalent of crafting nearly 70 pieces of Dark Gold equipment. However, the Crystal Light set's attributes were the true reason for Surefang's joy. Not the system's reward. The Crystal Light set was a top-tier Dark Gold set equipment, and due to the enhancement the Temporal Sand provided, the 8 pieces basic attributes had risen by 10%. Purely comparing basic attributes, ordinary epic equipment had around 20% to 30% higher attributes than the normal Crystal Light set, but the Temporal Sand had reduced that by 10%. There was no doubt that the set equipment before him was currently the best ordinary equipment available in the game if he hadn't been wearing several pieces of epic equipment with beneficial effects. Surephone would have immediately replaced his items with the Crystal Light set. Of course, Surephone didn't stop after this success. He immediately began to forge the next seed. As time continued to flow, the day of the auction house's struggle had finally arrived. White River City was particularly lively. Today, the various powers would battle to determine their future territories. As a result, countless players from Starmoon Kingdom and its neighbors had gathered in White River City. At this point, the city's player population exceeded 50 million. If not for White River City's traffic restriction, there would have been several times more players in the city today. Even the various large guilds' elusive upper echelons gathered in the city's auction house. Representatives from more than 2,000 different guilds had come to participate in the competition. Moreover, A large number of adventurer teams and dark powers had arrived to participate in the day's events. With so many powers, ordinary players didn't even qualify to walk into the auction house and were barred from entering the building. The city's independent players watched the various major powers members enter the auction house. In NV4 today only, players needed to carry at least one epic material to enter White River City's auction house. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful or wealthy one was, they wouldn't get past the doors and were forced to wait outside. Even so, a large crowd had gathered outside the building to watch the competition. These players hadn't gathered because they had nothing better to do, but because the system had set up several colossal magic mirrors to broadcast the events along the business district. Anyone on the streets or resting in one of the city's establishments would be able to watch the spectacular competition for dominance over the auction house. Meanwhile, two players, one old and the other young, sat in one of the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms. From this spectator's room, these two would have a full view of the auction arena below, which easily accommodated more than 100,000 players. If the various large guilds' upper echelon saw that only two people occupied this spacious VIP room, they cursed them for being wasteful. Renting the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms cost 5 epic materials. Although epic materials were not as valuable as epic weapons or equipment, they were still extremely difficult to obtain. First-rate guilds would be fortunate to collect several dozen epic materials, and none of them would dare to spend 5 epic items just for a better view of the auction arena. Amazing. A city like White River City has actually attracted so many superpowers. Xianxia, the VIP room's younger occupant, exclaimed as she watched the various participating superpowers enter the arena. Starlink, Blackwater, Pantheon, and King's Return weren't the only superpowers present. Members of the Secret Pavilion, Sacred Temple, and Crimson Emperor had also come to participate. It's only natural. Although Starmoon Kingdom is only a medium-sized kingdom, an NPC city's auction house is incredibly important. If they can claim this city's auction house, they can earn a stable income. Moreover, Starmoon Kingdom has a gold mine like the Witch's Hill. With so many benefits up for grabs, it is only natural that many superpowers have been tempted into action. The elderly man beside Xianxia explained, smiling. If Crimson Emperor or Starlink's upper echelon saw this elder, they'd likely be astonished. This elderly man was Unknown King, Unyielding Soul's previous guild leader. When he had run the guild, it had risen to glory, but due to his age and his body's deterioration, he had retired from the front lines more than 2 decades ago. Grandpa, does Zero Wing really have no hope of holding White River City? Xianxia could not help but ask. She was grateful to Zero Wing for all the help it had provided thus far. Moreover, her good friend, Aqua Rose, was a member of the guild. If another power stole White River City, which served as Zero Wing's main headquarters, Zero Wing would suffer for it none. Even if our guild lends Zero Wing a hand, I'm afraid that holding White River City would still be impossible, Unknown King said, shaking his head. Even our help could change the situation. Xianxia was surprised. Although Unyielding Soul had been declining, it was still a veteran first-rate guild. Ordinary first-rate guilds still were no match for its strength. Yuri, severely underestimating the participating superpowers. Although we are a superpower as well, their backgrounds and foundations are many times stronger than Unyielding Souls. Any other time, they might have backed off out of respect for our guild, but this competition will determine their future in God's domain. None of them will show respect for the others. Furthermore, Zero Wing has provoked too many superpowers, pushing them to the limits of their tempers. Now, nobody can save Zero Wing, Unknown King said. Sighing, Xianxia lowered her head in disappointment while the various major powers entered the auction house and eagerly awaited the competition start. A group of players wearing 6-winged emblems entered the arena. The leader of this group was none other than Xianxia. Chapter 2083, Grand Gathering. When Zero Wing's members arrived, the atmosphere in the auction arena changed immediately. The various major powers representatives couldn't help but shift their gazes to Zero Wing's players. Not only was Zero Wing Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, but its main headquarters was also located in White River City. Moreover, It had amazing growth potential and a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. To put it simply, the guild was in its heyday if Zero Wing secured the management rights to White River City's auction house. Not only would it solidify its position as the kingdom's overlord, but it would also have a stable source of income, further increasing its chances of becoming a superpower. However, rather than envying Zero Wing's players, the various major powers members only watched them with pity or delight. They actually dared to show up. Dust Blood, who stood outside of the arena, sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members. Do they really think that they can secure this auction house just because their headquarters is located here? Zero Wing had only dispatched a little over 100 players to the auction arena. It was a significant number compared to the various large guilds, who had only sent around 30 players each. In fact, the size of its group was only second to the various participating superpowers. However, most of the large guilds attending the competition were only there to spectate. They didn't actually plan to compete, so they hadn't needed to send a lot of members. The fact that Zero Wing had sent so many players proved its intentions. The guild would be participating in the competition. Although Zero Wing was Starmoon Kingdom's overlord, the Bloodbath family simply considered the guild a mere mountain king. It wasn't an issue if Zero Wing strutted around its kingdom normally. However, even the Bloodbath family had only sent around 40 players to such a grand event to gain experience. Yet Zero Wing had dispatched more than 100 players to try to win this competition. Zero Wing simply overestimated itself. Maybe Zero Wing is putting up a final fight for its survival, the gray-robed young man said. Sighing after all was said and done, White River City was Zero Wing's main headquarters. If another power claimed the city's auction house, Zero Wing would lose the foundation it had spent so much time to build. The loss would be unimaginably dire for the guild. The competition for dominance in God's domain grew more intense as time passed. If a guild failed to keep up with the changing times, the gap between it and others would only grow. Losing one's main headquarters during these rapidly changing times would be fatal, especially for a new guild like Zero Wing. Its members had yet to acquire a sense of belonging and cohesiveness with how recently the guild had been established, and it wouldn't be surprising to see Zero Wing disband shortly after losing White River City. Unfortunately, everything weaker than the various superpowers was nothing more than an ant. This was the case true for a top-ranked first-rate guild like the Bloodbath family. At one time, the Bloodbath family had been recognized as a pseudo-super first-rate guild, but it was still no match for Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor in the Dark Knight Empire. The Bloodbath family was also wise enough not to harbor thoughts of antagonizing these three superpowers in the virtual gaming world. Unless one was on the brink of becoming a superpower, they couldn't truly understand what a superpower was to the various guilds and players in God's domain. Superpowers were, at most, guilds with greater financial strength and more experts than their weaker companions. Most didn't understand that the difference between a superpower and an ordinary power didn't lay in quantity, but in quality. Otherwise, the Bloodbath family would have become a super first-rate guild long ago. Rather than a pseudo-super first-rate guild, it was after so many years of development, several dozen players in level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment stood some distance away from the Bloodbath family group. These several dozen players radiated such intense killing intent as they watched Zero Wing's members that other guild experts around them kept their distance. However, the other experts weren't afraid of these layers because of the dense killing intent they radiated. Instead, they were wary because those players wore Sin Realm's guild emblem. Sin Realm was the Purple Thorns Kingdom's absolute overlord. Unlike Zero Wing, which only controlled a little more than a dozen major NPC cities in Starmoon Kingdom, Sin Realm controlled every NPC city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Ordinary guilds couldn't afford to provoke it. To think that even you would have such a day, Zero Wing. Skyview, Warring Empire's former guild leader, said gleefully, a hint of madness flashing his eyes as he watched Shifeng's group after Zero Wing had destroyed Golden Flow Town. The Warring Empire had perished in Starmoon Kingdom. In the end, he had no choice but to migrate to the Purple Thorns Kingdom and join Sin Realm with some of his trusted subordinates. He had instantly fallen from a guild's leader to an ordinary elder. He hated Zero Wing deeply for this. Unfortunately, he hadn't had any opportunities for revenge against the guild since Zero Wing was so powerful, especially with its war weapons. Even the various superpowers likely had headaches when dealing with Zero Wing's arsenal, much less a former guild leader. Fortunately, the heavens would not forsake the faithful. After such a long wait, he finally had the chance to watch the moment Zero Wing fell from its throne. Zero Wing has gotten too full of itself after acquiring its powerful war weapons and blatantly proving superpowers left and right. The guild is too young. Now that the situation in God's domain has changed, Zero Wing can only blame itself for its downfall. Lone Beacon, who sat beside Skyview, calmly commented, "One should never casually provoke a superpower." Take Sin Realm, for example. Despite so many experts and support from powerful corporations, Sin Realm only dared to call itself Overlord in its own kingdom. It actively avoided superpowers territories. However, Zero Wing repeated provoked superpowers even with no backing. Even Lone Beacon admired the guild's courage. However, regardless of Zero Wing's powerful war weapons, White River City would have a new owner today. While the various major powers discussed Zero Wing, a group of players entered the auction arena, causing a massive uproar. What? Even Nature Hall's members have come. Everyone was surprised to see Nature Hall's members in the arena. Nature Hall was one of the fastest growing superpowers in God's domain. Not only did it control the Storm Empire, but it also had close relations with several powerful top adventurer teams in the game. Although these top adventurer teams weren't as large as superpowers, they had extraordinarily strong experts. It was rumored that some of these experts could even rival super first-rate guilds and super guilds' peak experts, with some even rivaling superpowers' old monsters. Hence, even the various superpowers avoided provoking Nature Hall. Right now, the Storm Empire is so far away from Starmoon Kingdom. Logically, there's no reason for Nature Hall to contest for White River City. Could it be here because of the issue with Twilight Echo? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, Nature Hall wouldn't have sent Deep Thunder, its first vice guild leader. Furthermore, no one knows what Zero Wing did to convince Nature Hall to give up on Twilight Echo. And because of this, Nature Hall has been humiliated in the Storm Empire. Zero Wing is definitely dead now. It had already provoked Blackwater and Starlink, and now, even Nature Hall has shown up. After today, Zero Wing will have no place in White River City. As everyone discussed Nature Hall's presence, they agreed that Zero Wing was truly doomed. Even other superpowers would suffer if they had to face three rising superpowers like Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall, not to mention Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Mu Lingsha saw Nature Hall's members from her top-floor VIP room, her expression turned grim. It's over. It's really over. Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall. Every one of these guilds was stronger than Unyielding Soul. Not even her guild would casually provoke any of these three superpowers. Yet Zero Wing had angered all of them. All of Zero Wing's enemies smiled joyfully, especially Sky View and Shadowlight Axe, the former guild leaders of Warring Empire and Knight's Judgment. Meanwhile, after arriving, Deep Thunder and his team headed towards Zero Wing's members, but as everyone expected a fight to break out. Guild leader Black Flame, after such a short time apart, it seems that you've grown stronger yet again, Deep Thunder said amicably as he approached Surefoam. Our guild leader has sent me with a specific order to help Zero Wing in this competition. If you encounter any trouble, please feel free to use my team and me as you see fit. Please send my gratitude to Guild Leader Nature. Zero Wing will remember this kindness, Surefoam said, nodding. He realized that Nature Hall was trying to befriend his guild. Not at all. It's a small matter. When Deep Thunder heard Surefoam's reply, he grinned with greater delight, recognizing that Surefoam had accepted Nature Hall's attempt to form a friendship with Zero Wing. When the various major powers representatives saw this, their jaws dropped in shock. Chapter 2084. There's more than one backer. What's going on? Isn't Nature Hall here to cause trouble for Zero Wing? Deep Thunder's behavior stupefied the various major powers. They could not understand what Nature Hall was trying to pull her, those people using disguises? The Bloodbath family's Dust Blood muttered in confusion. Nature Hall had already grown stronger than super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Such a powerful guild should disdain ordinary super first-rate guilds, let alone Zero Wing. However, after watching the exchange between Horrifying and Deep Thunder, one would think that Zero Wing was the true superpower, not Nature Hall. No matter how Dust Blood considered the situation, he couldn't understand what was happening. He met Deep Thunder personally. Although God's Domain has many tools that can disguise a player, they can't replicate a target's strength and aura, the gray-robed young man said, shaking his head. That Deep Thunder looks and feels exactly like the one I've met. Moreover, Deep Thunder wields the Magic Warrior hidden class. You can feel a special kind of mana around him at all times. No tool can duplicate that feeling. Then, why is that Deep Thunder treating Black Flame so graciously? Dust Blood asked, clearly confused. I don't know. Maybe Nature Hall has some secret deal with Black Flame, the young man said. He was just as confused and didn't know how to answer his companion's question with Nature Hall's strength and development speed. Not even the secret pavilion would be able to stop it from targeting Zero Wing without tremendous compensation. The gray-robed young man had no idea what ability Zero Wing possessed to warrant Nature Hall's goodwill. Moreover, Nature Hall seemed to be desperate for Zero Wing's approval. The only explanation he could think of involved some private deal between Black Flame and Nature Hall's core upper echelons, convincing the larger guild to give up on Twilight Echo and support Zero Wing. No wonder why Zero Wing's members seem so fearless. It turns out they actually have Nature Hall's support, Dust Blood said, sneering. However, a trace of envy and admiration could be seen in his gaze. Although the Bloodbath family was a top-ranked first-rate guild and only a short distance from becoming an actual superpower, it could not afford to provoke some of the small guilds in its territory. Most of those small guilds were backed by superpowers. Even if Zero Wing lost White River City today, it could slowly recuperate its strength. It still wasn't an existence that ordinary powers could afford to provoke. As for Black Flame's private deal with Nature Hall, this was likely the case. After all, Black Flame possessed extraordinary individual strength. It wasn't surprising to find someone so powerful connected to certain influential individuals. In fact, the more Dust Blood thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. It certainly explained why Zero Wing dared to provoke Blackwater and Starlink openly. Dust Blood wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The various major powers' upper echelons had reached the same conclusion. One should not underestimate Nature Hall, just because its territory was smaller than Blackwater and Starlink's. Nature Hall's Storm Empire was an Or country, far more valuable than the Steel Empire or Dark Knight Empire. Nature Hall had no reason to fear Blackwater or Starlink. Meanwhile, in another corner, Sin Realm's members were silent. The killing intent they radiated had also lessened. None of them had thought that Zero Wing had any backers, but in truth, it seemed that a titan stood behind the smaller guild. With Nature Hall's assistance, Zero Wing might actually hold White River City and solidify its position as Starmoon Kingdom's overlord. Zero Wing has an alliance with Nature Hall. Glaring hatefully at Horrifying, Skyview hissed, "So what if you have Nature Hall support? Nature Hall might not fear Blackwater and Starlink, but it is only one superpower. There are more than two superpowers for White River City. I refuse to believe Nature Hall can defeat them all." Sin Realm's members nodded in agreement. This competition for the auction house was unique, and even if Nature Hall helped Zero Wing defeat the participating superpowers, there were others in God's domain. Zero Wing would not change its fate of losing White River City. However, while the crowd discussed the relationship between Nature Hall and Zero Wing, two players, one young and one old, approached Horrifying. These two were none other than Xianxia, an unknown King Guild leader. Black Flame, I am Cheng. My granddaughter, Xianxia, has recently been in your care. If Zero Wing encounters any trouble, please feel free to request my help. Although I have withdrawn from the front lines, I dare say that I am still a capable fighter, Unknown King said, chuckling as he glanced at the various major powers in the auction arena. Sin Realm and the other superpowers that were so eager to watch Zero Wing's downfall were stupefied after watching Cheng and Mu Lingsha speak with Shifeng. What? Why is Thousand Hands doing here? What relationship does Zero Wing have with Unyielding Soul to warrant a personal visit from its former guild leader? The auction arena stirred at Mu Cheng's appearance. The various major powers weren't the only ones surprised by this old man's arrival. Many independent players were just as shocked to see Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was one of the older generation's experts. He had been a big shot in the virtual gaming world when Unyielding Soul had been at its peak, and when he had still been active, everyone had known his nickname, Thousand Hands. He had been known as one of the top 3 assassins in the virtual gaming world. If his physical deterioration hadn't forced him away from the front lines, Unyielding Soul wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Why wouldn't everyone be shocked to see such a big shot greet Zero Wing and offer its help? Deep Thunder, who stood a short distance away, was also surprised to see this old man. He hadn't considered that Zero Wing would have such deep ties to Unyielding Soul, so much so that Unyielding Soul's former guild leader would make a personal appearance. Deep Thunder immediately raised his evaluation of Zero Wing. Who is this Black Flame? 2 superpowers have actually shown up to support him. Dustblood's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw Mu Cheng talk to Shifeng. Although Mu Cheng had retired and was no longer at his peak strength, he could display a significant portion of his abilities with the latest virtual reality technology in God's domain. He definitely shouldn't be underestimated. If Mu Cheng really lent Zero Wing a helping hand, the outcome of this competition would be uncertain. Damn it. Why? This has to be a trick. Sky View was utterly flabbergasted. First, Nature Hall had offered its support, and now, so did Unyielding Soul. He simply couldn't keep up, unlike the players in the auction arena. The spectating crowd outside grew excited with the sudden development. No one had believed that Zero Wing had any backers, and despite its hopes of becoming a super first-rate guild, its chances were actually quite slim. However, they now realized that they had been mistaken. Not only did Zero Wing have 2 backers, but both were also true superpowers. Factoring in Zero Wing's development speed, the likelihood of it becoming a super first-rate guild was extremely high. Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul, Galaxy Past, who sat in one of the spectator rooms on the 2nd floor, couldn't help his bitter smile as he watched Deep Thunder and Mu Cheng. He had thought that Star Alliance had significantly shortened the gap between it and Zero Wing. He hadn't expected that Zero Wing had hidden so much power. He had watched Zero Wing grow from nothing, and he had assumed that he had seen everything the guild had to offer. Unfortunately, it seemed that he still underestimated Zero Wing's strength. Meanwhile, Purple Eye watched Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, who stood beside their guild leader, in envy. She had thought of the 2 women as rivals, but now they were utterly out of her reach. Now that Zero Wing had the support of 2 superpowers, it could definitely ascend to the upper levels of God's domain in the future. While everyone talked about Zero Wing, a commotion erupted outside of the arena. Shortly after, a group of 400-plus players entered. Even the lowest level player among this group was level 64, with their weakest piece of equipment being level 60 fine gold rank. They all wore Starlink's guild emblem, and a dozen or so players in the lead possessed several epic weapons and equipment, wearing no less than level 60 dark gold items. A faint glow enveloped these dozen or so players, as if they were the incarnations of God's Mu Lingsha was stunned. Not even Unyielding Soul's main force was likely a match for these players. Sure enough, they've come. Mu Cheng's expression gradually became serious as he watched the leaders of Starlink's force. Chapter 2085, Glory. There were many experts in the magnificent auction arena. Some among them even served as pillars in their large guilds, and there were quite a few peak experts from the various superpowers. However, when Starlink's members entered the arena, everyone gasped as they felt the intense pressure emitting from these players. Starlink's members didn't feel like players, but great lords. The crowd subconsciously submitted as those players' aura washed over them. Even peak experts felt the threat of death from the dozen or so Starlink members in the lead. Why are they here? Deep Thunder's expression similarly changed when he saw Starlink's members, surprise and fear flashing in his eyes. Grandpa, who are those people? Why do even superpowers peak experts seem afraid of them? Mu Lingsha could not help but ask as she watched the various spectating superpowers peak experts in confusion. While it was true that Starlink's members were strong, the watching peak experts were as well. Even if there were a difference between superpower strength, there should be no reason for the spectating peak experts to fear Starlink's experts. But every one of their faces twisted with anxiety. Her grandfather, Mu Chung, was a true domain realm expert, and his nickname of Thousand Hands was no trivial matter. Although he had grown weaker with age, he could still easily handle peak experts. However, when her grandfather saw the dozen or so players leading Starlink's team, he seemed to share the spectating expert's trepidation. She found this situation truly baffling. Zero Wing really has no chance in the struggle for White River City now. Mu Chung could not help his bitter smile as he watched Starlink's leading members. He had thought that they could help Zero Wing hold White River City with a combination of Nature Hall's assistance and his fame. After all, the various participating superpowers had their own NPC cities to prioritize. They would only be able to dispatch a limited portion of their strength to secure White River City's auction house. However, it seemed he had underestimated Starlink's feelings towards Zero Wing. Are they really that strong? Mu Lingxia was even more surprised by her grandfather's comment. They're not just strong. Against these people, even veteran super guilds like the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple would have to take their opponents seriously. Otherwise, their defeat would be almost guaranteed. Mu Chung explained as he watched the four white-haired men among Starlink's team. To think that Starlink would recruit the four shadow demons. I've known that Starlink has been gathering an extraordinary amount of strength in secret, but I hadn't thought that it was so capable. Even Unyielding Soul is likely in danger. The four shadow demons? After giving the name some thought, Mu Lingxia asked in surprise, are they the four lunatics that shook up the various superpowers years ago? The four shadow demons have been very well known more than a decade ago, but unlike the name suggested, these four didn't operate as a group. They hadn't even known each other. Acting independently, these four people had earned the nickname Four Shadow Demons because of how much trouble they had caused the various superpowers, killing countless experts and peak experts. Not even Unyielding Soul had been spared from the four shadow demons' mischief. All four of these players were madmen. Moreover, they were independent players, and as a result, the various superpowers had a very difficult time tracking them down and dealing with them during the height of their troublemaking. These four had been a hot topic among the general populace, so the Secret Pavilion had named them the Four Shadow Demons, a nickname that had spread across the virtual gaming world of various superpowers. Had the greatest headache trying to deal with players like the Four Shadow Demons. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also insufferable lunatics. With all four of these madmen here, it was easy to imagine how frightening this competition would be. Meanwhile, hundreds of players wearing Blackwater's guild emblem sat quietly in one of the top-floor VIP rooms. The inflexible, middle-aged man who led the group looked down at Shifeng, watching the swordsman with a smug grin. If Shifeng were there, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as Jing Yang, the Blackwater representative that had visited Zero Wing's main headquarters not long ago. Sure enough, Vice Guild leader was right. Starlink has secretly recruited those four old ghosts, Jing Yang said, smiling. I doubt even Zero Wing would have thought this could happen. Then, should we take action now? Snowscar asked as he glanced at Shifeng. No, it is too soon. Let's wait until the competition officially begins before we teach Zero Wing the meaning of despair. Even if we say nothing, Zero Wing will beg us to take their combat puppets, Jing Yang said. Laughing, the arena's atmosphere had drastically changed when the four shadow demons had appeared. Everyone had been optimistic about Zero Wing's success in the competition. The guild had support from two superpowers. Potential was limitless, however. Such thoughts had been abandoned. It seems Zero Wing has reached the end of the line. Melody, you better give up now. Zero Wing can no longer back Ninth Heaven. Only Setting Sun can ensure Ninth Heaven's glory in Forest City. Now, a young, handsome male half-elf said. Zero Wing might have been able to deal with the Death God Workshop, but now that it's on the brink of destruction, how could it possibly afford to help your guild? Don't think that Starlink only has the four shadow demons. The dozen or so experts around them aren't ordinary, either. Take that blue-armored swordsman, for example. He has earned the nickname Illusion Swordsman, and his combat standards are on par with Miracle Dragons. There's also that tall shield warrior. He's called Mountain Horn and can rival Cuttlefish. The Iron Wall from Crimson Emperor. Every one of those people is an absolute peak expert. Moreover, Starlink has given all of them epic weapons and equipment. Just these people's strength is more than enough to make a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Souls suffer in a bitter battle, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. Could Zero Wing really be doomed? Melody wondered as she looked at Sherfone. She had no rebuttal for the half-elf man. He had only spoken the truth even with two supporting superpowers. Zero Wing wasn't a match for the full force of another superpower unlike Melody's despair. Skyview was overjoyed, so what if you have two superpowers to support you? Black Flame? It can't change the fact that you will watch as someone takes White River City from you. Skyview threw his head back and laughed when he had watched one big shot after another stand up for Zero Wing. He had sighed at his own weakness, but who would have thought that the situation would change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Zero Wing had enjoyed endless glory in the auction arena since it arrived, but in the end, it was still an ant on the chessboard of God's domain. The guild was still easy prey for superpowers as everyone chatted amongst themselves. A bell abruptly rang, echoing throughout White River City as it signaled the start of the auction arena's competition. Chapter 2086, Expert Foundations. White River City fell silent as the sound of the starting bell echoed throughout its streets. Almost everyone's breathing quickened in anticipation as they stared intently at the magic mirrors lining the business district, afraid to miss a single moment of the upcoming struggle. Many players outside of White River City had pulled up Starmoon Kingdom's official forums to watch the live streams for a moment. This competition had rendered the entire kingdom silent. The spectators in the auction arena itself tensed as they quietly watched the massive globe of water that had appeared above the arena. The gigantic globe displayed the qualifying rounds rules, which were unlike those of any competition previously held in the auction arena. The previous competitions have been fighting tournaments or betting matches between players. The rewards have been subpar, and very few players have been interested in taking part, although any player could join these competitions. However, since this competition involved the management rights to White River City's auction house, the system had set up a qualifying round before the official matches. Only those who passed the qualifiers could join the official struggle. If one failed to meet the requirements, all of the resources in the world couldn't help them. It's just a qualifying round. Yet the participation fee is so high. The spectating players gasped when they saw the participation cost of one epic material. Epic materials were still incredibly rare among the various large guilds. An ordinary large guild would be fortunate to accumulate around 30 epic materials. Such items even had an extremely low drop rate in 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the main god system had reduced the drop rate to 0 for players that exceeded the dungeon's level limit to prevent players from abusing low-level team dungeons. Sending low-level members to grind these team dungeons was also useless for a guild. These players wouldn't be able to raid the dungeons, even if their guilds gave them top-tier equipment. Team dungeons tested players' combat standards as well as their equipment standards, and it would be extremely foolish for a guild to have its members with high combat standards maintain low levels. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, they'd encounter more fortuitous opportunities. Instructing experts to remain at a lower level would ruin the guild and the player's development. Because of this, the various major powers had stockpiled very few epic materials, yet the auction arena charged 1 epic material per participant, and every participating power had brought at least several dozen members. However, despite the crowd's sentiments, more than 100 powers paid the participation fee. Starlink, in particular, paid for more than 400 participants. When they saw this, the spectators couldn't help but shudder. Even the independent players watching from outside of the auction house couldn't help but gape in shock. Everyone had known before this that the various superpowers shouldn't be provoked and possessed wealth that far surpassed first-rate guilds. But they were still blown away when they saw how many members the various superpowers had dispatched for this competition. Moreover, this was only for one city. Many of these superpowers were contesting for multiple city superpowers could truly kill people with wealth alone. So, this is a superpower? Melody was even more distraught when she saw how many Starlink members would take part in this struggle, setting aside its members' combat standards. The fact that Starlink had the financial strength to dispatch more than 400 players was enough to devastate second-rate guilds like Ninth Heaven. The competition for the auction house didn't operate like a fighting tournament. In the official competition, players would be evenly distributed on 5 separate, spacious battlefields. Players would then have to slaughter each other and claim the energy crystals that would randomly fall from above. Whichever power had the most energy crystals at the end of the competition would secure the auction house's management rights. However, not only were players prohibited from using tools on the battlefield, but they were also banned from using large-scale spells. The main god system truly was intent on testing the participating powers' comprehensive strength. It didn't allow any trickery whatsoever, although Zero Wing had dispatched 112 players to this competition, even more than top-ranked first-rate guilds like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation. It paled in comparison to Starlink's 400-plus members. Moreover, King's Return had sent 300-plus members, Blackwater had dispatched 200-plus, and Pantheon had arrived with 200-plus members. None of these superpowers should be underestimated. The other superpowers were mostly here to watch, not planning to compete for White River City. So they had only paid for a few members to participate for the experience. Although the various superpowers foundations had shocked the crowd, what happened next utterly stupefied everyone. Watching each of the qualifying rounds, participating players was teleported to an independent room, all of which had over a dozen trolls. The weakest of these trolls was a lord, while the strongest was a great lord, and each room had a total of 3 great lords. All of the trolls were level 65, slightly higher than the participating players' average level. Players had to defeat 3 level 65 great lords and more than 10 level 65 lords in the qualifying round. Even ordinary experts would flee from such a monster group, yet the system wanted them to survive against these monsters for 1 minute. To make matters worse, players couldn't use tools. Many of the expert players in the arena despaired when they saw how difficult this qualifying round would be. The system joking, "The system must be crazy. I can't even last 30 seconds against 1 level 65 Great Lord, much less against 3 of them." At first, many of the watching experts had hated themselves for not having any epic materials and losing out on the perfect opportunity to make a name for themselves. But after seeing the qualifying round challenge, they were relieved. If they had paid to participate, they would have wasted an epic material for nothing, as expected of the auction house's struggle. This is amazing. The qualifying round already has such high standards. This trip here was definitely worth it. The standards are indeed quite high. I'm afraid that most of the participants will be disqualified during this round. Only those superpowers will have a significant number of experts make it to the true competition. The small guilds that are trying to make a name for themselves will likely be disappointed. Although, aside from those superpowers, I'm fairly certain that the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family, the Glory Empire's Holy Reincarnation, and the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Sin Realm will have quite a few members past the qualifying round. That's probably true. Not only are those guilds supported by powerful corporations, but they also have plenty of expert members. Zero Wing really is unlucky. It should have had a fighting chance since it dispatched 40 or so more players than the participating first-rate guilds. But after this round, Zero Wing will likely have far fewer members in the official competition than the first-rate guilds. That's right. Although Zero Wing has been developing wonderfully recently, it hasn't had enough time to develop to a sufficient level. Its foundations simply cannot compare to veteran first-rate guilds. If Zero Wing had accepted some major company or corporation's investments, it would have likely been a match for guilds like the Bloodbath family and Sin Realm. Everyone talked about the competition's qualifying round. They all had guesses about how many players from the participating guilds would make it to the competition after this round. However, nobody questioned the various superpowers' performances, comparing the first-rate guild's abilities. Instead, 1 minute passed quickly, and excited, Everyone shifted their attention to the massive water globe hovering over the auction arena. They couldn't wait to see how the participating powers would perform. Thousand Light Family. 9 people past Blast Adventure Team. 5 people past Bloodbath Family. 32 people past Star Alliance. 17 people past Sin Realm. 26 people past Holy Reincarnation. 35 people past King's Return. 237 people past Pantheon. 175 people past Blackwater. 204 people past Starlink. 339 people past Zero Wing. 107 people past. Chapter 2087, Passing Rate. What's going on? I thought Zero Wing only sent 112 members. How did so many of them pass? The players in the auction arena stared with wide eyes when they saw how many Zero Wing members had made it through the qualifiers. Unable to believe their eyes, the various major powers waiting for the official competition's start were just as baffled as possible. The system must have made a mistake. Skyview practically shouted when he saw the numbers on the water globe. Zero Wing had only paid for 112 participating members in the qualifying round, yet 107 of them had made it through. This passing rate was absolutely horrifying. Only about 55% of the teams from top-ranked first-rate guilds like Bloodbath Family, Sin Realm, and Holy Reincarnation had passed the trial. Even then, it was impressive. Ordinary first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance only had a 40% passing rate as, for the various participating superpowers, even the best-performing guild, Blackwater, had only managed 88% of its team, yet 5% of Zero Wing's members had cleared the qualifying round, surpassing Blackwater. No matter how Skyview thought about the situation, he couldn't believe its superpowers had plenty of experts and detailed training programs that were particularly efficient when nurturing players. Ordinary powers simply couldn't compare. Moreover, the players that were powerful enough to be considered for this competition were the various powers experts among experts, yet Zero Wing had surpassed all of them. Skyview wasn't the only confused player. Not even the various major powers members could fathom how Zero Wing had built such a powerful foundation. Zero Wing is amazing. Its passing rate is even higher than those superpowers. Didn't they say that Zero Wing hasn't had enough time to develop, and its foundation regarding expert players is weak? Why do I feel like Zero Wing's expert foundation is even stronger than those top-ranked first-rate guilds? When the independent players watching from outside of the auction house saw Zero Wing's passing rate, they re-evaluated their opinions of the guild, especially the expert players from other kingdoms and empires based on the passing rates. It was, more or less, clear that Zero Wing's expert foundation was no weaker than top-ranked first-rate guilds. In fact, it might even be slightly stronger than its competition. The difference is actually so great. Galaxy Past was at a loss for words as he stared at the magic water globe. He had thought that the Star Alliance had a chance against Zero Wing's expert foundation. After developing for so long, the Star Alliance had grown considerably. Nowadays, God Domain's popularity continued to increase, and more people joined the game every day. As a result, more experts continued to rise. Not only had the Star Alliance successfully nurtured a lot of experts, but it had also recruited experts from elsewhere. The guild was many times stronger than when it had joined God's Domain. However, only 40% of the Star Alliance's players had made it through the qualifying round, while 5% of Zero Wing's players had succeeded. No matter how Galaxy Pass looked at it, the Star Alliance wasn't on the same playing field as Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Melody, who watched from a private spectator room, saw the passing rates, the darkness in her eyes vanished. She couldn't help her growing excitement, as if she had just seen a ray of hope illuminate a dark sky. However, despite Melody's elation, the half-elf man beside her remained unperturbed and, assuming that you think Zero Wing now has some hope of holding White River City, right? The half-elf man said as he glanced at Phone, who stood in the auction arena. Unfortunately, that is still impossible. Zero Wing's passing rate is amazing, but no matter how many players made it through the last round, Zero Wing still only has 107 members participating in the official competition. Compared to the 4 participating superpowers, that is nothing. Even Pantheon, the superpower with the fewest members in the competition, has 68 more players than Zero Wing. At the end of the day, This competition is a test of a guild's comprehensive strength. Zero Wing might be able to deal with top-ranking first-rate guilds like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation, but it doesn't have the power to contend with superpowers. But although Melody wanted to argue, she knew his words were true when she saw how calmly the various superpowers members had reacted to Zero Wing's results, even the various top-ranked first-rate guilds, whose members had been surprised to see Zero Wing's success a moment ago, regained their composure as they realized that the strength Zero Wing had displayed did nothing to change its circumstances. Meanwhile, an old man in black armor with a slightly hunched back stood at the lead of King's Return's team in the auction arena. After taking a look at the water globe, this old man smiled and turned to Mu Chung, who stood a short distance away. Brother Mu, long time no see. I hadn't expected to see you in action again. I certainly didn't expect to find you here, the hunchbacked man said, smiling here as well. So what's so strange about my presence? Mu Chung asked the old man. Although his tone was disdainful, vigilance filled his gaze as he addressed the hunchbacked old man. He was vigilant because this man was one of King's Return's old monsters. He had risen to fame more than 3 decades ago, earning the nickname Blind Man. While his nickname sounded demeaning, the older generation's expert players knew it was by no means an insult. In fact, it was the highest form of praise. This old man was truly blind in the real world. But since virtual reality games connected to the brain directly, they allowed people with disabilities to function as if they had none in the game world. Naturally, those with sight disabilities could see normally in the game world. However, not only did Blind Man recover his sight in virtual reality games, but his sight was also far sharper than the ordinary person's. By relying on his superior sight, he had carved a place for himself in the virtual gaming world. The secret pavilion had even called him the all-seeing sword saint. Even when Mu Chung had been at his peak, he had only been able to win 4 out of 10 fights with Blind Man. Have you heard that you have a close relationship with Zero Wing? Is that true? Unfortunately, our King's Return has a little enmity with one of that guild's little fellows. How about this? If you don't help Zero Wing, we won't target the guild, Blind Man asked. Chuckling, Blind Man's suggestion rendered Mu Chung speechless. It seemed that Zero Wing wasn't satisfied with provoking superpowers like Starlink and Blackwater, but it had provoked King's Return as well. However, when Mu Chung saw that more than 200 people standing behind Blind Man and compared them to the dozen or so subordinates behind himself, he could not help but nod helplessly, replying, "Fine, it's a deal." Mu Chung then turned to look at the distant phone and muttered to himself, "This is the most I can do to help you." When the various major powers members overheard the old men's conversation, they couldn't help but send Zero Wing sneers and looks of pity. Zero Wing is always so arrogant, provoking so many superpowers. Now, these superpowers want retribution. Ha ha. So what if more than 100 players from Zero Wing made it through the qualifiers? In the end, its efforts mean nothing. Now that Zero Wing had lost one of its capable supporters, its chances of holding White River City had fallen even further. Time passed quickly. After another 2 minutes, the qualifying players were distributed across 5 different battlefields. Each battlefield was the size of a small leveling map, easily accommodating tens of thousands of players. The rules for this competition were quite simple. The competition had a 3-hour time limit, and throughout its duration, energy crystals would randomly fall into the battlefield. The power that secured the most energy crystals after 3 hours would be crowned as the victor when the bell rang throughout the 5 battlefields. The official competition began as every player in Starmoon Kingdom watched everyone. Listen up. Prioritize Zero Wing's members above all others. When the competition began, the various major powers issued commands to target Zero Wing to curry favor with the various superpowers. I found some of Zero Wing's members here. Good. Get rid of them first. We'll fight for the energy crystals later. As soon as the major powers members discovered Zero Wings, they charged toward them. Zero Wing, die. Skyview sneered when he saw the beauty observing her surroundings. He immediately charged at the woman from Zero Wing alongside a dozen or so of his subordinates. Chapter 2088, Suppressing Enemies with One Move. As the official competition began, Zero Wing spectating members paled the auction arena's competition should have been a free-for-all between the various participating superpowers. But now, almost every player targeted Zero Wing. These superpowers moved as if they had already made an agreement. How can this be? Melody, who watched the competition through a magic mirror, was utterly devastated as she watched the various powers experts work together against Zero Wing's members. Dealing with several superpowers in this competition was one thing. After all, the auction arena had 5 independent battlefields, and players would be randomly distributed across them. Combined, these hostile superpowers only had around 1,000 members in total, and after being split between 5 battlefields, their numbers thinned. Locating Zero Wing's members across such a large map wouldn't be easy with so few players. Moreover, victory in the auction arena didn't depend on the number of kills one had. Players simply needed to contest for the energy crystals that would appear. As long as Zero Wing avoided confrontation with these several superpowers and focused on securing energy crystals, it definitely had hope of securing White River City's auction house. However, that hope was dashed if those superpowers worked together. While the various powers might not have as many participating members as the various superpowers, when combined, they easily outnumbered the more powerful guilds by 3 or 4 times. Even if the battlefields were quite large, locating Zero Wing's members wouldn't be a challenge if all of these powers cooperated. I told you long ago that the various superpowers in God's domain are not as simple as you. Zero Wing has severely underestimated its enemies since the very beginning as well. Zero Wing doesn't have the slightest chance of winning this competition, the half-elf man said calmly. This competition is simply Zero Wing's execution. Rather than military strength, the various superpowers' influence over lesser guilds was truly frightening. The various participating powers understood that they would reach greater heights instantly if they could curry favor with a superpower. This was also why the various powers had become jealous when they had learned that 2 superpowers backed Zero Wing. Normally, trying to gain a superpower support wasn't easy, but Zero Wing had presented the perfect opportunity to do just that. While the half-elf man expressed his opinion, Skyview and the dozen or so experts from other powers on battlefield number 4 closed in on the beautiful woman wearing a 6-winged emblem. The magic mirrors along the city's business district displayed the scene clearly. Isn't that beauty Graceful Moon, the former Firecloud Fox Adventurer Team's vice commander? An expert from the Black Dragon Empire asked. Recognizing the woman on the magic mirror, immediately she's Graceful Moon. I had heard that she used to be quite strong, only slightly off from becoming one of the top 100 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire. Many first-rate guilds had tried to recruit her. I had never thought that she would join Zero Wing. But she's not very lucky. A group of enemies spotted her right off the bat. She'll likely be the first person to disqualify from the competition, a level 63 male ranger said, sighing as he gazed at Graceful Moon's beauty. She's not just unlucky, she's extremely unlucky. Setting aside Skyview, one of Sin Realm's newly minted 10 great experts, the man and woman beside him are exceptional experts. A level 64 Guardian Knight commented. That glamorous woman is elegant insanity, one of Holy Reincarnation's rising geniuses. I've heard that she's the second-ranked assassin in her guild. If not for her lack of achievements, she would have ranked on the God's Domain experts list long ago. As for that stalwart, silver-armored man, he's Howling Earth, one of the Bloodbath family's top 4 berserkers. He also has the hidden class, Blood Rage Warrior. The lower his HP gets, the greater his combat power becomes. He previously defeated 2 experts from the God's Domain experts list. Those 2 working together would be enough to trouble a peak expert. Include the other powers experts. Even a peak expert would have to flee. Everyone around the level 64 Guardian Knight gasped in shock. Even a superpower's peak experts would have to flee if they encountered such a force without support. Not to mention Graceful Moon, who hadn't even ranked among the top 100 of her class in the Black Dragon Empire when the spectating crowd discussed Graceful Moon's opponents. Skyview and his companions surrounded her. Skyview shouted as the surrounding mana surged to him, increasing the intensity of his aura. He felt like a humanoid great lord. He then launched the Tier 2 curse, violent flame spears at Graceful Moon, sending 28 fiery spears toward the woman from multiple directions. Howling Earth also shouted, and his muscles bulged as he leaped up with his giant warhammer raised. He swung his weapon down toward Graceful Moon like a mountain descending on the female summoner. In contrast, Elegant Insanity vanished, waiting patiently for an opportunity to land a fatal blow. The three experts cooperated as if they had fought together for many years. Their attack's timing was perfect, leaving Graceful Moon no room to dodge as the war hammer and flame spears flew toward the level 65 summoner. Graceful Moon, who had stood motionless, finally made her move. She raised Fallen Language, her epic staff, and summoned a level 70, Great Lord-ranked Steel-Armed Ape. At the same time, 3 level 70 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians appeared around her. The Rock Guardians were elemental creatures, so their innate magic resistance was quite high. The 3 Rock Guardians served as an impenetrable wall, stopping every incoming flame spear. The Stead-Armed Ape stood 3 meters tall and was covered in golden magic circuits, which had been tattooed across its body. With arms thicker than its legs, the Steel-Armed Ape swung at the descending war hammer boom. With the sound of an explosion, Howling Earth was thrown back. When he landed, he discovered that both of his arms had numbed. The Steel-Armed Ape's strength definitely surpassed that of ordinary Great Lords. However, while Howling Earth had flown through the air, a black figure had appeared beside Graceful Moon. This figure was none other than Elegant Insanity. The snow-white dagger in her right hand silently slid toward Graceful Moon's throat like a cunning snake. Since Graceful Moon had just finished casting a spell, and her physique as a summoner wasn't formidable, she had no defensive options to protect herself from Elegant Insanity's swift, silent attack, just as everyone expected to see the assassin's attack land. A gigantic stone palm appeared above Elegant Insanity's head, descending on the female assassin like a falling mountain. She had no choice but to abandon her attack and evade. However, as Elegant Insanity tried to dodge the Rock Guardian's attack, the remaining 2 Rock Guardians attacked the assassin's blind spots as if they had prepared for this moment. Caught off guard, Elegant Insanity couldn't dodge or block any of the incoming attacks. Damn it. Elegant Insanity frowned. She immediately activated Wind Steps, using the brief moment of invulnerability to survive the attack's pump. With 2 muffled sounds, Elegant Insanity was thrown like a cannonball, only stopping after she crashed into a large tree. Although she didn't take any damage, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes when she looked at Graceful Moon against a coordinated attack from 3 powerful experts like herself, Skyview, and Howling Earth. Even a peak expert would have to use a life-saving skill or face impending death. However, these 3 were actually at a disadvantage against Graceful Moon. The spectating players outside of the arena gaped in shock as they watched the events unfold. The Black Dragon Empire's experts, who were familiar with the female summoner, were particularly stunned. Was this female summoner the same Graceful Moon they knew? Chapter 2089. Shocking the whole arena, so strong. Zero Wing has hidden such a powerful expert. The first fight in Battlefield number 4 astonished the crowd outside of the auction house, seeing as how Graceful Moon smoothly stopped the incoming attacks from 3 experts, all of which ranked among the top in their top-ranked, first-rate guilds. It was clear that her combat standards could definitely rival those of Superpower's peak experts within a superpower. Every peak expert served as a vital support pillar, and the various first-rate guilds feared them all. A peak expert could single-handedly wipe out a 100-man team of ordinary experts. Smaller guilds had no hope of suppressing a peak expert without constricting their players to operate in teams of several hundred at the very least. Some peak experts who had chosen classes with high survivability could come and go as they pleased. She only recently joined Zero Wing, yet she's already grown so strong. Iluafe, who watched from a second-floor spectator room, blinked in surprise as she stared at Graceful Moon incredulously. As the vice commander of FFF, a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, Iluafe had a certain familiarity with the Empire's well-known adventurer teams. Due to Graceful Moon's performance in the last ranking battle in the Empire, Iloafe had made sure to pay extra close attention to her. However, Iloafe remembered Graceful Moon displaying combat standards that hadn't even rivaled those of first-rate guild's peak experts, much less refinement realm experts like Skyview, Elegant Insanity, and Howling Earth yet. This female summoner suppressed all three refinement realm experts by herself. Graceful Moon's newfound strength shocked Iluafe. Moreover, this situation wasn't like Iluafe's defeat against Zhao Yuru during the ranking battles. Zhao Yuru had relied on superior basic attributes and spells to win, but as a true Void Realm expert, Iluafe recognized that the same couldn't be said for Graceful Moon. Graceful Moon's success was simply a result of her impeccable ability to control her summoned creatures. Not only have her basic attributes risen, but her combat standards have skyrocketed as well. It seems Zero Wing still has some secrets, Xianxia, FFF's commander, commented as he watched Graceful Moon with squinted eyes, a hit of surprise flashing in his gaze after the FFF adventurer team had secretly joined the Flower of Seven Sins. The adventurer team's upper echelons had gained a lot of detailed information on the various superpowers. Hence, Xianxia understood how frightening they truly were. Their ability to nurture experts, in particular, was truly amazing. Other powers simply couldn't compete as a peak expert that had risen to fame in the virtual gaming world many years ago and was only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm. Xianxia recognized that Graceful Moon's current combat standards were quite powerful. Only, her strength was atypical. Normally, players try to gain more control of their own bodies and their familiarity with the world around them to increase their combat standards. But Graceful Moon felt as if she were actively using the world itself to her benefit while everyone was shocked over her performance. The female summoner in question began to chant another spell. As she did, her staff started to glow with a dazzling purple light. Tier 2 Curse Life Link. This curse linked the player with her summoned creatures, sharing their senses. Although the curse lowered the player's basic attributes by 50%, it increased the linked summoned creature's basic attributes by 20% of the player's normal attributes suddenly. Golden magic circuits flashed on the steel-armed ape and rock guardians as their auras became even more intense. Before anyone could react, the four summoned creatures exploded into action and charged at Graceful Moon's enemies. Two of the Lord-ranked rock guardians effortlessly dispersed the dozen or so attacking experts. The third rock guardian remained by its summoner's side, repelling all incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the steel-armed ape charged toward Howling Earth, pummeling the hammer-wielding Blood Rage warrior after the steel-armed ape's first hit landed. Howling Earth's arms were numb, and the ground beneath him had cracked. The second hit numbed the Blood Rage warrior's entire body, substantially decreasing his reaction speed. Howling Earth had no power to respond to the steel-armed ape's third attack, taking the strike with his shoulders and sinking into the ground past his knees with the fourth hit. The summoned creature hammered Howling Earth completely into the ground on the fifth hit. Howling Earth died, becoming the first disqualified player from Battlefield number 4. Skyview and his comrades were dumbfounded. Their group's healers didn't even have time to finish casting their spells before the steel-armed ape killed Howling Earth. The summoned creature's strength was simply horrific as one of Bloodbath family's top-ranked berserkers. Howling Earth had unbound his weapons and equipment to level 60 Dark Gold rank before entering the battlefield. Only, he hadn't unbound his epic weapon completely. To unbind an epic item to its normal rank on the battlefield, one had to pay 3 epic materials. On the other hand, restoring all of one's weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank only cost 5 epic materials. Meanwhile, a full set of level 60 Dark Gold equipment was more than enough to grant Howling Earth the strength of a High Lord of the same level. Even without a healer, he should be able to contend with a Great Lord of the same level for quite some time yet. A level 70 Great Lord ranked steel-armed ape had killed Howling Earth in just 5 moves. Moreover, the steel-armed ape hadn't used any techniques or skills. It had relied on brute force to kill its enemy. Damn it, how many epic items does she have on her? Elegant Insanity stared at the female summoner in astonishment at first, The steel-armed ape had only displayed enough strength to make Howling Earth stumble. But after receiving 20% of Graceful Moon's basic attributes, its strength had increased so drastically. Since the steel-armed ape hadn't used any skills thus far, Graceful Moon's basic attributes must be so incredibly high that a mere 20% was enough to give a level 70 steel-armed ape the strength of a level 65 Grand Lord. Before its enemies recovered from their shock, the steel-armed ape charged toward the nearby group. With the exception of Sky View and Elegant Insanity, the summoned creature killed every expert with 2 hits. However, the 2 peak experts didn't fare much better. Sky View died after 4 punches, and Elegant Insanity only survived until the 7th in less than 30 seconds. The various major powers experts, who had tried to gang up on Graceful Moon, fell under the female summoner's retaliation. None of them had been able to fight back. This outcome stunned the watching crowd, but they also considered it reasonable. Players weren't allowed to use berserk skills in the arena, and without those skills, how were they supposed to fight a Grand Lord under another player's control? Zero Wing is insane. It dumped so many resources on a Graceful Moon. In my opinion, I think Zero Wing's decision was a wise one. At the very least, with a Grand Lord on its side, no ordinary power can eliminate Zero Wing. The crowd fell into a heated debate over Graceful Moon's strength. They had never expected Zero Wing to pull such a move. With this, Zero Wing should acquire plenty of energy crystals in Battlefield number 4. Zero Wing certainly has a lot of clever tricks, the half-elf man beside Melody said, sneering at Graceful Moon through a magic mirror. However, while pouring its resources into a few select experts will allow them to perform well, what could a small number of players hope to accomplish on such large battlefields? Each battlefield would spawn 3 to 6 energy crystals at set intervals. As long as players held the crystals for 10 minutes, their ownership would become permanent, not even dropping if the player died. As the half-elf man finished speaking, easily more than 300 players were teleported back to the auction arena, in one group after another. An uproar tore through the auction arena's crowd. What's wrong with those people? The half-elf man turned to the ruckus in the stands in confusion. While most of the participating powers worked together against Zero Wing's members, there were bound to be exceptions. Seeing a large number of players return at the same time shouldn't be surprising. But when the half-elf man raised his eyes to the magic mirrors displaying the fights in other battlefields, his expression froze impossible. The several dozen magic mirrors in the center of the auction arena all displayed battles involving Zero Wing's members. Some of these Zero Wing players fought 2 or 3 opponents at the same time, while others faced more than 10. Every one of Zero Wing's members displayed combat standards that could rival Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, they all showed off their extraordinarily high basic attributes. The expert players that had returned from the battlefields were Zero Wing's victims. Chapter 2090, Ant Blood, Dust, and Smoke filled the gigantic magic mirror screens as they hovered above the arena. Corpses, what remained of the various major powers experts, littered the battlefield, while Zero Wing's members remained standing. However, despite their success, Zero Wing's members seemed incredibly calm, as if they had only slain mobs along the roadside. This scene shocked the upper echelons, and expert players from the several hundred spectating major powers. Zero Wing's members had killed over 300 of the various major powers top experts without breaking a sweat, and contrary to expectations, the responsible party didn't just include a dozen or so players. Rather, several dozen players were responsible for this slaughter. This is interesting. Mu Chung, who was assigned to Battlefield Noel, could not help but smile at the magic mirror above the battlefield. Even he had assumed that Zero Wing was doomed to part with White River City's auction house. He had never imagined that Zero Wing had such a sturdy foundation on an ordinary battlefield. Having a small number of powerful players that could defeat multiple players at once would be wonderful. But this was the auction arena. Players' goal here was to obtain energy crystals, so it was best to have as many capable experts as possible at most. The various major powers would admire Zero Wing's battle strategy after watching Graceful Moon kill over a dozen experts by herself. It had merely been a clever trick to these guilds, proving nothing. However, Now that several dozen Zero Wing members had performed similarly, the various major powers were beginning to feel afraid. The fact that Zero Wing could dispatch several dozen extremely powerful experts was proof of the guild's solid foundations. If Zero Wing had so many powerful experts, annihilating any of their guilds would likely be a piece of cake. Furthermore, so many experts meant that Zero Wing had the strength to fight the various superpowers for White River City's auction house. If Zero Wing held this auction house and eventually grew into a superpower, the powers that had opposed the guild today would suffer. How can a guild that only established after God's Domain's launch have so many powerful experts and epic resources? Dustblood, who had been assigned to Battlefield Number 3, glowered as he watched 8 of his guildmates return to the auction arena. Outsiders might not know these 8 players, but he, as the leader of Bloodbath family's team for this competition, did to prepare for this auction house competition. The guild had invested over half of its epic material stock to allow 32 participants to restore their weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank. However, not only had Zero Wing dispatched more than twice as many players to the official competition, but every participant had unbound their weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank at the very least. Based on what Dustblood could see, quite a few Zero Wing members had even restored their equipment to epic rank. Not even the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation could afford such an expenditure. Among the 8 slain Bloodbath family members, 2 were even bona fide refinement realm experts. Even a superpower, these players would be treated as core members, but despite working with other powers in this competition, Zero Wing's players had defeated them. Moreover, the Zero Wing members responsible weren't even the guild's famous experts. Rather, they were just some of Zero Wing's main force members. Dustblood couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, after watching more than 300 of their experts die, the various major powers dismissed the notion of targeting Zero Wing. They had only gone after the guild's members to curry favor with the various superpowers watching. But not only hadn't they defeated Zero Wing, but their actions might have also provoked a future superpower. Continuing to single out Zero Wing's members would be foolish. They had only spent so many resources to participate in the auction arena to prepare for the competitions in their own territories. Once their auction houses were promoted, order quickly returned to the 5 battlefields as players began to clash with each other, competing for the descending energy crystals. Unless an energy crystal was at stake, the various major powers experts avoided Zero Wing's members as much as possible. For a time, Zero Wing's members moved across their battlefields with ease. The spectating crowd fell silent as they recognized this turn of events. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members watching the competition grew excited. They all wished they were on those battlefields. As well, the various major powers that had visited Starmoon Kingdom had treated Zero Wing like dirt in the past. None of them had seen anything special about the kingdom's ruling guild. However, these foreign powers now bowed their heads, doing the best they could to avoid Zero Wing's attention. Wonderful. Without the other powers' interference, Zero Wing can safely compete for the energy crystals. Melody exclaimed as she watched Zero Wing's members traverse the 5 battlefields unhindered. Although Zero Wing didn't have as many members in the competition as the various superpowers, the energy crystals appeared randomly across all 5 battlefields. Without the various major powers' interference, Zero Wing would have an easier time fighting the participating superpowers for energy crystals. Compete for the energy crystals? Evil Judgment, the half-elf man beside Melody, laughed suddenly. What are you trying to say? Melody frowned as his reaction. She didn't think that Evil Judgment laughed at her out of envy, but due to her ignorance with how important an auction house is to a guild. Do you think the various superpowers will let anyone lesser compete? Evil Judgment asked as he gestured to the energy crystals falling into the 5 battlefields. The answer is a definite no. No tiger would allow an ant to contest for its territory. Naturally, the various superpowers won't allow insignificant players to take advantage of their fights between each other. Melody turned back to the magic mirrors displaying the battlefields, and what she saw darkened her expression. The 4 participating superpowers, which despised Zero Wing, had surrounded the first 5 energy crystals on each of the 5 battlefields. Each superpower had reserved 3 to 5 players to guard the energy crystals. working together to prevent other powers from approaching. How can this be? Melody was stunned. If only one superpower stood in their way, the various major powers wouldn't likely consider it much of a threat. When combined, they had an overwhelming numerical advantage. If they worked together, a lone superpower couldn't stop them, however, for superpowers were working together. Although each had only dispatched a small number of players to protect the energy crystals, these experts were extraordinarily powerful. Even working together, the various major powers had little hope of breaking past that blockade. The various major powers only outnumbered the four superpowers by 3 or 4 times. Such a small advantage wasn't enough to defeat the 4 cooperating superpowers. Moreover, if they annoyed these superpowers, they might set aside their competition and focus on the interfering players. If the 4 superpowers got serious, they could end these major powers. Knowing that such an outcome was possible, the various major powers wouldn't dare attack the superpowers, however. If the major powers did not act, Zero Wing wouldn't have any opportunities to take advantage of. I want to see just how you intend to hold White River City now. Zero Wing. Skyview roared with laughter when he saw the 4 superpowers cooperate with them, working together. One of these superpowers was guaranteed to win this auction arena competition. The other powers could only watch from the sidelines or declare themselves these superpowers' enemy, but who would dare attracted for superpowers' wrath? Yet, when everyone thought that no one would dare attack these 4 superpowers' blockade, several figures on battlefield number 1 dashed past the various major powers players and straight toward one of the energy crystals so fast. Who are those people? Have they lost their minds? I thought I saw them wearing a 6-winged emblem. A 6-winged emblem? Isn't that Zero Wing's emblem? Chapter 2091, What If I Refuse? The crowd, the various major powers experts, had formed some distance away from the energy crystal, shuddered when they realized that the 5 new arrivals were from Zero Wing. The players watching from outside of the arena gaped in shock. Unlike the experts on the battlefield, they had a clear view of Zero Wing's 5 members rapidly approaching the fallen energy crystallescent. That black flame? That can't be, can it? For superpowers are working together to guard that crystal. How could Black Flame dare to attack them? Has Black Flame lost his mind? He's charging in with only 4 companions. That's not enough to face a single superpower, much less 4. Does Black Flame really treat superpowers experts like ordinary experts from other guilds? Maybe this is his final stand. White River City is Zero Wing's main headquarters, and without it, at least half of Zero Wing's operations will be crippled. Zero Wing's behavior baffled everyone watching. No one had ever thought that Zero would make such a bold move, however. Before Sure Fang's group could get within 100 yards of the crystal, 17 figures appeared in their path. These 17 players gave off a soul-shuddering aura, and every one of them felt like a humanoid great lord. Even the major powers experts who stood some distance away felt stifled as these players' intense killing intent washed over them. These 17 players were a mix of level 60 and level 65 dark gold equipment. Some among them even bore level 60 dark gold set equipment and weapons. Moreover, they had fully restored these items' ranks. Am I dreaming? Isn't that the level 60 Eternal Knights set for assassins? Amazing. That Berserker is wearing the Passionate set. I've heard that even Holy Reincarnation has only collected 3 pieces of that set. So, this is a Superpowers Foundation. The watching independent and guild players watching gasped when they saw the 4 Superpowers members that hadn't bothered to hide their weapons and equipment's glow effect. Most of the game's large guilds hadn't even collected a complete level 60 fine gold set equipment thus far. Only top-ranked first-rate guilds would have a few sets. As for a complete level 60 dark gold set equipment, that was utterly beyond the various large guilds. Reach level 60 dark gold set equipment could only be obtained by raiding 100-man hell mode team dungeons or super large-scale hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the drop rate in these dungeons was only around 3%. Super large-scale hell mode team dungeons had a slightly higher drop rate, but it still wasn't higher than 7%. Most first-rate guilds at this stage of their game hit their limit with level 60, 100-man hell mode team dungeons. They simply didn't have the power to raid super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons to the various large guilds. Level 60 Dark Gold set equipment was godly right now yet. These 4 superpowers had more than one such set equipment. Why wouldn't this revelation be shocking? Anyone who takes another step forward dies. The level 65 male berserker in the passionate set slowly stated, word by word, as he watched Sure Feng's group without joy or despair. This berserker sounded like an emotionless robot. As soon as this berserker spoke, the surrounding temperature dropped as an intense killing intent suppressed the space around him. It felt as if the gates to hell had just opened, and if any of these players took another step, they'd descend into hell itself. The distant experts shuddered as they felt the abrupt change. Is he really human? His killing intent is so powerful. Melody's expression darkened as she stared at the imposing berserker, unlike the spectating players in the stands or outside of the auction house. Those in spectator rooms could alter their room's environment to match that of the battlefields, allowing them to experience the battlefields to a certain extent. Melody had encountered plenty of experts in the fairy country, including quite a few that made her feel utterly powerless. However, none of these experts exuded as much killing intent as that berserker. Human? You can't consider him human anymore. Evil Judgment answered from beside Melody, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, I had never imagined that Starlink would successfully recruit that cold-blooded monster. With him, Zero Wing doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of securing the energy crystal. Is he really that strong? Black Flame earned his title as the Sword King from the Secret Pavilion. Melody countered Sword King? Evil Judgment laughed. Only first-rate and weaker guilds give that title any importance. The Secret Pavilion has recorded a lot of experts on the God's Domain experts list, but there are many more players that have slipped through the cracks. That cold-blooded monster is one of them. He's called Tengu, the Warring Ghost. Although Tengu hasn't reached the Domain realm yet, his brain doesn't work like everyone else's. You could say that his brain is particularly well-developed, granting him a similar sixth sense to wild beasts. He can easily predict his opponent's movements. There's also his beast-like combat method to contend with. He is no weaker than Domain realm monsters. He's already killed more than 10,000 experts in God's Domain, including many peak experts from superpowers. However, due to his strange and violent nature, none of the superpowers have tried to recruit him. He's killed more than 10,000 experts. Melody was slightly stunned. She had only defeated several hundred experts since joining God's Domain. Even so, those fights had earned her plenty of combat experience, but the Warring Ghost had slain more than 10,000, and many of them had been superpowers peak experts. He was truly a monster. To make matters worse, this monster wore the Passionate set, one of the best sets available in the game right now. When the various superpowers members saw Warring Ghost intercept Sure Feng's small group, they began to chat about the upcoming fight. Brother Moo, it seems Zero Wing has no hope of success in Battlefield number 1. Blind Man commented as he glanced at Mu Chung, who stood a short distance away. He had heard much about the Warring Ghost, Tengu. If that man continued to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly reach the 4 Shadow Demons level, although Black Flame was quite strong as well. The swordsman's strength should, at most, rival Tengu's. However, there were 4 other Zero Wing members present, while Tengu had a total of 17 allies. Zero Wing had no chance of reaching the energy crystal, much less claiming its Starlink. Has truly invested a lot of its resources in this competition. Mu Chung shook his head and sighed when he saw these players. Even Mu Chung would struggle in a fight with Tengu. The weakest piece Tengu wore was level 65 Dark Gold rank, and he carried 2 pieces of epic equipment and an epic weapon. The Berserker's equipment was likely some of the very best God's Domain had to offer right now. Zero Wing's Black Flame, a beautiful woman in dark purple robes and wearing King's Returns Guild emblem, muttered as she observed Sherfone. Smiling, she continued, although it is impressive that you've ranked so highly on the God's Domain experts list, this isn't a realm Zero Wing can reach. It'd be best if you left. Even if Nature Hall or Unyielding Soul step in to help you, Tengu will act without hesitation. The major powers experts watching from nearby nodded in agreement with this woman's warning, although Zero Wing had surprised everyone with its strength, proving that it was even more powerful than a top-ranked first-rate guild. It couldn't compare to a superpower if Zero Wing hadn't had Nature Hall and unyielding soul support. The 4 allied superpowers would have likely attacked by now. You Zero Wing players should know what's good for you. Do you think you could have survived this long if we had moved against you early in this competition? A level 65 ranger from Starlink said, sneering at Xianxia. What if I refuse? Xianxia asked with a calm smile. He then took a step forward. Chapter 2092, Slain in One Hit. As Xianxia stepped forward and his calm voice reached the players around him, the experts watching from a distance and the spectating crowd stared with dropped jaws. Even Starlink's sneering ranger froze in shock as Xianxia incredulously approached his black flame, tired of living. The 4 superpowers have only avoided Zero Wing thus far out of respect for Nature Hall and unyielding soul. Why would he dare take the initiative to attack them? Has he just given up? None of the major powers experts or upper echelons could understand why Xianxia was being so stubborn. The auction arena had just begun, so there would be plenty of opportunities to secure energy crystals later. Even if the 4 superpowers wanted to monopolize the crystals, they didn't have the manpower to cover every corner of the 5 battlefields. Furthermore, Zero Wing's strength was only second to the 4 superpowers in this auction arena. It definitely had a chance of claiming the energy crystals that the 4 superpowers couldn't secure. Zero Wing didn't actually need to fight these superpowers. While the crowd chatted about the situation among themselves, the purple-clad woman's expression darkened black flame. Do you really think that we are too afraid to attack just because you have Nature Hall and unyielding soul support? The woman from King's Return demanded frostily with her wrath. The surrounding space froze. Her aura was no less intense than Tengu's. The ambient mana rampaged in tandem with the woman's anger. The players within this violent mana storm began to lose their temper. As well, the various major powers experts gasped as they felt the sudden change. Even Melody, who experienced the altered environment from her spectator room, paled. How is she so powerful? A simple mood change has affected the surrounding mana so drastically. Melody watched the purple-clad beauty with a grim expression. As a half-elf, she had a very high affinity with elemental mana. Even so, she couldn't easily trigger mana without casting a spell. Yet this purple-clad woman could. While this feat might not seem impressive, Melody recognized how frightening it truly was and what it represented as a magical class expert when casting a spell. A player uses incantations and runes to trigger the ambient mana and gather it to a single point. Only then could a caster use the gathered mana to form the necessary magic arrays. If one could command the mana around them without incantations or runes, they could cast a spell in a fraction of the normally required time in God's domain. Magical class players' glaring weaknesses were their casting times and mana capacity. If a magical class player could reduce their casting time, they could substantially increase their combat power, especially against other players. This was especially true when it came to combat against players. This is only natural. She is, after all, King's Return's favored prodigy, Wilting Netherworld. She has also earned the nickname Lightning Witch. Purely comparing battle records, she's even more impressive than the Warring Ghost. If not for King's Return hadn't come to an agreement with the Secret Pavilion, Wilting Netherworld would have long since ranked among the top 50 players on the God's Domain experts list. Evil Judgment said as he watched the purple-clad woman in fascination. Now that Black Flame has angered Wilting Netherworld, she and Tengu are more than enough to disqualify every Zero Wing member on Battlefield Number 1. Very few people knew of Wilting Netherworld's battle records. Most likely, only the various superpowers knew about her. Furthermore, Wilting Netherworld's activities were usually only related to the various superpowers. First-rate guilds experts had no chance of encountering her. Evil Judgment had witnessed Wilting Netherworld's fearsome power personally. A total of 8 superpowers had gathered to contest for a mysterious legacy. Setting Sun had been one of them. To win the mysterious legacy, the various superpowers had dispatched quite a few old monsters, but during the battle, An unknown woman had pinned down one of Setting Sun's old monsters by herself, which had ultimately enabled King's return to claim the legacy superpowers old monsters had risen to fame at least a decade ago, with some maintaining their fame for several decades. They were all experts with rich combat experience, and their combat standards far exceeded human limits. However, Wilting Netherworld, a girl even younger than Evil Judgment, had successfully pinned one of these old monsters down without any help. Moreover, she had stopped Evil Judgment, who had fought alongside his guild's old monsters for some time. While doing so, her strength was absurd. Evil Judgment was sure that she would have killed him in 3 or 4 attacks if that old monster from his guild hadn't demanded most of Wilting Netherworld's attention during that fight. Meanwhile, the 4 superpowers experts around the energy crystal turned to watch Sure-Fong. Everyone knew of Black Flame's reputation for being stubborn. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have provoked so many superpowers. But they had never thought that he'd dare to show such arrogance before 4 cooperating superpowers. Brother Mu, Vice Guild Leader Thunder, you cannot blame us for our lack of respect toward you. This kid simply doesn't know what's good for him. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid that he'll cause even more trouble for your 2 guilds in the future, Blind Man said as he turned to Mu Chung and Deep Thunder. Do whatever you want. Mu Chung watched Sure-Fong with disappointment, thinking the boy was too stubborn and beyond salvation. Only he and Deep Thunder were in this location, but against the combined might of 4 superpowers, they wouldn't accomplish anything even if they had their guild's main force members. None of the 4 superpowers were any weaker than Unyielding Soul or Nature Hall. Hence, neither he nor Deep Thunder had the strength to break these 4 superpowers' rules. Wait. Deep Thunder shouted suddenly. This is Zero Wing's home turf. Isn't it a little much to shove the guild out of this contest? Furthermore, Zero Wing is one of Nature Hall's firm allies. Nature Hall can't just sit by and watch you bully Zero Wing. Deep Thunder's abrupt attitude change stunned the various superpowers members. They couldn't fathom what trick he was trying to pull since when were Zero Wing and Nature Hall firm allies. To add to their confusion, Deep Thunder seemed intent on fighting alongside Zero Wing. The situation even confused Mu Chung. He hadn't expected Deep Thunder to be so committed to helping Zero Wing. Vice Guild Leader Thunder is so affectionate. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has already enraged Starlink's members. I'm afraid that it's too late to stop them, an old man from Starlink wearing silvery gray leather armor said as he glanced at Tengu, who had already begun to move. With a smile, he continued, Moreover, rules are rules. If we superpowers don't show off our power, no one will fear or respect us. Everyone nodded in agreement with this old man's sentiments. They all felt that Deep Thunder was being too foolish. Even in such a desperate situation, he still insisted on protecting Zero Wing. Did he really think that their superpowers feared Nature Hall? While the superpowers members expressed their agreement, Tengu arrived before Sure-Fong, his greatsword blazing with fire. With a swing, his 20-meter-long flaming blade descended on Sure-Fong Dai. The surrounding temperature rose due to the raging flames, and everyone within range felt the increasing gravitational force pulling them toward the ground, making movement difficult. Tier 2 taboo skill, Inferno Blade. Even the various superpowers experts wore grim expressions as they watched Tengu's display of power. They hadn't expected the warring ghost to wield such strength after restoring his equipment's ranks. This attack definitely had the strength to rival a Grand Lord's of the same level. Even a peak Tier 2 Metrotons would likely struggle to block this attack, much less a Tier 2 swordsman. Without a Berserk skill, Sure-Fang's HP would likely drop to a critical level after a single hit. Just before the flaming blade devoured Sure-Fong, he unsheathed Killing Ray and swung to intercept the attack. Lightning Slash. An arch of blue lightning flashed, and Tengu's flaming blade dissipated the moment it met the lightning arch. Before Tengu could pull back to defend himself, the lightning had bisected his body, leaving behind a faint, glowing scar around his abdomen. Tengu's HP instantly drained, and the berserker fell, lifeless. Chapter 2093, Imposing Might. This, impossible. Tengu spun toward Shifeng in shock when he saw his plummeting HP. Inferno Blade was his most powerful skill. Even without a Berserker skill, he could use this taboo skill to counter a Grand Lord attack. With his ability to predict his opponent's movements, even old monsters would have to flee from this attack, however. Shifeng had shattered his Inferno Blade and killed him with the same move, but that wasn't the worst part. Tengu's failure to predict Shifeng's movements truly surprised him. He could even foresee domain realm monsters' movements. Yet this ability was useless against Shifeng. Although Tengu wanted to warn his companions, his HP had already hit 0, and he lost control of his body as Tengu collapsed to the ground. The killing intent that had filled the battlefield froze as the 4 superpowers experts stared at Shifeng, silently panicking. It was one thing if Shifeng had killed an ordinary peak expert, but Tengu wasn't an ordinary anything. He was even capable of threatening old monsters, yet Shifeng had instant-killed such an expert no matter how they looked at it. This felt like a dream. God's domain certainly had powerful offensive skills that could instant-kill players, and knowing this, every peak expert had equally powerful life-saving skills to avoid such an outcome. Needless to say, an expert like Tengu had amassed a few of these life-saving skills. However, Tengu hadn't had time to activate his life-saving skills before dying. Shifeng's attack had even nullified Tengu's prided Inferno Blade before the Warring Ghost had taken the hit. Silence reigned over the crowd outside of the battlefield, their jaws dropping as the implications of Shifeng's attack sunk in. Amazing! He killed a superpowers peak expert in one hit. So, that is the Sword King, Black Flame. Everyone watching knew the nickname Sword King, but they had only heard about him through rumors. Moreover, God's domain had been developing rapidly, and players' combat standards continued to improve. Black Flame's previous battle records no longer meant much to current players. The players that had come from other kingdoms and empires, in particular, didn't think much of Black Flame's title. At least, it was far less imposing than the position of Zero Wings guild leader. However, this scene reminded them of how fearsome the Sword King truly was. The Sword King had certainly grown stronger since receiving the title, not weaker. While the spectators discussed the fight, Shifeng sheathed Killing Ray. He then glanced at wilting Netherworld and her companions, asking, "Do you still want to stop me?" Shifeng's voice sounded calm and gentle, yet wilting Netherworld and the other experts felt an immense pressure weigh them down. These experts unconsciously moved out the way, seeing that his opponents had lost the will to fight. Shifeng and his teammates continued toward the energy crystal. Wilting Netherworld and her comrades didn't attempt any sneak attacks, merely watching, frustrated, from the sidelines. They merely looked on with frustration from the sidelines. Wilting Netherworld felt particularly bitter. Although she considered stopping Shifeng, the moment she harbored the thought, she felt an indifferent gaze directed toward her, informing her that he was prepared for such an attack. When she met Shifeng's cold gaze, she felt as if the man were telling her, "You can try it, but you'll only fall next to Tengu." With this realization, wilting Netherworld abandoned any thoughts of resisting. Her strength was, at best, a match for Tengu's. Even though Shifeng had already used his sure kill skill, killing her wouldn't be difficult for someone with even higher attributes than Tengu in domain realm combat standards. Is this why he was so confident? When wilting Netherworld thought back to Shifeng's relaxed attitude, she understood that he hadn't acted that way due to nature Hall and unyielding soul support. He simply had the strength to back up his confidence. They got through just like that. As the various major powers experts watched wilting Netherworld and her comrades let Shifeng's party pass, they were flabbergasted by killing just one player. Shifeng had silenced the 4 superpowers peak experts, convincing them that it would be wise to let him pass. This was even more shocking than watching someone kill a great lord with one attack. When Melody saw this from her spectator room, however, she was incomparably excited. She had never dreamed that Shifeng would be so powerful. Not only had he killed a monster like Tengu, but wilting Netherworld and her party were also afraid enough that they stepped aside. How is this possible? Evil Judgment, on the other hand, was stupefied, confusion and madness flashing in his eyes. Wilting Netherworld, a goddess in his eyes, had retreated from Shifeng. She hadn't even budged during the fight with his guild's old monster. Yet a single sentence from Shifeng had been enough to force her aside. Evil Judgment even wondered if the world was playing some cruel joke on him back on the battlefield. The four superpowers members that were waiting for the descending energy crystal to reach the ground tensed at this unexpected result. How surprising. Even Black Flame has reached this standard. It's no wonder why he dared to participate, Blind Man said as he began to watch Shifeng more seriously. Glancing at Mu Chung and Deep Thunder, he realized why their guilds wanted to befriend Zero Wing based on the information King's Return had collected. Shifeng's combat standards were only at the Void Realm, yet he could display combat power that rivaled Domain Realm experts. He mainly relied on his powerful basic attributes and skills to face Domain Realm experts, however. Things had changed. Although Shifeng had only executed one attack, his control assured Blind Man that Shifeng had reached the Domain Realm. Every Domain Realm expert warranted the various superpowers' attention, let alone a Domain Realm expert with the support of a large guild. As time passed, this Domain Realm expert would only become more powerful. Any Domain Realm expert intent on causing trouble could give the various superpowers a massive headache. This situation reminded Blind Man of the four shadow demons from the past. However, Mu Chung didn't know that Shifeng had reached the Domain Realm. He was actually surprised to see Shifeng display such power. This revelation would certainly affect the competition. Meanwhile, Jing Yang, one of Blackwater's upper echelons, currently wore a dark expression. Brother Jing, Zero Wing is stronger than we expected. We'll likely find it difficult to execute our original plan, Snowscar whispered to Jing Yang. A Domain Realm expert wasn't an easy opponent. At the very least, it meant that Zero Wing qualified to compete for the energy crystals in Battlefield Number 1. It's true that Black Flame is stronger than we suspected, but slaying Tengu will cause Zero Wing some trouble, Jing Yang said as he watched Starlink's members approach Shifeng. Smiling, he continued, "It seems Starlink can no longer sit still." Of the 5 battlefields in this competition, Battlefield Number 1 was a gathering of monsters. 2 of Starlink's most powerful combatants have been assigned to the battlefield, Wind Demon and Sword Demon of the 4 Shadow Demons. As Jing Yang finished his comment, both Wind Demon and Shadow Demon had reached Shifeng. The 2 elderly men smiled at their opponent, as if they were just 2 friendly old men from the neighborhood. Instead of the combat veterans, they truly were. These old men's auras were nothing like Tengu's. Their auras felt like the vast ocean, and everyone felt like small boats waiting to be devoured by the waves as these auras washed over them. Even wilting Netherworld was afraid as she looked at these 2 men. Not only did Wind Demon and Sword Demon carry 4 pieces of epic equipment, but they also wielded epic weapons. The rest of their equipment was level 65 Dark Gold rank. Not even wilting Netherworld's equipment was as impressive as theirs. Little brother, you're quite skilled. You're already so strong despite your age. Your future is boundless. Our guild leader wants to annihilate Zero Wing, but after discussing the situation with Old Wind here, we've decided that if Zero Wing agrees to become one of Starlink's subordinate guilds, we'll talk the guild leader into giving you White River City. The white-haired old man with a slightly bent back addressed Shifeng. Smiling, he asked, "May I know what you think of this proposal?" Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words, especially the various major powers' upper echelons. They all stared at Shifeng in envy. No one had considered that not only would Starlink willingly abandon its vengeance against Zero Wing, but it would also offer to protect the guild. If the smaller guild accepted the offer, Zero Wing's development in God's domain would skyrocket. There's nothing to think about. Scram. Shifeng's response was cold as he eyed Wind Demon and Sword Demon. Chapter 2094. With just you. Sword Demon's expression sunk when he heard Shifeng's reply, his smile vanishing as he gave Zero Wing's swordsman a chilling look. Even space around them frozen due to the bone-piercing, killing, intense Sword Demon. Wilting Netherworld, who stood nearby, couldn't help but shudder as she felt that Change the expert from the various major powers just stared at Shifeng, gaping in shock. Has Black Flame really lost his mind? Doomed. Zero Wing is doomed for sure. The various major powers didn't know what to say to Shifeng's overbearing behavior. Starlink already suppressed 2 super first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. It had endless strength and wasn't a force that super first-rate guilds like Unyielding Soul or Nature Hall could compare to. Only top-ranked super first-rate guilds had any hope of standing against it if Starlink gave the word. Countless powers would do what they could to curry its favor and celebrate becoming Starlink's subordinate guild as one of Starlink's subordinate guilds. Not only would the guild receive financial support from the superpower, but would also receive support in in-game resources. Most importantly, the guild could develop without worrying about enemies. It would have nothing to fear even when clashing with other superpowers. If Zero Wing submitted to Starlink, it could reach an entirely new level of development very quickly. Zero Wing wouldn't be limited to lording over Starmoon Kingdom. It could easily become the overlord in the several neighboring kingdoms as well. Yet, Xianxia had actually rejected such an opportunity, and he had done so without hesitation. Even the various superpowers players were stunned by his answer. Around people nowadays really are ignorant of their limitations, Blind Man said as he shook his head and chuckled. He then turned to Deep Thunder and said, Vice Guild Leader Thunder, although you have a good relationship with Zero Wing, I'd advise you not to interfere. If you attract the Foreshadow Demon's ire, you'll likely have a hard time explaining yourself to Guild Leader Nature. Not even he would dare to show such arrogance before Sword Demon and Wind Demon. First of all, they had Starlink support. Secondly, both experts were incredibly powerful, far stronger than the younger generation's domain realm experts. Ignoring Starlink, provoking these two was not wise. Thank you for your concern, but King's Return doesn't need to worry about that, Deep Thunder replied. Calmly, he continued, I've said this already, but Nature Hall and Zero Wing are firm allies. If someone wants to move against Zero Wing, Nature Hall won't sit back and watch. Blind Man gave the younger expert an odd look, but he didn't comment further. The various superpowers members standing nearby were stunned by Deep Thunder's reply. Even now, Nature Hall insisted on shielding Zero Wing. The guild's choices were completely out of the norm. Deep Thunder's response even surprised Mu Chung, and he took a moment to consider Xianxia more carefully. He had never thought that Zero Wing was capable of inspiring Nature Hall to go to such great lengths, even willing to provoke Starlink. On its behalf, however, despite the strange looks he received from the various superpowers members, Deep Thunder smiled contentedly. None of these superpowers, excluding Nature Hall, knew what strength Zero Wing hid. These players didn't know that Xianxia wasn't the only powerhouse in Zero Wing. The guild also had Fire Dance, who had the combat power to rival domain realm experts, but that wasn't the end of it. Zero Wing also had Cola and the several other peak experts Xianxia had brought with him during his visit to Nature Hall's reception room. According to Nature Hall's initial estimations, Zero Wing should have at least 10 peak experts. Even though Starlink had dispatched a considerable amount of strength to White River City's auction house, its chances of winning this competition weren't overwhelmingly high. Rather, it only had a 50-50 chance. Zero Wing had invested every resource it had in White River City, and every participating Zero Wing player had likely fully restored all of their weapons and equipment, allowing them to fight in peak condition. However, the same couldn't be said for Starlink's members. Only a fraction of Starlink's force had unbound all of their equipment. Even though Starlink had the numerical advantage, Zero Wing's overall combat power was on par with the superpowers rather than side with the 4 superpowers and standing to gain insignificant benefits. Gambling on Zero Wing and potentially winning the lottery was a wiser move for Nature Hall. Old Sword, it seems this brat doesn't appreciate your goodwill. Wind Demon could not help but chuckle at Sword Demon. There's no need to waste words on them, Elder Sword. Let's just follow the guild leader's orders and eliminate them. A middle-aged man wielding an ancient crystal bow said as he glared at Xianxia. Sword Demon was the strongest of the 4 shadow demons in melee combat. Even Lu Xinghua, Starlink's guild leader, had to treat him with respect. Sword Demon also had a great appreciation for talented individuals, especially those that used the sword. Of course, the main reason for his appreciation was his desire for strong opponents in the future. To grow stronger, one needed to face stronger combatants. After all, this was also why Sword Demon had suggested recruiting Zero Wing. Otherwise, Sword Demon would have killed Shurfeng after watching the swordsman kill Tenga Little Brat. It seems that you think you can ignore us old fellows now that you've reached the domain realm. Unfortunately, you are still naive. Since you aren't backed by a superpower, you failed to understand that reaching the domain realm is only the first step toward the apex, Sword Demon said as he heaved a deep sigh. His gaze then sharpened as he said, I will teach you that even among domain realm experts, there could be a massive difference in strength. Sword Demon's aura abruptly shifted, releasing a tremendous amount of pressure to bear down on Shurfeng. Though Sword Demon's aura targeted Shurfeng, wilting Netherworld couldn't help but tremble, struggling to breathe. Even though she stood some distance behind Shurfeng, how is he so strong? Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, Flying Shadow, and Shadow Sword prepared for battle from behind Shurfeng. They had never expected this player's aura to be so strong before anyone could react. Sword Demon's Crimson Greatsword transformed into a rotating sword light. He then vanished, reappearing before Shurfeng in an instant. Like nimble snakes, 12 crimson sword lights spread out and converged on Shurfeng, altering their attack trajectories and becoming nearly impossible to predict. Moreover, the attacks were so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up Tier 2 skill, 12 heavenly rotations. Sure enough, he's reached this level after so long. Blind Man's expression tensed when he saw the 12 sword lights. Wilting Netherworld, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded despite her keen perception. She couldn't follow the 12 sword lights' speed and transformations. It looked as if 12 different people commanded the sword lights, like each attack had a will of its own. The 12 sword lights didn't even interfere with each other's trajectories, although each attack only carried a great lord's strength of the same level. She doubted that she'd be able to dodge or block this assault. An ordinary skill like 12 heavenly rotations had gained a life of its own in Sword Demon's hands. His combat standards were unlike anything she had seen from the domain realm experts she had fought before alone. I'm afraid you're not qualified. With a snort, Shurfeng unsheathed Killing Ray and Twilight Blade, greeting the 12 sword lights in battle. Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2095. So confident with so many fighters. As the 12 crimson sword lights were about to bite into Shurfeng, Killing Ray and Twilight Blade cut 6 of them down. The counterattack forcibly altered these sword lights' trajectories, and rather than threatening Shurfeng's life, they became shields that protected him as they clashed with the remaining 6 sword lights. Dang! As the 12 sword lights collided, they disintegrated into particles of light. Meanwhile, Shurfeng remained unharmed. He blocked all of those attacks. Wilting Netherworld stared at the fading light particles with wide eyes. Sword Demon's use of this skill had reached the peak of God's domain. She was sure that even King's Return's old monsters would be forced to use a life-saving skill or powerful offensive skill to nullify the attack. Yet Shurfeng had done so with a few simple slashes. Moreover, Shurfeng had neutralized the attack so effortlessly. Wilting Netherworld couldn't believe her eyes. Similarly, the various major powers watching experts gaped at the scene. Amazing. This is simply amazing. So, this is an Apex expert strength. Shock and excitement overwhelmed everyone after witnessing the brief clash between Shurfeng and Sword Demon. Although they all knew that the various superpowers old monsters were extraordinarily powerful, they had never seen one in action before. At most, they had watched a few of those old monsters' battle videos. However, they now watched one of these old monsters fight an equally strong opponent. Moreover, they only stood 200 yards away from the fight. For Tier 2 players, watching from this distance was like watching a fight from 50 yards away. For Tier 1 players, Black Flame really can't be underestimated. No wonder why he dismissed Sword Demon's offer so quickly. Blind Man was also slightly surprised to see Shurfeng unharmed at Sword Demon's skill level. One could command their skills or spells as if they were subordinates, using them in such a way that they were beyond 100% effective. Ordinary domain realm experts had no hope against Sword Demon. After all, experts that had just reached the domain realm could only use their skills and spells at 100% efficiency. There was a qualitative difference between the two while everyone discussed Sword Demon and Shifeng's initial exchange. Shifeng moved, appearing before Sword Demon instantly, killing Ray and Twilight Blade, then transformed into countless sword lights as they assaulted the older man-sword's orbit. Before Shifeng had reached the domain realm, he had mainly used Sword's orbit for defense, since using the technique offensively had dealt so little damage. He had only been able to execute 6 simultaneous attacks with the technique, but after reaching the domain realm, he could perform Sword's orbit perfectly. Not only was the technique powerful when used defensively, but it was also quite strong offensively. Sword Demon's expression darkened as the sword lights flew toward him. He couldn't actually perceive the attack trajectories, and he felt as if the entire world pressed down on him. He could also sense that each sword light had enough power to slice apart space itself. Shifeng's attacks were even stronger than a great lord's of the same level in the blink of an eye. Overall 4 sword lights sliced at him from different directions. Break. Sword Demon shouted, and the flames along his great sword transformed into a streak of light as they countered more than half of the incoming attacks. He then left behind multiple afterimages as he dodged the remaining attacks. He elusively thrust his great sword at Shifeng, his attack carrying as much strength as a Grand Lord of the same level. However, Shifeng's sword orbit was normally a defensive combat technique. Although Sword Demon's attacks were stronger this time and stronger than Shifeng's, the galaxy of stars that surrounded the younger swordsman deflected every strike. None of Sword Demon's attacks touched Shifeng for a time. Sword Demon and Shifeng continued to trade attacks, their HPs falling bit by bit. Nether Swordsman was able to secure an advantage over the other. Very few of the watching experts nearby could keep up with Sword Demon's elusive attacks and movement techniques. When these experts tried to put themselves in Shifeng's position, they realized that Sword Demon would easily slaughter them. As for Shifeng's combat technique, he was so fast that they couldn't register his movements. They had only realized that he had swung his sword after the fact. When they imagined being on the receiving end of his attacks, they recognized that they wouldn't block a single swing and would be slaughtered helplessly. Amazing! Melody could not believe her eyes as she watched the exchange between Shifeng and Sword Demon. Excitement welling within her heart. Even the various superpowers feared Sword Demon, and he currently carried 6 epic weapons and equipment pieces. His equipment standards undoubtedly ranked among the very top in God's domain right now. Yet Shifeng fought Sword Demon to a standstill. So this is his true strength? Mu Chung, who watched the battle from the battlefield, was just as shocked as Shifeng held this play out from the side. Blind Man said calmly, "Damned blind man." Mu Chung inwardly cursed, watching from the sidelines, and staying its hand was the best option for King's return. It wasn't from the Dark Knight Empire. It had no reason to clash with Starlink. However, King's return would prefer to watch Starlink grow stronger, rather than Zero Wing, which would indirectly help Unyielding Soul. If Starlink succeeded, it could keep both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor in check. After Alice for Zero Wing's other members and Deep Thunder, they were no threat to Starlink's 2 old monsters. While Sword Demon and Shifeng fought, a black figure appeared behind the younger swordsman. It was none other than Wind Demon, the assassin expert, split into 9 shadows that attacked Shifeng in silence. Meanwhile, Sword Demon created 4 copies of his greatsword, sending innumerable sword lights to devour Shifeng, facing simultaneous attacks from the 2 old monsters. Not even Shifeng could defend himself. He immediately activated Void Shield to block the incoming attacks. A single round of attacks was enough to deplete 1/6 of the Void Shield's energy reserves. These attacks' power could easily rival that of Grand Lords of the same level. What a powerful life-saving skill. Wind Demon was slightly surprised to see the magic barrier that had appeared around Shifeng. Unfortunately, that won't save you. With Old Sword and I working together, you have no chance of winning this fight. You're not wrong, but that would require that you two can cooperate, Shifeng calmly replied. Glancing at Wind Demon, you still have such confidence even in the face of death? Wind Demon could not help but laugh at Feng, however. Wind Demon's laughter stopped abruptly as his expression changed, and he activated his life-saving skill, Wind Steps Without Warning. A crimson figure had appeared beside the old assassin, thrusting a short sword toward Wind Demon's heart. However, Wind Demon reacted quickly enough that he could use the brief invulnerability Wind Steps provided to protect himself, but the moment Wind Demon lost his invulnerability status, the crimson figure stabbed at him again. This time, the old monster met the attack with one of his own daggers. Boom. Wind Demon's arm went numb as he was thrown several yards back, crashing to the ground. His dagger hummed as it vibrated from the impact. "Who are you?" Wind Demon demanded, addressing the crimson figure with a serious expression. "Do you the outcome that awaits any who attack me?" An assassin's strength had proven greater than his, and his assailant's attack speed was superior. As well, once he got a better look at his newest opponent, Wind Demon was stunned. What the? Wind Demon wasn't the only player surprised to see this crimson figure. Everyone on the battlefield was stupefied. This crimson figure, which had surprised a superpower's old monster, was none other than Zero Wing's fire dance. Everyone on the battlefield erupted in an uproar. Nobody had expected Zero Wing to reveal another such trump card. This turn of events even surprised Mu Chung Black Flame. "I hadn't thought that your guild had hidden such an expert. However, do you think that you could defeat Starlink just because you have someone to pin down Old Wind?" Sword Demon asked as he glanced at Fire Dance. Suddenly, 12 Starlink members moved to surround Feng. Although Fire Dance's combat power was unexpected, Zero Wing's party was still outnumbered. Moreover, 4 of Starlink's 12 members were peak experts. "Do you think you're powerful just because you have more people?" Feng countered, eyeing Starlink's players around him. He then activated Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. Suddenly, 8 copies of Feng joined the battlefield. Every one of these doppelgangers radiating an intensely frightening aura that was no weaker than Feng's. Alright, let the second round begin. Chapter 2096. Vicious Black Flame. The confidence Starlink's members had displayed vanished as Feng's 8 doppelgangers joined the fray. At the same time, fear surfaced in their eyes as Starlink's members looked at Feng's doppelgangers. The nearby spectators' eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw this crap. Is this real? Cheating. He is definitely cheating. Many experts watching from a distance couldn't help but shout in indignation. The Zero Wing members watching from outside of the battlefield, however, began to cheer all hail the guild leader. Zero Wing for the win. No one had held a favorable view of Zero Wing when this competition had begun. Some had even been certain that Zero Wing would perish after this, and everyone had mocked the guild. Now, however, would anyone dare question Zero Wing's superiority? A special doppelganger skill? Sword Demon's expression twisted as he observed Feng's doppelgangers. He had already struggled against Feng alone. After all, the younger swordsman's basic attributes were higher than his. If not for the significant strength and speed boost his special weapon provided, Feng would have already defeated him yet. Now, he had to face 9 identical copies of this troublesome swordsman. He might not have been worried if these copes had been ordinary doppelgangers. If that were the case, their basic attributes would be far lower than the originals. At most, these doppelgangers might have slowed him down a little, which would be annoying, but from what Sword Demon could sense, these doppelgangers' attributes rivaled his own. Sword Demon felt an intense pressure from each clone, which meant that Feng had just gained 8 more monster-level experts, of course. This was the best-case scenario for Feng. If Sword Demon actually continued this fight, it would be a different story. After all, everyone's attention span was limited. Even if Feng were a domain realm expert, he couldn't perfectly control all 8 doppelgangers and fight. Controlling a doppelganger was far more complex than controlling one's body. Controlling a single doppelganger perfectly was the limit for a domain realm expert. Controlling more would affect the doppelganger's performance, however. Even if Feng couldn't control all 8 doppelgangers perfectly, he shouldn't have a problem exhibiting flowing water realm combat standards with them. With his ridiculously high basic attributes, each of his doppelgangers could face a peak expert of the same level. In other words, Zero Wing's party had suddenly gained another 8 peak experts. Unfortunately, Starlink only had a total of 5 peak experts on battlefield number 1, and the strongest of them, Tengu, had already been killed. This left Starlink with only 4 peak experts, and the remaining members were only Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts. Overall, Starlink was now at a massive disadvantage. Even Wind Demon gulped nervously as he watched Sherfong. Who is this kid? Wind Demon wondered as he stared at the young swordsman. In confusion, not only had Sherfong successfully reached the domain realm at such a young age, but he had also amassed absurdly high basic attributes. Now, he had revealed a doppelganger skill that defied common sense. No matter how Wind Demon considered the situation, he couldn't believe no individual player could easily obtain Sherfeng's weapons, equipment, or skills. Acquiring any of these required an astronomical amount of resources and manpower. The 4 shadow demons had only even secured their current weapons, equipment, and skills thanks to Starlink's help. However, Sherfong had collected such items by relying on a guild that only controlled one kingdom. Amazing! With this, Starlink is finished in Battlefield No. 1. Mu Chung balled his fists in delight as he glanced at Blind Man. He had been worried for Zero Wing, and if not for Blind Man's interference, he would have jumped into this battle to help the guild. However, Blind Man's efforts had gone to waste with this new development. Just as Sherfong was about to attack Starlink's members, a low voice reached his ears. Guild leader Black Flame. Don't be so quick to act. Blackwater's Xianxia called out. You've already proven Zero Wing's strength. I doubt anyone will continue to oppose Zero Wing's participation in this competition for energy crystals. So, do you need to exterminate them all? What are you trying to say? Sherfong asked as he eyed Xianxia, who wore aqua blue robes and carried a glowing, golden staff. Xianxia had made no effort to hide his equipment's glowing effects, so Sherfong knew that the man carried 4 pieces of epic equipment in total. Although Sherfong couldn't discern what rank Xianxia's staff was, he guessed that it was at least epic rank based on its aura. Moreover, Xianxia wore a complete level 65 fine gold set equipment, which even the various superpowers struggled to collect. Level 65 fine gold set equipment was far more difficult to acquire than level 60 dark gold set equipment at this stage of the game. Not even Starlink had a complete set. Naturally, a level 65 fine gold set had even higher basic attribute bonuses than level 60 dark gold set equipment. The mana fluctuations around Xianxia were even stronger than those around Wilting Netherworld, and his combat standards were likely stronger than hers. He had reached the Void Realm more than a decade ago, and although Wilting Netherworld was a prodigy, she would need more time before she could catch up to Xianxia. Starlink only acted in compliance with the rules our superpowers agreed to. If Guild Leader Black Flame is earnest in moving against Starlink, the rest of us won't just sit back and watch. I hope you can understand this, Xianxia said. Smiling, Xianxia's words left everyone stunned. They had never expected this battle to take such a drastic turn. Blackwater is too shameless. It didn't step forward when Starlink was about to annihilate Zero Wing, but now that Zero Wing has the upper hand, it wants to interfere. Since when have Blackwater and Starlink had such a good relationship? Zero Wing is in trouble now. Such a powerful doppelganger skill definitely has a very long cooldown. If Zero Wing misses this opportunity to take out Starlink, it isn't likely that the guild will find another chance. Zero Wing is so unlucky. If it hadn't provoked Blackwater, the guild likely wouldn't have interfered today. For a time, the various major powers either pitted or mocked Zero Wing's situation. Melody, I advise that you give up any hope for Zero Wing. Zero Wing might have the strength to resist a superpower, but it has provoked too many. Zero Wing can't survive in God's domain for long. This situation is the best proof. Just before Zero Wing emerges victorious in this fight, Blackwater steps in. Zero Wing has no chance of winning White River City's auction house. Evil Judgment said, chuckling when he saw Melody's enraged expression. Blackwater was no weaker than Starlink, and although it hadn't sent as many experts to this competition, it had nearly as many experts fighting for the auction house as Starlink, including Xianxia. Blackwater had 4 peak experts and 7 Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts on Battlefield number 1. In addition, the guild had the Domain Realm expert, South Time, the man standing behind Xianxia. Although South Time had only recently reached the Domain Realm, he was still a monster-level expert. His participation would be more than enough to turn the tides of the battle between Starlink and Zero Wing. If Zero Wing missed this opportunity to eliminate Starlink's members, it wouldn't encounter another. Regardless of what Horrifying decided, Zero Wing was guaranteed to lose White River City. Understand? Horrifying could not help but laugh. You think you qualify to stop me? Suddenly, Horrifying vanished. Before anyone could react, he reappeared before Xianxia, his killing ray releasing a brilliant blue glow tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. A streak of blue light flew toward Xianxia's throat, and the man panicked at the sudden attack. Horrifying's attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to activate Blink. Just before the blue light bit into the man, his golden staff released a golden light, instantly creating a barrier of light around Xianxia. Seeing this barrier, Xianxia could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. The passive skill, 3 Pillars Barrier, had created this light barrier. The ability triggered automatically when its wielder faced a lethal attack. When activated, the skill created a magic barrier that negated 90% of all attacks damage for 3 seconds. It also increased his defense by 300%, raising his defense to rival an MT's of the same level. It was an amazing life-saving skill that had a 1-hour cooldown, and with it, even Grand Lord would struggle to kill him. However, the moment after Xianxia's side, Horrifying's attack struck, the light barrier cracked, and Xianxia instantly lost 1/3 of his HP. The man paled with fright. Although he immediately tried to escape by using Blink, Horrifying's Twilight Blade had already begun its descent when the second slash landed. Xianxia's HP dropped to 0 in an instant without the protection of the 3 Pillars Barrier. His body only teleported 20 yards away after Xianxia's vision began to darken. He then collapsed and disintegrated into countless particles of light. Chapter 2097, Suppressing a Guild Alone. Horrifying had slain Xianxia so quickly that no one had time to react. He had simply disappeared and reappeared before Xianxia. And in the next moment, the Blackwater member's corpse had appeared 20 yards away. The entire process had happened in the blink of an eye. Even Snowscar, who had stood beside Xianxia, hadn't had time to react. Snowscar had only been able to watch as Horrifying killed Xianxia before his eyes and casually sheathed his killing ray and Twilight Blade. The various major powers experts watching from the sidelines gasped when they saw Xianxia's dead body. Horrifying. Vicious. These words no longer had the impact to describe Horrifying. Blackwater was a superpower with the strength to rival Starlink. Yet Horrifying had so effortlessly killed Xianxia, the leader of Blackwater's team, in this competition. Without hesitation, they couldn't fathom how Horrifying found the courage to provoke 2 superpowers simultaneously. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Why did he attack Blackwater? He probably has. With Blackwater's interference, Zero Wing is dead either way. Rather than sit back and wait for his execution, Black Flame might have decided to make a last stand. Only his attack against that Blackwater representative had been vicious. It didn't look like something a human would be capable of. That wasn't wise. Does Black Flame think that he can turn things around by retaliating against Blackwater? With Blackwater in the fight, Zero Wing's performance will suffer on all of the battlefields, not just Battlefield number 1. Everyone was more surprised by Horrifying's decisiveness than they were over Xianxia's instant death. Although Horrifying's doppelganger skill had significantly increased his team's overall strength, Starlink and Blackwater would have more peak experts than Zero Wing if they worked together. Blackwater even had its own apex expert, Black Flame. Snowscar, who served as Blackwater's vice team leader, bellowed Blackwater might not suffer any major losses to its combat power due to Xianxia's death, but he was the guild's representative. Killing him was a slap in the face to Blackwater. Moreover, Xianxia was fully responsible for this operation. How was Snowscar supposed to explain this to her? With South Time at the lead, Blackwater's experts pounced on Horrifying Tier 2 taboo skill, Ghost Dance. Suddenly, South Time split into 5 clones and attacked Shi Feng from different directions, each doppelganger sending more than a dozen slashes at its target, surrounding Shi Feng with sword images. Like hungry wolves, the sword images flew toward Shi Feng's vitals and blind spots. Meanwhile, Snowscar leaped into the air and activated his strongest taboo skill, Lightning Madness. Not only was this skill an AoE attack, but it also had enough power to force a Grand Lord of the same level stumbling back. The skill even ignored invulnerability effects, and although the skill required half a second to activate, which was more than enough time for a peak expert to evade, he used the skill in conjunction with South Time's Ghost Dance. Against this joint attack, even a Domain Realm expert would fall. What an amazing two-part attack. Sword Demon couldn't help but admire South Time and Snowscar's coordinated assault. Even he would be concerned if he were on that attack's receiving end. South Time's Ghost Dance, in particular, perfectly eliminated the target's chances to evade. The target would be forced to face these skills head-on. However, not even Sword Demon was confident of surviving 60-plus simultaneous attacks. He would have no choice but to activate a life-saving skill before dealing with Snowscar's final blow. However, Shi Feng didn't activate a life-saving skill despite so many incoming attacks. Instead, he simply brandished Killing Ray, countering South Time's Strike Shadow Blade. 10 Shadow Blades flew away from Shi Feng in all directions, crashing into the incoming sword images. He then executed Sword's Orbit, manifesting a galaxy of stars around himself like dominoes. The sword images the Shadow Blade struck crashed into each other. Shi Feng's counterattack threw off nearly 50 sword images trajectories, while he used Sword's Orbit to neutralize the remaining 20 or so sword images. South Time was stunned to see Shi Feng so easily nullify his Ghost Dance, but Snowscar had already swung his Hammer of Lightning, slamming the gigantic weapon down on Shi Feng with astonishing speed. Unfortunately, Shi Feng no longer had the energy to block this lightning-fast attack, but just as the lightning hammer was about to smash into Shi Feng, the swordsman spun around and shouted, "Scram!" As Shi Feng spoke, a powerful shockwave crashed into Snowscar's lightning hammer. Dragon Breath. The instant the two attacks collided, space tore apart, and the resulting shockwave reached 100 yards away. The sound of the impact echoed across the battlefield. The immensely powerful lightning hammer vanished, as if it had never existed, as Snowscar stumbled back more than a dozen yards, losing nearly 10% of his HP. How is this possible? Shock colored Snowscar's face as he stared at Shi Feng. Shi Feng had neutralized his full-powered attack with a single roar. Moreover, the swordsman hadn't used a single life-saving skill to counter their joint attack. Is he a monster? The major powers experts were flabbergasted when they saw Shi Feng unharmed after the exchange. Both South Time and Snowscar's attacks had enough strength to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Yet Shi Feng had blocked them without breaking a sweat. Friends from Blackwater, Black Flame won't be easy to deal with. Starlink will pin him down while you get rid of Zero Wing's other members. Sword Demon said suddenly. Okay, we'll leave that to you then. South Time nodded. After a final glance at Shi Feng, he and the other Blackwater members charged towards Zero Wing's party. Don't think you can get away from me so easily. Shi Feng frowned as he manipulated his 8 doppelgangers to attack South Time's group. We'll have to see if you have the ability to stop them. Wind Demon and his Starlink companions immediately intercepted Shi Feng's doppelgangers. Each doppelganger only had the combat power of a peak expert, and although Wind Demon and his team would have a very difficult time trying to kill them, pinning these doppelgangers down for a few moments wouldn't be an issue. With the strength of Blackwater's members, they should be able to slay Zero Wing's members before the doppelgangers slipped past Wind Demon's Team Eli, pin, fire, dance down. The rest of you need to end the fight as quickly as possible. South Time hurriedly commanded. Understood. Blackwater's dozen or so members immediately split into 3 groups. Each under the lead of a peak expert. These 3 groups would be more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 3 remaining members for a time. Chaos ruled over the battlefield. South Time kept Fire Dance busy, while Alluring Summer, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow had their hands full with Blackwater's peak experts. With the help of Blackwater's other players, this battle was particularly bitter due to interference from two Refinement Realm magical class experts. Surephone wasn't able to shake off Sword Demon. Likewise, Wind Demon and his assassin team kept Feng's doppelgangers occupied as they watched. The experts from the various major powers couldn't help but admire Surephone. The swordsman managed to suppress all of Starlink's experts by himself, and even if Zero Wing lost today, it would be a glorious defeat. What a pity, Black Flame. I admit that your strength is superb. Even among the various superpowers, you cannot be ignored. However, you're still just one person, and God's Domain is not a single-player game. Sword Demon commented as he watched Zero Wing's enemies force its members into a coma. You're right. God's Domain isn't a single-player game, Surephone said, nodding. His lips then curled as he asked, however, when have I ever said that Zero Wing only relies on me? Summer. Shadow. You don't need to hold back anymore. Activate the secret law and show these people what the consequences are for provoking Zero Wing. Hearing Feng's command, alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's eyes began to glow as they waged a bitter battle. We can finally make a move? Excitement brightened alluring Summer's features as she used Blink to put some distance between her and her opponents. He'd been waiting to hear those words for so long. Guild leader. Shadow Sword said, laughing. Like beasts waking from their slumber, the intensity of alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras skyrocketed, becoming even more frightening than those monster-level experts like Wind Demon and Southtime. Chapter 2098, Peerless Aura. Before anyone could react to Feng's command, alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras washed over the battlefield. Everyone fell silent as they unconsciously turned toward the two players, dumbfounded. What powerful auras. How is this possible? Aren't berserk skills prohibited in the auction arena? The feeling of the two Zero Wing members' auras had changed completely. For a moment, everyone felt like they stood before two Grand Lord-ranked monsters in God's Domain. Players would determine their opponent's strength based on their auras in situations where they couldn't inspect the opponent's information. A player's aura couldn't be faked. Expert players, in particular, relied on this method to avoid unnecessary deaths. The fact that alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras had abruptly grown stronger meant that their combat power had just increased. However, players weren't allowed to use tools or berserk skills in the auction arena. No one on the battlefield could figure out how these two had suddenly become so powerful. Blackwater's members paused their assault, shuddering, as they felt the sudden transformation. These experts stared at Zero Wing's players in fear, too wary to attack. Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword now displayed the auras of Domain Realm experts. If they attacked and exposed a weakness, this fight might end in an instant. Don't be fooled, Snowscar shouted when he realized that his ally had stopped their assault. No one in this arena can use a berserk skill to increase their strength. They must be using some special skill that increases the mental pressure other players feel. Their combat power shouldn't have actually increased. They are merely putting up a front. Although weapons and equipment that increased the mental pressure one's enemies experienced were excruciatingly rare in God's Domain, they existed nevertheless. Damn, that really spooked me. I almost thought that Zero Wing had two more monsters. Black Flame nearly fooled me, too. It really would be heaven-defying if Zero Wing had another two monster-level experts. I will admit, though, that Zero Wing is pretty impressive to get its hands on such weapons and equipment. That's right. I've only heard of such items before today. I've never actually seen one. Although such items won't improve one's combat power, a stronger aura can affect an opponent's mental state and slow their reactions. Such items would be incredibly useful in PvP. When they heard Snowscar's comment, realization dawned on the various major powers experts watching from a distance. They all agreed with his reasoning. It would simply be too horrific if Zero Wing had truly revealed more monster-level experts' weapons and equipment that strengthen auras. Sword Demon muttered to himself as he glanced at alluring Summer and Shadow Sword. He then shook his head and smiled at Surephone. And here I thought you were going to reveal another powerful trump card. It seems you're at your wit's end. Although such weapons and equipment would be awesomely effective in PvP, I'm afraid mere gimmicks are useless against experts who have experienced countless battles. At best, they might delay your player's fate. Is that so? Shifeng replied with a calm smile suddenly. The atmosphere around Shifeng changed. Like alluring summer and shadow sword transformations, Shifeng's aura became considerably more powerful. Space around him even began to blur, sensing this change. Sword Demon's expression darkened. Shifeng's aura had resembled a great ocean that could even stifle peak experts. Those who bathed in it now felt as if they had been submerged in mercury. Shifeng's aura felt incomparably heavy, and even Sword Demon struggled to breathe. Fear flashed in Sword Demon's eyes as he stared at Shifeng. He was an expert that stood at the apex of God's domain, a player that every superpower feared, yet he felt the threat of death loom over him as he stood before Shifeng. He felt as if he were standing before a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, rather than another player. Moreover, Shifeng's control of his aura was exceptional. Sword Demon could tell that Shifeng had restrained his aura to his immediate surroundings, so no one but him sensed how horrifying it truly was. You still think that I'm just trying to buy time? Shifeng smiled at Sword Demon's secret laws weren't categorized as skills or spells, resembling combat techniques instead. They didn't improve players' basic attributes, only allowing players to exhibit more of their body's potential. Hence, players could freely use secret laws within the auction arena, and they didn't need to worry about their secret laws dropping if they died. The system didn't actually consider the deaths players suffered in the auction arena as official. This was why secret laws were so valuable. The various superpowers had even offered to trade epic set equipment for a basic secret law during Shifeng's previous life, since the secret laws will be far more effective in the auction arenas than epic set equipment. The physique improvement secret laws provided was secondary, however. More importantly, secret laws allowed players to enter a supersensory state. In this state, players' senses became so sharp that they could perceive things they couldn't normally detect. Of course, how useful this would depend on the player. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Sword Demon had an extremely bad premonition. Sword Demon felt that the younger swordsman's smile looked like the expression one would use when mocking an ignorant fool. Moreover, Shifeng looked down at him as if he were watching an ant. Sword Demon had seen that expression on many powerhouses before. Quick, everyone retreat. Sword Demon instinctively shouted. He hadn't been able to determine whether or not the change to alluring summer and shadow swords auras was truly related to a combat power increase. But after experiencing Shifeng's enhanced aura, he was absolutely certain that this transformation wasn't due to a weapon or equipment effect. Rather, it was a byproduct of their combat power increasing. Retreat? Why are we retreating? The players from Starlink and Blackwater were confused when they heard the command victory was already within reach. As long as they kept fighting for another minute or so, they'd win. Yet Sword Demon wanted them to flee. Sword Demon has gone too far with his affection for talented individuals. Blind Man frowned at Sword Demon's warning. Is that really the case? Mu Chung, who stood beside Blind Man, wondered as he watched the old monster's tense expression. No matter how he looked at it, that expression didn't look like affection. It looked like Sword Demon was terrified. When Sword Demon saw his allies' confusion, his anxiety grew. But as he was about to explain, he heard the sound of laughter. It's too late to escape now. The moment this voice reached his ears, Sword Demon instinctively brandished his greatsword, swinging the weapon at Shifeng, who had suddenly appeared before him. The older swordsman instantly split into 3 clones, each launching multiple attacks with the strength to suppress Grand Lords of the same level. This was Sword Demon's final trump card and his weapon's strongest additional skill, Phantom Assault. In his hands, this skill could even kill domain realm experts in an instant if they didn't activate an invulnerability skill. However, Shifeng easily deflected the dozen or so attacks with his killing ray, displaying far faster reaction speed than before Shadowblade. 10 sword lights flew toward Sword Demon simultaneously, each aiming for his weak points. But not to be outdone, Sword Demon executed an advanced defensive combat technique to evade the incoming attacks. 1 attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks. After blocking the 7th Sword Light, Sword Demon hit his limit, and the 3 remaining attacks tore through his body. The last 2/3 of his HP vanished instantly elsewhere on the battlefield. Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword had made their move, slaying the 2 Blackwater Peak experts they faced within 2 or 3 moves. With this turn of events, the battlefield fell deathly silent. Chapter 2099, Horrifying. Predicament, they're dead. Didn't they say that Zero Wings members were only using items that increased their auras? When the various experts on the battlefield saw the corpses of Sword Demon and 2 Blackwater Peak experts disintegrate into particles of light, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets, and in shock both sides had been evenly matched and fought each other to a standstill earlier. Yet something like this had happened within seconds. No one had expected this outcome. Even Mu Chung was speechless for a long moment. Even among super guilds, experts like Sword Demon were exceedingly rare. Trying to kill an expert with such high combat standards was nearly impossible without launching a large-scale operation and multiple domain realm experts. This was also why the various superpowers had such huge headaches when dealing with the 4 Shadow Demons, yet Shifeng had relied on his own strength to kill Shadow Demon. His combat power was truly horrific. Logically, no player should be capable of the feat. Moreover, Zero Wing had Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword, who had suddenly revealed their monster-level abilities. The fact that a guild like Zero Wing had 2 monster-level experts surprising enough, yet 2 more had appeared from the guild. With his strength, Zero Wing could rival ordinary superpowers. To think Zero Wing has hidden so much power all this time. It's no wonder why it dared to ignore Starlink and Blackwater's threats. As Blind Man looked at Shifeng now, he felt as if he were meeting this swordsman for the first time. On monster-level expert in Zero Wing was enough to warrant the various superpowers' attention. But with 4, not even King's Return could afford to underestimate the guild. Blind Man finally realized why Deep Thunder had shown such strong support for Zero Wing. Even willing to provoke Starlink and Blackwater, Zero Wing was only as powerful as a first-rate guild, lacking the resources and territory to nurture experts. Yet despite that, it had successfully produced 4 monster-level experts. It was easy to imagine what strength the guild would wield if it became a true super first-rate guild. Zero Wing would likely rise to the upper ranks the moment it became a superpower. It would become as powerful as guilds like Miracle, and even the various super guilds would fear its wrath. Miracle currently occupied 2 empires, and both were on different continents, the East and West continents. In other words, Miracle fought on 2 front lines. Not even King's Return had such power. In contrast, Deep Thunder watched Zero Wing's outstanding performance with elation. We really made the right bet this time. Deep Thunder's eyes glowed as he watched Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword fight in the distance. He had thought Zero Wing only had 2 monster-level experts. Neither he nor Nature Hall as a whole had expected to find 4 of them in the guild. As far as ordinary major powers were concerned, monster-level experts simply had inhuman combat power. Even if these powers got lucky and produced one of their own, they'd only treat that expert like a weapon against their enemies. However, that would be an ignorant use of such a powerful player in reality. Not only did monster-level experts pose a great threat to the various superpowers, but they also played a crucial role in obtaining powerful items. Based on the various superpowers research, one needed strength, as well as luck, to secure certain powerful tools. As guilds procured more powerful items, they'd grow stronger overall. One could say that monster-level experts were responsible for finding 70% of the powerful items the various superpowers had collected, since Nature Hall had only recently become a superpower. It had far fewer monster-level experts in its midst than other super first-rate guilds. The fact had troubled the guild for some time now, yet, as luck would have it, many of God's Domain's super high-ranked quests required more than one person to complete. They needed the strength of a team. But how rare were monster-level experts? Even in veteran superpowers, one could count the number of monster-level experts present on one hand. If Nature Hall wanted to complete super high-ranked quests, it would need to work with other superpowers, but if it chose that option, it would gain far less. However, it would be a different story if Nature Hall worked with Zero Wing. Zero Wing was still only a first-rate guild. To develop further, it would need an astronomical amount of resources, not powerful items. As it so happened, Nature Hall had plenty of resources. Nature Hall would benefit more by partnering with Zero Wing than it would if it worked with other superpowers. Both guilds would be able to complement each other's deficiencies. This was why Nature Manifestation had sent Deep Thunder to befriend Zero Wing, while everyone was shocked over the strength Zero Wing's members had displayed. Horrifying, Alluring Summer, and Shadow Sword busied themselves by slaughtering Starlink and Blackwater's Olar experts. Although Deep Sea Meditation was only a basic secret law, maintaining it placed an immense burden on players. Players couldn't even keep it active as long as a berserk skill. Fortunately, the difference between both sides' strength was massive. Horrifying and his companions only need a few moves to dispatch each of their opponents in less than 10 seconds. Blackwater's members have been annihilated. Even Southtime, Blackwater's domain realm expert, hadn't survived the combined assault from Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword. As for Starlink, only Wind Demon remained alive. The battle was utterly one-sided as he faced Horrifying's relentless pursuit. Wind Demon continued to lose HP 80%, 50%, 20%. However, despite his rapidly depleting HP, Wind Demon didn't panic. Instead, he turned his mocking gaze on Horrifying and said, "I have really underestimated you people from Zero Wing. But so what if you defeat us? At the end of the day, this is only one of 5 battlefields. Starlink and Blackwater still have plenty of experts on the other 4. On the other hand, all of Zero Wing's top fighters are stuck on this battlefield." Zero Wing had certainly proven stronger than they had expected, but the results of one battlefield wouldn't decide this competition's victor. Although Zero Wing had indeed defeated their 2 guilds here, with its peak combatants isolated to battlefield number 1, it would suffer on the other 4 battlefields. In the end, Zero Wing would still lose. White River City Wind Demon had spoken loudly enough to ensure that the major powers experts, who stood several hundred yards away, had heard him. Those experts couldn't help but watch Horrifying with pitying looks. In the end, Zero Wing will lose. One of the spectating experts mumbled. Although Zero Wing had won the battle, it had lost the competition. "Black Flame, you asked for this. Since you rejected my offer, you'll pay for your foolishness for the rest of your life." Xianxia, who had resurrected in the arena, bellowed as he glared at Horrifying through the magic mirror. He then commanded his people through the team chat, "Everyone, heed my command. Work with Starlink's members to eliminate Zero Wing." He had planned to give Zero Wing one more chance to hand over the Guardian Puppets. If Zero Wing agreed and behaved itself, Blackwater would give up its aggression against the guild. However, he abandoned the thought. His desire to see Horrifying despair was far stronger than his desire to complete the task Xianxia had given him. Chapter 2100 Divine Appearance. As soon as Xianxia issued the command, Blackwater's members on the other 4 battlegrounds began to cooperate with Starlink's members against Zero Wing. Although battlefield number 1 had a collection of monsters, the other battlefield had barely any. For example, Blackwater didn't have a single monster-level expert among the 4 other battlefields, and Starlink only had the 2 remaining shadow demons. However, while the 4 remaining battlefields did not have many monster-level experts, more players have been assigned to these battlefields than those on battlefield number 1. Every one of the 4 remaining battlefields had at least 100 Blackwater and Starlink members in total, and even the weakest of these players was a refinement realm expert. In contrast, even when added together, Blackwater and Starlink had fewer than 40 members on battlefield number 1. There was simply no comparison between battlefield number 1 and the others. Blackwater and Starlink's forces on battlefields number 2 and 3 were led by Mad Demon and Heart Demon. Even the other superpowers were afraid of facing those forces. Zero Wing is in trouble now. The Luafe from the FFF Adventure Arena commented as she watched Blackwater and Starlink's joint forces. Although Zero Wing had emerged victorious on battlefield number 1, despite the monsters there, it was at an overwhelming disadvantage on the other battlefields, especially battlefields number 2 and 3. A 100-man team of refinement realm experts, led by a domain realm expert, could even hunt down lone domain realm experts on the other hand. Zero Wing only had around 20 players on each of these battlefields, and they didn't have any monster-level experts to lead them. They stood no chance against Blackwater and Starlink's forces. The auction house competition was about securing energy crystals, and as time passed, more crystals would descend onto the battlefields. At that time, the advantage of having more players would become obvious, and Zero Wing would suffer an even greater disadvantage. Black Flame's decision was really unwise. If he hadn't provoked Blackwater into cooperating with Starlink, Zero Wing might have had a chance of victory. At the very least, Zero Wing could have taken advantage of the chaos, as the various superpowers would eventually fight over the energy crystals. Now, however, the participating superpowers want to avoid a battle with the two guilds. There won't be any chaos for Zero Wing to take advantage of, Xianxia said, sighing as he watched her phone through a magic mirror. This was the problem all developing guilds faced. Even if a developing guild had the strength to fight a superpower, other superpowers wouldn't sit idle and allow a new superpower to rise. They would usually cooperate to apply pressure on the developing guild and prevent the growth of a new rival. Xianxia had faced the same when he had established his own guild some years ago. In the end, he had been forced to abandon the guild and establish an adventurer team instead. Now, it was Zero Wing's turn. The situation somewhat saddened the various major powers as well. They had thought that they'd get to witness a guild with no background become a new superpower, but it seemed that opportunity was gone first, and second-rate guilds dreamed of becoming superpowers, titans in the virtual gaming world, but the road to becoming a superpower was an arduous one. Without a powerful background and the support of major corporations, reaching such heights was nearly impossible. The fact that Zero Wing had become so powerful despite its lack of support or a background had shown these major powers a ray of hope now. However, that hope was about to be extinguished. Despite such a powerful monster like Horrifying in its midst, Zero Wing would suffer in the end. Needless to say, ordinary first and second-rate guilds wouldn't fare any better. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, I'll finally have my retribution. Singular Burial, who currently wore Blackwater's guild emblem, laughed maniacally as he watched the magic mirror hovering above battlefield number 3. He had waited for this day for a long time now. He should have been Starmoon Kingdom's Overlord, becoming a titan in the virtual gaming world, but Zero Wing had foiled his plans, and in the end he was nothing more than a commander in Blackwater. His hatred for Zero Wing was endless. Due to this, he had thought he had lost his chance to see Zero Wing perish. So he was overwhelmingly delighted at the moment. Without White River City's auction house, Zero Wing would lose the city. Without the headquarters it had painstakingly developed, Zero Wing's development would suffer. In this era of fierce competition, even a small setback could destroy a guild's positions, not to mention something as major as losing one's main headquarters. While Singular Burial celebrated Zero Wing's downfall, Blackwater's team in Battlefield number 3 had met up with Starlink's team near a descended energy crystal. Starlink's Heart Demon then took command of the joint team. The other superpowers, who had been waiting for the energy crystal to drop, promptly moved aside. The nearby major powers experts gasped when they saw this. So, this is Blackwater and Starlink's joint force? Dustblood from Bloodbath family felt his scalp tingle when he saw the gathered expert players below the descending crystal. The team consisted of more than 120 Starlink and Blackwater members, and every one of these players felt incredibly dangerous to Dustblood. There were also 6 specific players that Dustblood couldn't even bring himself to look at. Each of these 6 wore at least 2 or 3 epic weapons or equipment pieces. However, these 6 players paled in comparison to Heart Demon, the hunchbacked old man that led the team and truly instilled fear in Dustblood's heart. Even though Dustblood was not a magical class player, he could see the mana circling Heart Demon's body. Meanwhile, Heart Demon wore a total of 5 pieces of epic equipment. Although Dustblood could not tell what rank the old man's staff was, the weapon radiated a soul-shuddering pressure. As far as Dustblood was concerned, these 120-plus experts from Starlink and Blackwater could even destroy a top-ranked first-rate guild like Bloodbath family, if given enough time. Sure enough, guilds like ours cannot afford to provoke superpowers. Morning Sun, the female elementalist leading Holy Reincarnation's team in Battlefield number 3, sighed when she saw the gathered force. This was superpower strength. Non-superpowers like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation simply couldn't compete, setting aside monster-level experts. Blackwater and Starlink had even more combat power on Battlefield number 3 than on Battlefield number 1, despite the great length Zero Wing had gone to defeat the two guilds on Battlefield number 1. These superpowers had immediately formed another formidable team on another battlefield. Moreover, they had 3 more teams on the other battlefields. While the various major powers were awestruck over Blackwater and Starlink's strength, a team of 20-plus players made its presence known. Everyone made a ruckus when they saw this team. Why? Are Zero Wings members here? Don't they know that Blackwater and Starlink will attack them the moment they show themselves? The various major powers experts shot the team incredulous looks. They couldn't believe that Zero Wings members would be so daring, unlike the team on Battlefield number 1. This team didn't have any monster-level experts like Sure Fong, Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, and Shadow. Sword very good. And here I thought you would only act after a significant number of energy crystals had dropped. This will save me the trouble of looking for you. Heart Demon watched Zero Wings' team approach through narrowed eyes. With a wave of his hand, he said, "I'm not like Old Wind and Old Sword. I prefer to settle troublesome matters as soon as possible. Everyone attack. Do not let any of them get away." Blackwater and Starlink's experts swarmed towards Zero Wings' team under Heart Demon's command. However, once these experts got within 20 yards of Zero Wings' ream, a silver-armored woman wielding a golden greatsword emerged from the group. This woman brandished her greatsword at Blackwater and Starlink's many experts. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The silver-armored woman executed 5 consecutive attacks, sending 5 sword lights flying at her opponents. Wherever the sword lights passed, they left behind a pitch-black spatial tear, following which the 5 golden lights enveloped the advancing players. When the light finally faded, Blackwater and Starlink had less than 20 players on their team. The rest had transformed into countless particles of light and vanished suddenly. The battlefield was eerily silent. Chapter 2101, Monster Galore. The dissipating particles of light looked like fading fireworks on Battlefield number 3. Gentle Snow, who stood among the fading particles, looked like a war goddess that had just descended onto the battlefield, her silver armor and golden greatsword only adding to her sacred, majestic beauty. However, the only thing the watching players felt when they looked at her was panic. How? Dustblood could not believe his eyes. Gentle Snow had just slain more than 100 experts from Starlink and Blackwater. Every one of those experts had even posed a threat to him, yet they had been nothing more than pests before Gentle Snow. With 5 slashes, she had wiped out 80% of the 2 superpowers joint team, and those that had survived had less than 50% of their HP remaining. Is she really a player? Spatial tears? Can current players even be this strong? The various major powers exerts nearby couldn't help but watch Gentle Snow in fear. If she had used some sort of dazzling technique or powerful skill to defeat those experts, they'd at most be amazed. After all, that strength would have been on par with monster-level experts. However, that was clearly not the case here. Gentle Snow hadn't used a superb combat technique or skill at all. She had simply relied on brute force. With her extraordinary speed and strength, she had stomped on more than 100 Refinement Realm experts, as if she were stomping on an anthill. This was 10 times more shocking than if she had defeated her opponents with a combat technique or skill the system prohibited players from using tools or berserk skills in the auction arena yet. Gentle Snow had displayed strength that defied common sense. Only Tier 4 attacks and above could cause spatial tears. Even God's Domain's current monster-level experts could, at most, exhibit the strength of upper-rank Tier 3. Although the difference between Tier 4 and upper-rank Tier 3 didn't seem major, it was actually massive. It was like the difference between a Grand Lord and a mythic-ranked monster. Even Sure Fong was astonished. He had to admit that fragmented legendary items were truly amazing. Gentle Snow currently carried 2 top-tier fragmented legendary items, and both were strength-based and quite compatible with the Berserker class. Furthermore, one of the items was a two-handed weapon. As Gentle Snow reached higher levels, her strength would only rise to frightening levels. Purely comparing their strengths, Gentle Snow's was even higher than Sure Fang's, and her physique rivaled his. When Gentle Snow had been questing, she had miraculously discovered a bloodline called the Great Earth Bloodline. Although it was a basic bloodline, it focused on improving a player's strength. Although this newfound strength didn't help Gentle Snow become as powerful as a mythic monster, she wasn't far from it. She was truly a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. She has Tier 4 strength? After watching Gentle Snow's display, Heart Demon couldn't help but tense with fear. Rather fight old experts like Sword Demon than face a player with Tier 4 strength. With such an overwhelming advantage, Gentle Snow could easily outmaneuver any of his offensive or defensive moves. Fighting this female berserker head-on would be suicidal. While everyone was shocked over Gentle Snow's terrifying strength, the crimson-clad Zhao Yuru, who stood some distance behind her berserker friend, had finally finished casting her spell. Go! Zhao Yuru shouted as she waved her staff. Tier 2 Curse Scorching Thorns. Suddenly, hundreds of burning flowers appeared above Starlink and Blackwater's remaining experts. Under Zhao Yuru's control, these fire flowers shed thorns that rained down on her targets. Every one of these fire thorns had the strength to rival a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, her attacks were precise and numerous, making them impossible to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the battlefield, followed by towering pillars of fire that rose into the air, one after another. When the flames subsided, only 3 peak experts from the 2 guilds remained alive. Everyone else had burned to death. This turn of events broke the spectators' minds. Ascent, she a little too powerful. Another monster? Just how much power has Zero Wing hidden? Everyone was in shock as they stared at Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru. Although none of them wanted to believe it, they had no choice after witnessing such a dazzling display. She's even stronger than before. Iluo Fei, who sat in the spectator stands, was dumbfounded by Zhao Yueru's performance. She had a far better understanding of how powerful the woman was than the other spectators around her. If not for the auction arena's restrictions, Iluo Fei guessed that Zhao Yueru could even solo Heart Demon. However, Iluo Fei was even more surprised by the woman's improved combat standards. When Iluo Fei had fought Zhao Yueru in the Black Dragon Empire, the latter had only been at the refinement realm, but now she had moved beyond that, and Iluo Fei could see hints of Black Flame's abilities in Zhao Yueru's performance. Although she wasn't as powerful as Black Flame, Zhao Yueru had displayed incredible control over her spell. Iluo Fei doubted that she could control hundreds of fire thorns as well as Zhao Yueru. How much time had actually passed since the ranking competition in the Black Dragon Empire? Improving one's combat standards wasn't as easy as upgrading one's equipment. It took a lot of time and effort to improve combat standards. A few months shouldn't be long enough, yet Zhao Yueru had managed it. Could it be because of Zero Wing? Iluo Fei could not help but wonder. What did Zero Wing do? There was the same situation with Graceful Moon. Before joining Zero Wing, Graceful Moon had only been a relatively talented expert, but nothing compared to true geniuses. And yet, she had actually defeated 3 refinement realm experts from top-ranked first-rate guilds by herself. Now, Zhao Yueru displayed similarly frightening improvements. The various superpowers members that watched from the sidelines had fallen silent. They no longer looked down at Zero Wing in ridicule. Rather, they looked on in fear. Everyone had thought that Blackwater and Starlink had Battlefield number 3 in the bag, but now, only Heart Demon remained of the 120-plus experts on the team. On the other hand, none of Zero Wing's members had taken damage. This didn't look good for Heart Demon. Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru might not be domain realm experts, but they had the combat power to rival domain experts. These 2 women might actually be even more difficult to deal with than actual domain realm experts. Moreover, these women's classes complemented each other perfectly. The only option Heart Demon had left was a retreat. The old monster didn't have a second option. Damn it, how does Zero Wing have so many players with such monstrous attributes? Jing Yang, who watched via one of the gigantic, hovering magic mirrors, paled when he saw the one-sided battle. The fact that Zero Wing had monsters like Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, and Shadow Sword was already unbelievable. But now, two more monsters stepped out of the shadows. For a moment, Jing Yang even wondered if Zero Wing had found a way to cheat. However, he very quickly recovered his composure. Although Zero Wing now held an overwhelming advantage in 2 of the 5 battlefields, there were still 3 other battlefields. As long as Blackwater and Starlink dealt with the smaller guild on these battlefields, Zero Wing might still lose this competition. Only the hope didn't last long, as the other magic mirrors displayed more scenes that shattered Jing Yang's fantasies. In Battlefield number 2, Zero Wing's Violet Cloud fought Mad Demon to a standstill. Moreover, Cola and Blackie trampled over Starlink and Blackwater's experts alongside her. In the end, Zero Wing secured an overwhelming victory in this battlefield. As well, in Battlefield number 4, Aqua Rose and Turtle Dove worked together, displaying absurdly high combat power and holding their advantage over Blackwater and Starlink's experts. Wearing the Crystal Light set, Silent Blade, Remnant Cloud, and Seven Light easily overwhelmed the 2 superpowers peak experts in Battlefield number 5 with their superior basic attributes. For a time, an uproar shook the auction arena. Nobody had dreamed that Zero Wing was actually so powerful. The guild had an absolute advantage in all 5 battlefields, increasing its collection of energy crystals. The first 3 battlefields were practically Zero Wing's home turf. The guild claimed over 70% of the energy crystals in these maps. The watching crowd only snapped out of its daze after the competition's ending bell had rung. In the end, Zero Wing secured first place in the auction arena with an overwhelming number of energy crystals. The system then repeated the results throughout Starmoon Kingdom 5 times. Not only had Zero Wing won White River City's auction house, but had become one of the few guilds that owned one throughout God's domain. Chapter 2102, New Era. Once the competition reached its official end, the surviving participants were teleported out of their respective battlefields. Zero Wing's participants were transported to the auction arena's podium. When Zero Wing's 107 participants appeared on the gorgeous platform hovering in the center of the auction arena, they instantly became the center of everyone's attention. The magic mirrors across the city displayed this scene, so almost everyone in White River City had their eyes on Zero Wing's representatives. We won. Our guild won. The innumerable Zero Wing members throughout the city cheered excitedly when they saw their guild mates on the platform. White River City citizens were not the only ones amazed by this outcome. Practically every player in power in Starmoon Kingdom was stunned. With just 107 players, Zero Wing had held White River City against 4 superpowers. Moreover, it had won the competition by a landslide. This was practically a dream when the system had announced the auction arena's activation. Even players who had just joined God's domain knew that the auction arenas would become a playground for the various superpowers. Lesser powers had no place in the competitions. Even if they wanted to fight for an NPC city's auction house, they have to wait for the second round of promoted NPC cities. Ordinary powers couldn't hope to understand the superpower's level of strength. This fact had been proven true multiple times in God's domain already. Even before the auction arena system, countless powers had fallen, caught in the crossfire between competing superpowers. Even first-rate guilds had fallen, which ordinary players already considered unreachable. Hence, nobody had expected for White River City's auction arena to end like this. Be the timesure phone. Zero Wing's guild leader held up the crystalline certificate that granted the guild the management rights over White River City's auction house. The arena's atmosphere had reached its peak. I finally have it. Surefeng burned with excitement as he gazed at the crystalline certificate that glowed with a multicolored light. In his previous life, he had been forced to watch the various major powers obtain control of the auction houses in NPC cities from the spectator stands. In this life, however, not only had his guild secured an NPC city's auction house, but Zero Wing was also one of the first guilds to do so. Countless Zero Wing members shouted their elation throughout White River City, their voices echoing down every street. It seemed like these players were trying to tell the world that from today, Zero Wing was White River City's true overlord now that Zero Wing had control of White River City's auction house. It had control over the city's economic lifeline. Even if multiple superpowers moved against Zero Wing, they couldn't touch the guild in this city. Moreover, Zero Wing now had an additional income source, which would guarantee a certain level of the guild's development. Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom was also unshakable now. Surpassing the guild within its kingdom was nearly impossible after this victory. In addition, as one of the first guilds to win the management rights to an NPC city's auction house, Zero Wing qualified to contest with the various superpowers for neutral maps. With a nigh-impenetrable mean headquarters, Zero Wing could afford to send more manpower to neutral maps. Now, Zero Wing truly had the potential to become a superpower in the future. A superpower. Countless powers and players in the virtual gaming world dreamed of commanding such power when Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose saw the crystalline certificate in Shurfeng's hand. They were just as emotional and excited. Neither of them ever thought that Zero Wing would reach this point as the guild's core upper echelons. No one understood Zero Wing better than they did. The fact that Zero Wing had started as a guild with nothing, yet developed into something so powerful so rapidly, was a miracle. Although some assumed otherwise, Zero Wing truly lacked a background. It didn't even have any financial support from major companies. Zero Wing had reached this point by relying on its own abilities. It wasn't anything like the various large guilds that didn't have to worry about needing funds. Black Flame has really tricked me. It's no wonder why Zero Wing has always been uninterested in the various superpowers olive branches, going so far as to provoke multiple superpowers. Galaxy Past, who sat in the spectator stands, couldn't help his rueful sigh as he watched Shurfeng and the other Zero Wing members bask in their glory. When he thought back to his plan of surpassing Zero Wing with the Star Alliance, he found the idea laughable. Surpass? How was the Star Alliance going to do that? The 107 players on the levitating platform were enough to make the best first-rate guilds tremble in fear, not to mention Zero Wing's potential for growth. He more or less understood why Gentle Snow, Uroboros' former guild leader, had joined Zero Wing. Many first-rate and pseudo-super first-rate guilds had reached out to Gentle Snow when Blackwater had annexed Uroboros, but in the end she had chosen to join Zero Wing, becoming a laughingstock. This is strange, guild leader. Why do I feel like the various major powers here are actually excited about this? Purple, I asked strangely as she looked around her. Zero Wing had won this competition. The various major powers present shouldn't have anything to do with this victory, yet they acted as if Zero Wing had won this auction arena for them. It's only natural, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling. Zero Wing broke the superpower's undefeatable curse and birthed a new era. So, of course, the various major powers are excited. A new era? Realization dawned on Purple. Jade superpowers had always been undefeatable in God's domain. Only other superpowers could contend with a superpower. In fact, this was common sense in the virtual gaming world, although there have been instances of a non-superpower defeating some of God's domain superpowers. These fights have been mere squabbles. They proved nothing. Moreover, these victors had relied on super-powerful items with limited effective periods. These items only allowed non-superpowers to shine for a limited time, and there was no relation between these items and a power's true strength. At most, these powers had attracted others' attention and envy. However, the auction arena tested the participating powers' comprehensive strength. No external items were allowed in the competition. Moreover, the various participating superpowers took this competition very seriously. Thus, Zero Wing was the first non-superpower to achieve true victory over multiple superpowers. This victory also proved that superpowers could be defeated. Interesting. The superpowers actually lost. It seems the era of superpowers' rule over God's domain has finally come to an end. After today, this is the era of new powers like us. In one of White River City's crowded advanced bars, upper echelons from powers that had been operated in secret began to grow restless after witnessing the auction house competition's outcome. Meanwhile, like the plague, news of Zero Wing's victory in White River City's auction arena spread throughout God's domain. reaching every major power and superpower on the continent. Chapter 2103, Uproar in Starmoon Kingdom. After Zero Wing won White River City's auction house, the various superpowers received the surprising news in less than 10 minutes. Although White River City was not an important NPC city, it was one of the first cities to have an active auction arena system. Naturally, the various superpowers wouldn't let it slip through their grasp yet. Despite 4 superpowers fighting to secure the auction house, a non-superpower, Zero Wing, had won the competition. No matter how the various superpowers consider the news, it was unbelievable. The unexpected development made the superpowers suspicious. They all suspected that Zero Wing had support from a super guild or a major corporation. However, regardless of their assumptions, Zero Wing's name had made it onto their lists, becoming a target to pay close attention to. After all, now that Zero Wing had secured an NPC city's auction house, it had gained a tremendous amount of financial strength. Moreover, this new income source was stable and beyond other powers' influence. With this, Zero Wing was one step closer to becoming a true superpower. Zero Wing succeeded. Phoenix Rain could not help but be surprised when she read the report from her subordinate before the auction arena competition. She had expressed her willingness to dispatch a portion of her strength to assist Zero Wing with Sherfone, but he had rejected her offer. She had later learned that 4 superpowers had intended to fight for White River City. Even she would struggle to win White River City's auction house with so many powerful opponents. Yet the latest report stated that Zero Wing had emerged victorious. Moreover, its victory had been overwhelming no matter how she looked at it. The situation didn't seem realistic. She had watched Zero Wing rise from the ground up personally, but she didn't understand how Zero Wing had become so powerful. For a moment, she even wondered if her subordinate had mistyped the victor's name to Zero Wing. Big Sis Rain, we've just received a message from the Great Pavilion Master. He wants to hold an elder meeting and request your attendance. He says that it's related to Zero Wing. Blue Phoenix excitedly announced as she rushed into the room. I got it. Phoenix Rain could not help her bitter smile when she heard the message. She had wanted to help Zero Wing. She hadn't thought that it would help her instead. Or Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress. After a long period of development, the Crimson Flame Fortress's operations could rival that of a small NPC city. Including the NPC soldiers that guarded the fortress, it had become one of the safest rest areas in the Ur Empire, and it was very close to the Ur capital city. By using the fortress's teleportation function, players could reach the regional dungeon very quickly. As a result, the fortress had become exceptionally popular among players. However, tension dominated Blackwater's residence in the Crimson Flame Fortress. Jing Yang, who stood in the Vice Guild leader's office, was drenched in sweat. Zero Wing sure has a lot of experts. Xianxia wore a faint smile as she finished reading Jing Yang's report. Neither joy nor sadness filled Xianxia's voice. Yet those who heard it would feel an extraordinarily frightening pressure. Even South Time, who stood behind Jing Yang, felt his legs wobble for a moment. Vice Guild leader, Zero Wing's strength has truly exceeded our expectations. Do we still intend to put pressure on the guild after this? A blue-clad, elderly man, who radiated a much stronger aura than South Time's, asked Zero Wing had enough Apex experts to rival an ordinary superpower. Superpowers would have a very difficult time harassing the guild with their own Apex experts. Zero Wing now had the strength to surround and defeat Apex experts. On the off chance that its experts killed Blackwaters, the consequences would be severe. Apex experts were incredibly important assets to a superpower, and a single death could be dire for a superpower's development. Moreover, with the strength Sherfone had displayed thus far, Zero Wing wouldn't likely need to launch a large-scale offensive to deal with hostile Apex experts. Sherfone alone would be more than enough to get the job done. The only option Blackwater had left involved mobilizing all of its Apex combatants to wage a war of attrition against Zero Wing. However, doing so would not benefit either side. Blackwater's development would stagnate, and it would fall behind other superpowers. They had to avoid that method unless absolutely necessary. This was why the various superpowers rarely mobilized their Apex experts to resolve conflicts with other superpowers, dispatching peak exerts at most to fight. Apex experts played a crucial role in acquiring powerful items, and superpowers couldn't afford any hindrances to their development normally. Superpowers also had the option of an economic war. But now that Zero Wing had White River City's auction house, its financial prowess was likely unshakable, of course. "We are continuing," Xianxia said as she eyed the blue-clad elder beside her. "This is merely the start of Zero Wing's tragedy." Starlink has 1 auction houses in 3 NPC cities, including Dark Knight cities. This has substantially increased the guild's overall strength. With the Starlink Corporation's support, Starlink will only grow stronger. Although it failed to take White River City from Zero Wing, it won't let the smaller guild off the hook so easily. "Understood. I'll make the necessary arrangements." The blue-clad elder bowed and left the room after the blue-clad elder, Xianxia, and the others left. Xianxia restarted the battle video of the competition for White River City's auction arena. At one point, she began to smile black flame. "Huh?" Xianxia's eyes narrowed as she focused on the moment Sherfong had killed Sword Demon. Laughing, she said, "How interesting. The fact that you have grown your guild from nothing is truly amazing. It seems you have quite a few secrets, but turning a guild into a titan in God's domain isn't such an easy task. Show me how much you can grow." Meanwhile, joy dominated White River City streets. Zero Wing's members celebrated throughout the city like it was New Year's Eve now that Zero Wing had control of the city's auction house. Its position as Starmoon Kingdom's overlord was stable. Any power that picked a fight with the guild in Starmoon Kingdom would simply be asking for an early death, although Zero Wing had only secured the management rights to White River City's auction house. White River City had the highest player population of any city in the kingdom. Merchant and lifestyle players frequently gathered here, and various products flowed through the city every day. Any power that wanted to develop in Starmoon Kingdom couldn't avoid visiting White River City's auction house. It was easy to imagine the consequences if a power were barred from the city's auction house. Because of this, Starmoon Kingdom's various powers forbade their members from provoking Zero Wing under any circumstances once Zero Wing had secured White River City's auction house. Any player that ignored the order would be instantly banished from the organization, and no power in Starmoon Kingdom would accept the banished player. Even the kingdom's dark players were a little intimidated by Zero Wing before this turn of events. They had been able to move about the kingdom without fear, but as time passed, the merchandise in White River City began to have greater influence on their daily lives in God's domain. Furthermore, if they wanted to fetch a good price for the items they sold, White River City's auction house was the best place to go. If they made it onto Zero Wing's blacklist, their relationship with the auction house would be severed at the same time. Zero Wing's new position and influence in the kingdom attracted an unprecedented number of players who wanted to join the guild in the past. Zero Wing's position as Starmoon Kingdom's overlord hadn't been infallible, but now it was truly unshakable. Taking into account the guild's incredible performance in the auction arena, players who wanted to leech off of others' success, and those who wanted to improve their own strength swarmed to join Zero Wing. Carrot. In less than an hour after the auction arena's conclusion, Zero Wing had received more than 200,000 applications. Many among them were experts that could reach the trial tower's 5th floor, and some were even half-step refinement realm experts. It astonished Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. First-rate guilds offered high prices and instant promotions to core member to recruit half-step refinement realm experts. Yet many of these experts approached Zero Wing, wanting to join even if they had to start out as normal members. However, the situation didn't surprise Sherfong. Zero Wing was only a step away from becoming a superpower now, and it was normal to receive membership applications from half-step refinement realm experts. Moreover, the threshold Zero Wing needed to cross to become a superpower wasn't like what other first-rate guilds faced. Other guilds typically lack sufficient peak and apex experts when trying to become a superpower, but Zero Wing only lacked certain developmental aspects. Growing the guild was much easier to accomplish than nurturing peak and apex experts, of course. Zero Wing didn't actually have any real peak or apex experts. The players the guild had shown off in the auction arena had been forcibly created through powerful weapons, equipment, and skills. However, With the Lost Town and Zero Wing's many combat techniques, the guild wasn't far behind the various superpowers in its ability to nurture experts. Moreover, as the workshop perfected the facilities in Zero Wing's main headquarters, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing's methods were even more effective than the various superpowers, while Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose organized the guild's new members. Surephone made his way to White River City Hall even after securing the management rights to NPC City's auction houses in the past. The various powers had only treated these auction houses as important income sources. They had failed to recognize the management rights' true value. Someone had only discovered the true value of NPC auction houses after more than a year had passed since the auction arena system had been introduced. When this discovery had gone public, many powers had hated themselves for not investigating NPC auction houses thoroughly. If they had paid more attention, they would have been able to elevate their development to a whole new level. What the various powers had failed to discover was the fact that NPC auction houses could be linked with player-constructed auction houses. The process of doing so was troublesome, but compared to the potential harvest, it wasn't worth mentioning. After waiting in the City Hall for some time, a level 150, Tier 3 Senior Administrator approached Surephone. Lord Count, I apologize for the long wait. The magistrate is in his study. Please follow me. The Senior Administrator respectfully addressed Surephone. Surephone nodded. He then followed the Senior Administrator to the staircase that led to the top floor. Chapter 2104, Proper Use of the Auction House. Under the Senior Administrator's lead, Surephone arrived at a quiet and elegant study. The study was not particularly large. It had only 2 bookshelves, which were filled with dilapidated books. Some of the books didn't even have a cover. At a glance, one could tell that these books were considerably old. Some of them even exuded a faint trace of divine might in God's domain. Every item capable of exuding divine might was extraordinarily valuable as past possessions of gods, and having been bathed in the aura of God for long periods. Among items that exuded divine might, books were especially valuable, since they recorded either a topic that interested gods or knowledge left behind by gods. Some even recorded hints and instructions on how to become a Tier 6 god. Hints. Even a useless book that exuded divine might could sell for thousands of gold on the market. Their value easily rivaled an ordinary piece of epic equipment. Meanwhile, more than 50 of such books were sitting on the 2 bookshelves. So, this is the study of White River City Hall? Surephone was astonished as he gazed at the 2 bookshelves from an ordinary player's perspective. There was nothing special about a magistrate meeting a player in his study. After all, the magistrate would not always remain in one location inside the City Hall. However, what most people didn't know was that magistrates normally wouldn't ever meet with players in their studies. Only the manager of an NPC city's auction house would be allowed to visit the study of the respective city's City Hall. One could say that this was a special privilege of auction house managers. Any other player would most likely never set foot in a City Hall study. Tier 6 God rank players were no exception. One could also say that a City Hall study was the most fortified location inside an NPC city. This wasn't because the study was protected by amazing magic arrays, but because it was located in a special space. Like an otherworld, unless one gained permission to access it, even Tier 6 gods wouldn't be able to enter the study at this time. Magistrate Weissman was sitting behind an office desk and reading a book made of pure gold under the sunlight shining through the window. Behind him, compared to the previous time Surephone met Weissman, the current Weissman was already a level 200, Tier 5 Grand Wizard. This could be considered one of the benefits of White River City being one of the first NPC cities to get promoted in God's domain. With a Tier 5 NPC guarding White River City, even Tier 4 players would not dare act rampantly inside the city. The security level of the city was on an entirely different level compared to that of ordinary NPC cities. Players could develop themselves here without worrying about small incidents ruining all their investments in the city. Yuri here. Do you have some business with me? Weissman asked as he looked at Surephone with a friendly smile due to his promotion in tiers. Weissman's intellect had received further improvement. The NPC was now capable of acting much more like an ordinary human being. He even perfectly suppressed his aura. If one did not use an identification skill on Weissman, they would most likely treat him as an ordinary old manlord magistrate. I wish to make the city more prosperous, so I want to link White River City's auction house with the auction house of another city. I hope I can gain your permission to do so. Shifeng answered an auction house was an important economic pillar for a city. An auction house's development was a city's development, and the prosperity of an auction house was a city's prosperity in the past. The powers merely treated the NPC auction houses they acquired as an ATM and the key to controlling an NPC city. They failed to understand that NPC auction houses were actually a tool for hastening the development of guild towns. This function had only been discovered more than a year after the auction arena system's introduction into the game. A year. With the popularity and income that an NPC auction house brought, 1 year was more than enough to elevate a guild town into an advanced city. However, as the various powers failed to discover this function, even more than 2 years after God's Domain's launch in the past, there hadn't been a single advanced guild city in the game. Even the existing intermediate cities back then had still been far from becoming advanced cities. Without the help of an NPC auction house, even 3 to 5 years of development wouldn't be enough to elevate an intermediate city to an advanced city. Guild towns and cities were a guild's foundation for development in God's Domain. Meanwhile, there was an enormous difference between guild towns and cities of different ranks, especially when an intermediate city was promoted into an advanced city. Although the change was mostly quantitative, the difference was massive. Moreover, some special constructions that assisted players in their development could be constructed only in advanced cities. Hence, when the various powers received news about this function, they had all been filled with regret. Had they known about this function early on, they would have been able to elevate their guild's development speed and the standard of players in their territory to a whole new level. This was particularly true for the standard of players as players reached higher levels. The maps inside kingdoms and empires would become inadequate for players seeking to improve themselves. This improvement wasn't limited to levels. It referred to clearing the Tier 3 promotion quest as well. Level 100 was a massive turning point for players in God's Domain. Not only were level 100 monsters much more difficult to handle than level 99 monsters, but it was also the minimum level at which players could get promoted to Tier 3. Meanwhile, the precondition for promotion to Tier 3 was development in neutral maps. However, as luck would have it, level 100 plus neutral maps were extremely dangerous, so dangerous that even Tier 2 experts would struggle to survive in them. Most importantly, the environment in these neutral maps was extremely severe. Low ambient mana, like in the Witch's Hill, was only the least of the environmental challenges in these level 100 plus neutral maps. If players wanted to have an easier time developing in these level 100 plus neutral maps, they needed to rely on the support of a guild city. Developing in a level 100 plus neutral map was akin to walking through a barren desert with a guild city serving as an oasis. However, proper player development in level 100 plus neutral maps depended largely on the rank of the guild city. In level 100 plus neutral maps, a basic city was only the baseline for survival for Tier 2 players. That was right, survival. Basic cities merely protected players from dying from unexpected events. Only after reaching the intermediate standard would a guild city be able to provide players with a better life in neutral maps. Guild cities that had reached the advanced standard could provide players with comfortable lives, even in level 100 plus neutral maps. Tier 3 promotion would also become considerably easier, which was a reason why the various powers of God's Domain had been so desperate to obtain an advanced city of their own in the past. If a power could upgrade its guild city to the advanced standard early on, the speed of conversion to Tier 3 and the number of players converted would increase significantly. Said power could then widen the gap between itself and other powers. This was also the reason why Shifeng was so desperate to secure White River City's auction house. After all was said and done, superpowers were still superpowers. Zero Wing could not hope to match the resources and manpower they had on hand. Although everyone believed that Zero Wing was only one small step away from becoming a superpower, they failed to realize that a gigantic gap remained between Zero Wing and an actual superpower. Moreover, as more time passed, this gap would only become increasingly obvious, the so-called snowball effect. Currently, even the best players in God's Domain had just started their journey in Tier 2, so the difference might not be so obvious. However, after players reach Tier 3, the gap would be glaring if he did not set up a sturdy foundation for Zero Wing now. Then once the various superpowers of God's Domain started obtaining Tier 3 players, he might be able to protect himself, but Zero Wing might not be able to defend itself against superpowers. Link with the auction house of another city. Weissman put down the book in his hands and entered deep thought when he heard Shifeng's words. Before long, he said, "It's not exactly impossible, but this matter will be very difficult to accomplish. If you fail, you'll have to pay a considerable price. Are you truly willing to accept this task?" Yes. Shifeng nodded seriously. He had long since known about this point, as he wouldn't have visited Weissman without preparation. Which town or city would you choose? Weissman asked. Stone Forest Town. Shifeng replied. The Witch's Hill Zero Wing City was built and was a precious leveling ground. He couldn't possibly move Zero Wing City to a neutral map. Stone Forest Town, however, was a different story. The Stoneclaw Mountains, the town, was built and was already starting to lose popularity among players. Moreover, Stone Forest Town was already an advanced town and only a step away from becoming a basic city. He naturally had to prioritize its development, although linking an NPC auction house with a guild town's auction house was slightly more difficult than doing so for a guild city's auction house. The difficulty was only on the standard of an epic team quest. To Shifeng's current self, completing such a quest would be no problem at all. All right, as White River City's magistrate, I will grant you this authority. Here are the tasks you need to complete. I hope you can succeed, Weissman said as he took out a parchment and handed it to Shifeng. Meanwhile, the moment Shifeng accepted the parchment, a system notification entered his ears. System, you have accepted the inferior legendary quest, Road of Prosperity. Chapter 2105, Road to Tier 3. An inferior legendary quest? Shifeng was stunned when he saw the system notification. As far as he could remember, the quest to link an NPC auction house to a guild city's had only neared epic rank. Even if it were slightly more difficult to accomplish, the quest shouldn't be more difficult than an epic team quest. He had never heard of an inferior legendary ranked version, although there was only one rank between inferior legendary quests and epic quests. The actual difficulty difference was massive. This was like the difference between peak and apex experts. Even apex experts would face extreme risks when completing an inferior legendary quest, and that was with the support of a superpower without a superpower behind them. Completing an inferior legendary quest would require heaven-defying luck. During Shifeng's brief moment of shock, he received another system notification system. Congratulations. You are the first player to activate the Road to Prosperity in God's Domain. There will be no penalties for failing the quest. Upon quest completion, you will be awarded an additional Peak Construction Design or Gold Town Promotion Order. A Peak Construction Design or Gold Town Promotion Order. Shifeng began to grow excited as he read this second notification. Both the Peak Construction Design and the Gold Town Promotion Order were painfully difficult to acquire in God's Domain. Either of these items was easily as valuable as a fragmented legendary item. Any peak construction could easily attract a flood of players, increasing a city's popularity. Peak constructions were also required to promote an advanced city to a main city. A guild city could only truly become a guild's main headquarters after becoming a main city, which even individual Tier 5 players would find difficult to take down. To destroy a main city, one would need a group of Tier 5 players or a Tier 6 God rank player. This was also why only guilds with a main city were considered true first-rate guilds. First-rate guilds generally had quite a few Tier 5 players under their command, and with the home ground advantage, these Tier 5 players could exhibit far greater combat power than ordinary Tier 5 players. Hence, even the various superpowers had invested a lot of time and effort to destroy a first-rate guild's main city in the past. Some superpowers had even spent 2 or 3 months trying to destroy a first-rate guild's main city. As for the Gold Town Promotion Order, it allowed players to promote an advanced town to a basic city unconditionally. Every superpower dreamed of commanding a basic city at this stage of the game. Not only would a basic city provide a stable source of income, but it would also allow its ruling superpower to control more territory. At the same time, a basic city was the basis for survival. In level 100 plus neutral maps, God's domain had plenty of level 100 plus neutral maps, and every one of them had its own characteristics and resources. Occupying one of these neutral maps would certainly benefit a guild's members as they grew stronger. God's domain's current powers desperately needed both the peak construction design and the Gold Town promotion order. Even though it would still be some time before players reach level 100, much would need to be done before they could explore level 100 neutral maps. Many powers in the past had only begun to prepare after players had reached level 90, and by then, it had been too late. Ideally, powers should prepare to explore level 100 neutral maps once players reach level 80. Players would need potions and items that would help counter the harsh environments players would encounter in neutral maps, for example. To amass these potions and items, the various powers would need to improve their lifestyle player standards. They would also need to grind for recipes and designs. If a power only began to prepare for this expansion after players reached level 90, it wouldn't be ready in time, and superpowers were no exception. Its development in level 100 neutral maps would stagnate, and the process of elevating its expert players to Tier 3 would be affected. Zero Wing's foundations were still flimsy. Hence, Horrifying needed to prepare for exploring level 100 neutral maps as soon as possible. After all, after reaching Tier 2, players would need about the same amount of time for each level up before level 100. It only seemed like players' leveling speed decreased as they reached higher levels due to increased PvP encounters, which in turn resulted in more deaths than necessary. In addition, top-tier weapons and equipment became more difficult to acquire. Thinking up to this point, Horrifying promptly unfurled the parchment Weissman had given him. The parchment listed all the conditions that he would need to fulfill. Once he met these conditions, White River City's auction house would link with the auction house in Stone Forest Town as expected of an inferior legendary quest. These conditions are absurd. Horrifying frowned as he read the parchment. To put it simply, he needed to obtain 100 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal and complete one Hero Rank Crusade quest, although the quest only had 2 conditions. Fulfilling both would even be a challenge for the various superpowers. The various superpowers likely didn't even know what a Hero Crusade quest was. A Hero Crusade quest was also known as a Kingdom Crusade quest. Even an entire kingdom would struggle to complete such a quest, so they were usually commissioned through the Adventurers Association. In the past, even the various superpowers had considered Hero Crusade quests absolute nightmares. In the past, first-rate guilds had been powerless when it came to Hero Crusade quests, and the various superpowers had sacrificed tens of thousands of expert players to complete them. Even Apex experts had died multiple times during the quest now. The system wanted him to complete one such quest just to connect 2 auction houses. Obtaining 100 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal wasn't particularly difficult for Horrifying. After all, Zero Wing had already begun to explore the Tower of Time. Thus far, the guild had collected more than 50 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal. If he sent Cola and the other main force members to the tower, acquiring the rest of the required 7 Luminaries Crystals wouldn't be overly difficult. The Hero Crusade quest was a real problem. Ouroboros had once accepted a Hero Crusade quest when players had been around level 70. Their target had been the Lord of Fire in an ancient secret land. I can probably give it a go. After giving the matter some thought, Horrifying recalled the Hero Crusade quests in Starmoon Kingdom during his previous life. Of those he could remember, the only one he was confident of Zero Wing completing was the crusade against the Lord of Fire. Although Ouroboros had failed to defeat the Lord of Fire, the main reason for its defeat had been insufficient fire resistance. Ouroboros' members hadn't been able to withstand the Lord of Fire's attacks at all. A foreign superpower had arrived to hunt down the boss only after players had reached level 100. The achievement had sparked a huge commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. At the time, players could only complete a Hero Crusade quest once, and once it had been completed, it would vanish from God's domain forever. As long as a guild completed a Hero Crusade quest, it would be awarded a significant amount of guild popularity, which would attract more NPC nobles and even royalty to commission quests. A guild could even earn the appropriate deeds to become a territory lord, although trying to reach that rank was extremely difficult. After considering the matter for a moment, Shifeng decided to hunt down the Lord of Fire. Other powers might find it struggle to amass enough fire resistance to raid the Lord of Fire, but it wasn't an issue for Shifeng and his guild. He had already raided the Flame Demon King and obtained the Flame Demon's Crown, a piece of top-tier fire resistance equipment. After all, furthermore, Zero Wing was far stronger than Ouroboros had been. With the help of master fire resistance potions, raiding the Lord of Fire was definitely possible for the guild. As Shifeng left the city hall and was about to head to the Candlelight trading firm to prepare for the crusade quest, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, something major has just happened. A moment ago, Starlink made a move and invited every core member in our guild to join it. It is offering us 3 times what Zero Wing is paying, and it has poached a group of advanced lifestyle players from Candlelight. Starlink has started selling weapons and equipment for cred, causing our sales to plummet, Aqua Rose hurriedly reported. Everyone in the guild is talking about it. I guess Starlink finally gave in and is trying to suppress us with its financial power? Shifeng could not help but laugh. How can you laugh at a time like this, guild leader? We are already tight on credits. Now that Starlink is trying to sabotage us, many of the guild's members are growing concerned. If our people start to leave the guild, our development will likely stagnate, Aqua Rose said, exasperated at Shifeng's reaction. I get it. Notify Melancholic and Yulan. Tell them to reduce our prices in the Dark Knight Empire and purchase the Empire's specialty materials at a high price. Since Starlink wants to cause trouble in Starmoon Kingdom, we'll do the same in the Dark Knight Empire, Shifeng calmly decided. Chapter 2106, Advanced Authority. Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Shifeng's orders. Guild leader, are we really doing this? Aqua Rose hurriedly asked after snapping out of her daze. We're short on coins and credits right now because of the guild's development. I'm afraid that we won't last more than 2 days if we go through with this. Zero Wing had secured White River City's auction house, which significantly increased the guild's income, but the battle had also tremendously elevated the guild's fame, which had attracted more recruits and increased the guild's member count. Overall, the guild's funds were still stretched thin. Meanwhile, a large-scale price war wouldn't yield results quickly. It could even backfire on Zero Wing. Starlink was its opponent this time, and the superpower had immense financial strength. Moreover, Zero Wing would be attacking Starlink's home turf. Even when Zero Wing's coffers had been overflowing, it still hadn't been a match for Starlink. Not even superpowers like Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor dared to engage in a financial war against Starlink. How many coins can we save each day after including the income from White River City's auction house? Shifeng asked. After deducting the guild's necessary expenditures and including the fund we have on hand, we should be able to save around 35,000 gold per day. Aqua Rose said with a bitter smile. 35,000 gold was unquestionably a huge sum to current first-rate guilds. Many of them dreamed of saving so much in a single day. As guilds continued to develop, they encountered more necessary expenditures. Trying to wage a price war against a superpower on its home turf with just 35,000 gold per day was a joke. That money would be gone in 2 days at most. Even if Zero Wing was generating more income each day, the guild could only afford to maintain its financial attack for around 5 days. Any longer, and the war would affect the guild's development. That should be just barely enough. Shifeng mimicked Aqua's faint smile after giving the matter some thought. That's enough? For a moment, Aqua Rose wondered if she had misheard Shifeng. Either that, or she had accidentally told him the wrong numbers, stating the guild's net income as 350,000 rather than 35,000 MHM. That's enough. Just inform Melancholic and Yulan and tell them to see to the necessary preparations in the Dark Knight Empire, Shifeng said, nodding. He then disconnected the call and continued toward the Candlelight trading firm to prepare for the Lord of Fire raid. A few days ago, he wouldn't have been confident enough to start a price war with Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire, but he had already purchased 500 stamina gemstones from the 4-star wandering merchant Zol. The various major powers desperately needed stamina gemstones since they'd all started to explore neutral maps. Unfortunately, these neutral maps didn't have guild towns or cities yet where players could rest. Moreover, the various large guilds couldn't transfer their guild towns to these neutral maps yet, which meant that exploration relied entirely on players' strength and stamina. Meanwhile, the wealthier and neutral map was, the harsher its environment would be. As a result, players expended more stamina than normal when exploring these maps. Players would even consume stamina while standing still in some neutral maps, and even if they sat down to rest, their stamina recovery would only be enough to nullify the passive consumption rate. Players simply couldn't survive in these maps for long. Although there were some potions that aided in stamina recovery on the market, they were extremely rare. The various major powers usually save these potions for their members, rarely selling them. Take Zero Wing, for example. Although Zero Wing could brew the exotic stamina potion, it only had 10 players that were capable of producing it, yet the guild had more than 500,000 members. After deducting the guild's needs, very few exotic stamina potions were left that could be sold on the market. This predicament only increased the stamina gemstone's value. First, the stamina gemstone did not have a set duration. It would not disappear after a certain period of use. Second, it did not have a level limit. Hence, players could use the stamina gemstone throughout their careers in God's domain. If players equipped 3 stamina gemstones, they wouldn't have to worry about stamina consumption when exploring neutral maps below level 100. Because of this, the various major powers had gone crazy for stamina gemstones in the past, each easily selling for 300 gold in an auction, while Horrifying prepared all sorts of fire resistance equipment and potions. Players throughout Starmoon Kingdom had discovered Starlink's assault on Zero Wing, and a commotion erupted across the kingdom. Starlink has finally made its move. I knew Starlink couldn't take the embarrassment of losing to Zero Wing lying down. Even though Zero Wing has many experts, the competition between the various powers is one of finances. How can Zero Wing possibly compete with Starlink without any backers? Starlink is pretty impressive, though. It's actually poaching Zero Wing's members by offering to triple their salaries. I've heard that several hundred Zero Wing members have already left to join Starlink. Moreover, a large number of them are advanced lifestyle players. This will likely wound the Candlelight trading firm. I will be tempted as well. After all, they get to join a superpower and earn 3 times their normal salary. That's not all Starlink is doing. I've heard that it started to buy Starmoon Kingdom's materials at a high price too. It is also selling similar products to the Candlelight trading firm at a much lower price. As a result, Candlelight's player traffic has decreased. Zero Wing's in trouble now. It has just secured White River City's auction house after fighting so hard, and just as it has gained the funds to start on the path toward becoming a superpower, Starlink had jumped in and made such a move. Zero Wing's development will likely stagnate. Sure enough, superpowers shouldn't be casually provoked. By this point, Starmoon Kingdom's players had gained a better understanding of superpowers' wealth, although they had recently held an optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. Hoping that Zero Wing could emerge victorious from a price war with Starlink was unrealistic. Meanwhile, a gorgeous woman in dark purple robes entered one of White River City's advanced bars. As soon as she spotted the middle-aged man wearing pitch-black leather armor at the bar, she hurried up to him. "Commander, I've just received a message from the Seven Sins. Not only has Starlink successfully secured 3 auction houses, but it has also become an advanced member in the Secret Chamber of Commerce. As an advanced member, the first thing Starlink did was use its authority to hold an advanced union. It looks like Starlink is trying to kick Zero Wing out of secret." Iluafe immediately reported an advanced union. Yin Tianxing could not help but shake his head and sigh as he said, "Sure enough, hoping that a guild with no background can become a superpower is a fool's dream. Since that is the case, let's return to the Black Dragon Empire." Within the Secret Chamber of Commerce, there were 2 levels of membership, basic and advanced. Not only did advanced members enjoy greater authority and have more access to the chamber's resources, but they could also hold an advanced union to propose changes to the chamber's other advanced members. As long as more than half of the advanced members agreed to the proposal, it would be enacted immediately. One of the potential proposals included expelling basic members from the chamber, however. Becoming an advanced member in the secret chamber of commerce was extremely difficult. Not even all super guilds qualified for that level of membership, and Starlink's success in doing so was certainly shocking since Starlink was responsible for the proposal. Secret's advanced members would likely approve Zero Wing's removal to avoid provoking the superpower and prevent another from rising in God's domain. Now, not even the Secret Pavilion's objection could save Zero Wing from its fate. It was easy to imagine what end awaited Zero Wing if it lost access to the secret chamber of commerce's sales channel Xianxia, who busied himself in the candlelight trading firm, received a frustrated notification from Xianxia as well. After today, Zero Wing was no longer a member of the secret chamber of commerce, and all dealings it had with the chamber would be canceled immediately. Guild leader Black Flame. This decision is a result of the Advanced Union's agreement. Although the Secret Pavilion voted against it, the 5 other advanced members voted for the proposal. There was nothing the Pavilion could do. Xianxia said apologetically, "It's fine. It's the rules, after all." Although I have to thank the Pavilion for voting in Zero Wing's favor, Xianxia said, chuckling. Although Zero Wing is no longer part of the Secret Chamber of Commerce, if your guild needs anything, the Secret Pavilion can help with small matters. Just contact me if you need anything in the future. Xianxia sincerely offered thanks. Xianxia nodded appreciatively as Xianxia learned of Zero Wing's banishment from the Secret Chamber of Commerce. News of the matter spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom, causing an uproar. Nobody would have imagined that Secret would annex Zero Wing without a second thought. With this, Zero Wing would find it even more difficult to survive Starlink's economic suppression. Zero Wing, didn't you want to play? I'll give you my full attention this time. Lu Xinghua, in the distant Dark Knight Empire, laughed when he received the latest report on Zero Wing. Previously, he hadn't had the time to deal with Zero Wing, but now that Starlink has secured its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord, neither Unyielding Soul nor Crimson Empire was a match for its prowess in the Empire. Now that he didn't have to worry about Starlink's position in the Empire, he had the time to punish Zero Wing for angering Starlink. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile and Yulan had just arrived in one of the 100 Flower Palace's shops in Dark Knight City that Zero Wing had taken over. Guild leader, all of Candlelight's shops in the Empire have been stocked with stamina gemstones and exotic stamina potions. We can start selling them at any time, Melancholic Smile reported after calling Xianxia good. Begin the operation, Xianxia commanded. It's about time we teach Starlink a lesson. Chapter 2107, Foolish to the Extreme. Melancholic Smile and Yulan went to work the moment Xianxia gave the command. In Zero Wing's name, they announced their intent to purchase the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials at high price and sell common goods at a low price. The post caused a commotion throughout the Empire the moment it went public. The Dark Knight Empire's players found the situation unbelievable. Insane. Zero Wing has gone insane. What? Is Zero Wing really starting a price war against Starlink? Practically everyone in the Dark Knight Empire knew of Zero Wing by this point. The guild had, after all, helped the 100 Flowers Palace resist Starlink's assault. It was no secret that Starlink had begun to use its financial prowess to suppress Zero Wing shortly after the auction arena had ended. However, no one had expected Zero Wing to pull a move like this in the Dark Knight Empire so soon after Starlink's actions in Starmoon Kingdom. Clearly, Zero Wing was retaliating. The news reached the Empire's various powers at light speed, and they all found Zero Wing's actions utterly astonishing. What are Zero Wing's people thinking? Are they unaware that Starlink has already secured Dark Knight City's auction house? Crimson Heart, the 100 Flowers Palace's first vice guild leader, said flabbergasted Starlink had already solidified its position as the Empire's overlord, and not even Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor would dare engage the superpower in a financial war. Moreover, Starlink had secured 2 other NPC auction houses. Its new financial strength was unimaginable. I've heard that Zero Wing's members have become jittery due to Starlink's suppression. Maybe Zero Wing is trying to raise morale and unite its members, Cleanse Rue commented. In her opinion, this was Zero Wing's only option. A guild's morale and unity were extremely important. If the guild were fractured, it would only be a matter of time before it crumbled. Even so, this is just playing with fire. This has basically announced Zero Wing's intentions to fight Starlink. If Zero Wing loses this financial war, it will only suffer more, Crimson Heart said. Moreover, economic warfare is very taxing on a guild. This isn't a field battle. It is a pure competition of wealth and resources. War weapons are useless here. Clean's roof fell silent after listening to Crimson Heart's reasoning. As Crimson Heart had said, fighting a price war would hinder a guild's operations, and the consequences of losing a war like this were far worse than losing a field war. While a guild could endure multiple defeats in a field war, a single loss in a financial war could force a guild to the brink of disbandment. Even worse, a guild would still suffer severe losses even if it won. To put it simply, there were no winners in an economic war. The Hundred Flowers Palace wasn't the only guild in the Dark Knight Empire that Zero Wing's actions had confused. Unyielding Soul also discussed the situation. Zero Wing has gone too far this time. Mu Chung could not help but sigh as he read the discussions on the Dark Knight Empire's official forums. Grandpa, Zero Wing has a gold mine like Zero Wing City, as well as White River City's auction house. Overall, it still has frightening financial strength. Starlink won't come out unscathed from a financial war with Zero Wing either. Mu Lingsha said other guilds might not recognize Zero Wing City's value, but as a superpower, Unyielding Soul was very aware of it. Aside from the daily entry fees, the teleportation services the city offered to players who wanted to visit the Otherworld Gate generated astonishing profits. The Otherworld Gate had many precious treasures to offer players, and the leveling speed in the area was incredible. Even players from Starmoon Kingdom's neighbors had begun to head toward the Otherworld Gate to level. Not to mention the kingdom's players, the city's teleportation services likely earned Zero Wing as much money as White River City's auction house, severely underestimating Starlink. Don't forget that Starlink has taken control of Dark Knight House. In other words, it holds the city's economic lifeline in its palm, Mu Chang said, shaking his head. A single word from Starlink is enough to determine who can enter the auction house and who cannot. Furthermore, Starlink controls 3 total NPC auction houses. Even if one of the auction houses stops generating income, Starlink won't suffer for it. Starlink's influence over the Empire's players is leaps and bounds beyond Zero Wing's. Do you think that everyone would risk provoking Starlink for a little extra profit? After all was said and done, Zero Wing was not a superpower. Ignoring background, there is a massive difference between the two guilds in terms of the number of auction houses under their control. The main reason that Starlink dared to provoke Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom was the fact that Zero Wing only controlled one NPC auction house. If Zero Wing prohibited Starlink's customers from using its auction house, it would sever its own lifeline. However, the same couldn't be said for Starlink. This was the difference between these guilds' foundations. It was extremely foolish for Zero Wing to think that it could use Starlink's tactics against it. Trying to mimic the superpower suppression would only make Zero Wing's death even more miserable. I'll go and warn Zero Wing right away. Mu Lingsha said. It's too late, Mu Chang said, sighing. Zero Wing has already announced its intentions in this war using its own name. Every player in the Dark Knight Empire and Starmoon Kingdom knows what's happening. If Zero Wing gives up now, not only would the guild appear weak, but its players' unity would also shatter. Dark Knight City, Starlink's residence. Guild leader, everyone's discussing Zero Wing's declaration of war. Should we take further actions against the guild? Dawn Webb asked Lu Xingluo. Of course. Inform the public that whoever dares to sell the Empire's specialty materials to Zero Wing should give up any hope of setting foot in Dark Knight City's auction house ever again. Laughing, Lu Xingluo continued, I want to see just how Zero Wing plans to play this out. Understood. Dawn Webb promptly bowed and left the room. Dark Knight City's business district bustled with activity, and despite the late hour, players crowded the streets. As the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital, the various adventurer teams and guilds members gathered here. One could easily find level 64 expert players with a casual glance, and there were quite a few experts in level 60 fine gold equipment. The scene would be impossible to find in an ordinary NPC city, however. The Empire's various powers hadn't stationed their members in Dark Knight City because it was the Empire's capital, but because it was a hub for the Dark Knight Empire's merchant players. This ensured that the city had more resources than anywhere else in the Empire. If the Dark Knight Empire had something good to offer, it could be found in Dark Knight City. Items that were nearly impossible to find in other NPC cities were commonplace here, and the majority of these items flowed through Dark Knight City's auction house. Many players had become famous or wealthy overnight because they had chanced upon treasures selling for far less than they were worth in the city's auction house due to Starlink's ban on Zero Wing. No one was in a rush to visit the Candlelight trading firm's shop in the business district. Very few players were willing to enter the shop since everyone was afraid of being banned for the city's auction house as well. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile and Yulon were dumbfounded as they stood in Candlelight's empty shop. They were purchasing materials at a 30% markup and selling commonly used goods for 30% less than market value. Yet only a small number of players had visited Candlelight's shops in the Empire since they had made their announcement over an hour ago. Anxious, Melancholic Smile contacted Xianxia and asked, "Guild leader, what should we do? Because of Starlink's ban, the players who visit Candlelight here only buy our low-priced goods. We're losing money and gaining nothing. We won't be able to affect Starlink's economy at this rate. Starlink has banned us." Xianxia laughed. "How quick of it? Guild leader, we're losing money here, yet you can still laugh?" Melancholic Smile asked, "Exasperated now that Starlink has banned us, we can take action," Xianxia said. "Reveal the exotic stamina potions and stamina gemstones. Any player that wants to buy the exotic stamina potions can do so with the Empire's specialty materials. Auction off the stamina gemstones, but only to players who sell us 1 gold of specialty materials. Hopefully, Starlink keeps its word and goes through with the ban." "I'll get it done," Melancholic Smile said, a joyful smile lighting up her face. Chapter 2108. Dark Knight Empire Shaken. Although Melancholic Smile wasn't a combat player, she understood the exotic stamina potions and stamina gemstones value perfectly. Zero Wing's exchange prices for the exotic stamina potions rose each day, and now, not even the guild's basic elite members qualified to purchase the potions. The exotic stamina potions were only available to those who had been guild members for a long time, significantly contributed to the guild, and were advanced elite members. Moreover, advanced elite members were limited to 1 bottle every 3 days. Even so, the guild's daily supply wasn't enough to maintain its stock. It was clear how important the exotic stamina potions were to combat players. However, Melancholic Smile didn't find the situation unreasonable. Current players had moved beyond grinding within kingdoms and empires' borders. Most players ran toward neutral maps as soon as they were high enough level. Not only did neutral maps offer more opportunities, but leveling in these maps also proved faster than the alternative. This was a part of God's domain's balance. Players wouldn't earn much if they developed in save areas, but if they took a risk, they could reap more rewards. The exotic stamina potions were a large part of the reason that Zero Wings members had reached level 50 so quickly. The stamina gemstones were even more impressive. Although they weren't as powerful as the exotic stamina potions, they were everlasting. Moreover, the stamina gemstone would only become more effective as players reached higher levels. Players could use the gemstones forever, and they were a treasure that could give the various major powers a significant advantage over their competitors. Melancholic Smile immediately ordered a subordinate to set up a new counter for the exotic stamina potions. She also set up a small cabinet beside the counter to display the stamina gemstones and the necessary qualifications to bid for them in the auction. The moment these new features appeared in the shop, they attracted the few visiting players' attention quick. "Look, there's a new counter, a new product." The independent players browsing the shop weren't from the Dark Knight Empire. They were merely visiting Dark Knight City to purchase and sell items. Hence, they didn't particularly care about Starlink's ban. Their base of operations wasn't in the Empire, and if they couldn't purchase items from Dark Knight City's auction house, they could simply visit an auction house in another empire. Since the Candlelight trading firm was selling items below market price, they couldn't miss this opportunity to make a profit of. So what if Zero Wing is pushing out a new product? Zero Wing overestimates itself if it thinks it can defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. An assassin from Starlink, disguised as an independent player, said disdainfully as he looked at the new counter. As far as he was concerned, his superior's orders to watch Candlelight was unnecessary even if the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers had 10 times the courage they currently displayed. They wouldn't dare offend Starlink for a little profit. Trying to counter Starlink's influence in the Empire's market by relying on independent players was simply a dream. Many of the Dark Knight Empire's precious materials could only be obtained with a certain degree of strength, and generally, only the various adventurer teams and guilds were strong enough. But as the Starlink assassin entertained such thoughts, someone's exclamation reached his ears. Crap. The exotic stamina potion. This shop is actually selling exotic stamina potions. With those few words, the first floor hall fell silent. Almost every customer turned toward the counter at the same time, a hint of madness flashing in their eyes. They immediately dashed toward the counter in less than 10 seconds. Every customer inside the shop had crowded around the exotic stamina potions counter. Really, is the exotic stamina potion for real? Zero Wing is actually selling this here. Crap. You can only purchase it for the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials. The independent players panted a little when they saw the potions. Boss, give me 10 bottles. I want 20. Boss, I want every exotic stamina potion you have. After a brief moment of shock, the several hundred independent players in the shop frantically shouted their orders for the exotic stamina potions. If the system's rules hadn't protected the counter, they likely would have tried to destroy it and steal the potions within. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who watched from the second floor, was stupefied when Candlelight sold the potion in Starmoon Kingdom. The kingdom's players had merely been surprised. Nobody had ever reacted like these independent players. They all seemed as if they had found a priceless treasure that was worth killing over. However, if Shifeng saw this, he wouldn't be overly surprised. Empires not only had more resources than kingdoms, but their competition was also far more intense. Kingdoms players couldn't even imagine how fierce the competition was in an empire. Furthermore, items that could increase players' stamina recovery were extremely rare in God's domain. Normally, independent players had no access to such items. While the players in the shop made a fuss over the exotic stamina potions, some noticed the cabinet next to the counter. Again, they expressed their shocked. Stamina gemstone. God's domain actually has such an item. If I equipped 3 or 4 of these gemstones, I wouldn't have to worry about surviving in God's domain's maps in the future. This won't do. Even if I go bankrupt, I have to get these stamina gemstones. Everyone stared at the crystal-clear stamina gemstones in the cabinet with bloodshot eyes. Naturally, these players paid no heed to the participation qualifications and the auction's minimum 100 gold bid. They immediately contacted their friends to borrow the necessary funds. The exotic stamina potions might be very important, but compared to the stamina gemstone, the potions were insignificant. With the stamina gemstones, players could treat neutral maps like their own backyards, hunting for more opportunities than other players. News of the Candlelight trading firm's exotic stamina potions spread like wildfire. Not only did it reach every corner of Dark Knight City almost instantly, but players also began to discuss the gemstones on the Empire's official forums. Is Zero Wing insane? It's actually selling such a treasure. It seems Zero Wing really wants to go to war with Starlink. Fortunately for us, we can profit from this war. As long as we have enough stamina gemstones, exploring neutral maps won't be a problem. For a moment, the stamina gemstone's appearance caused an uproar in the Dark Knight Empire. The various adventurer teams, in particular, sent their members to Candlelight Shop in Dark Knight City to purchase a stock of the gemstones for their members. Other players might be afraid of being barred from the city's auction house, but adventurer teams like theirs weren't. After all, they could simply visit other auction houses. At most, they might have to visit another empire to shop. However, once they had the stamina gemstones, they would have an advantage over other powers when exploring neutral maps. They simply couldn't miss such a rare opportunity. The Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds secretly sent members to the Candlelight trading firm as well. This was just as much of an opportunity for them as it was for the various adventurer teams. Not even Starlink could dissuade them from purchasing stamina gemstones. If they disguised their members as independent players, Starlink would have a difficult time discovering their actions less than an hour after the public discovered the stamina gemstones. Players crowded Candlelight's previous deserted shop in Dark Knight City. It was even more crowded than the city's auction house right now, moreover. The prices for the Empire's specialty materials in Dark Knight City had doubled within the past hour due to Candlelight's auction requirements. Even so, none of the various large guilds or adventurer teams harbored any thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to sell their materials for a quick profit. For a time, chaos reigned over Dark Knight City's market eventually. The various superpowers' upper echelons, who were preoccupied with exploring neutral maps, received news of Zero Wing's stamina gemstones. Chapter 2109. Changes in the Dark Knight Empire. Starmoon Kingdom, an advanced bar in White River City's business district. All 3 floors of the bar have been rented out, but aside from NPCs, the first 2 floors were void of people. Players only occupied the top floor VIP room. The several players in the room were all level 65 or above and wore top-tier level 60 equipment. The leader was an elderly man in blue, who stared through a window, admiring the prosperous view. Suddenly, a level 64, black-clad assassin entered the room, looked at the elder, and said, "Elder E, we've just received news stating that Candlelight has started selling a large quantity of exotic stamina potions in the Dark Knight Empire. The trading firm has also begun to sell something called the Stamina Gemstone. Each Stamina Gemstone can increase players' stamina recovery rate by 7%. Candlelight is only accepting the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials as payment, which has not only doubled the prices for these materials, but the various powers have also stopped selling any they have in stock." Stamina Gemstone? The blue-clad elder was astonished when he heard this. "How many are they selling?" "Based our investigations, Candlelight has prepared 60 stamina gemstones to sell in Dark Knight City." The assassin answered. 60? How generous! The elder expressed his surprise at the assassin's answer. Has Zero Wing gone insane? Players who frequented neutral maps understood how valuable items like the stamina gemstones were. Moreover, the more stamina gemstones one had equipped, the more valuable they would become. With 60 stamina gemstones, one could outfit a 20-man team that would then be able to operate in a neutral map without having to return to a city to recover stamina. The profits one could gain from such a team would be frightening, especially when exploring a new neutral map. If Zero Wing organized such a team, it would gain a tremendous advantage over its competition, yet Zero Wing willingly sold the stamina gemstones, sacrificing such a wondrous opportunity. Only a lunatic would pull a stunt like this. It seems we still underestimate Zero Wing. Starlink will have a hard time preventing the guild from affecting its economy. Prepare the necessary materials immediately. We're heading to Dark Knight City, the blue-clad elder commanded as he stood from his seat. He, like everyone else in God's domain, had thought Zero Wing was simply making a fool of itself by challenging Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. But now, it seemed that everyone had underestimated the guild's determination and strength. Likely no one had thought that Zero Wing was willing and able to make such a move. The Dark Knight Empire's various major powers had taken a step back in respect of Starlink. But now that their future was on the line, no one would heed Starlink's warnings. With how tempting the stamina gemstones were, the prices of the Empire's specialty materials would rise astronomically. Unlike the usual rare materials, specialty materials were unique to a specific country. Starlink used the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials as the Starlink Trading Fin's foundation in the competition with other kingdoms and empires' trading firms. If the prices of the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials reached absurd heights or supply were severed, Starlink's profits would plummet. After all, the various superpowers relied on their trading firms and wide connections as their main sources of income. And for Starlink, these relied on the Empire's specialty materials as a foundation. Without this foundation, Starlink would struggle to make money through its trading firm. Meanwhile, a deathly silence reigned in the guild leader's office, which Lu Xinghua occupied. and Starlink's Dark Knight City residents. None of the guild upper echelons present in the room dared to utter a single word in a short hour. Starlink had gone from able to purchase more than 10,000 specialty materials to only several hundred. Moreover, this number continued to fall as time passed. Not only had this situation severely impacted Starlink's ability to produce specialty merchandise, but had also drastically increased production costs. Ultimately, Starlink had three main income sources for coins. The first source was the guild's trading firm. The second was its money farming teams and the guild members completing guild quests. The third source came from the guild's towns, although Starlink now had NPC auction houses as a fourth source of income. It had just taken these auction houses over. It would still be some time before the guild earned a significant amount of profit from this source. A minor income decrease due to Zero Wing's interference would have been tolerable, but its impact wasn't minor at all. At this point, the Starlink trading firm generated 20% less profit than usual, and that percentage continued to increase. This predicament would severely impact the guild's development. To make matters worse, this was happening as Starlink needed to migrate its guild towns to new locations. Relocating a guild town required a lot of funding, and a profit loss meant Starlink would have to delay the move. Zero Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression twisted into something gloomy as he read the report in his hands. He then turned toward Dawn Webb and growled, "Notify our subordinates to increase the purchase price for Starmoon Kingdom's specialty materials immediately." "How much shall we raise it by, guild leader?" Dawn Webb asked. "Raise it by 50%. I want to see which of us will last the longest." Lu Xingluo said, "What about the stamina gemstones?" Dawn Webb asked. "If the other powers get their hands on them, they'll have a much easier time exploring the neutral maps around the Dark Knight Empire. We don't have many materials left. Let those powers have them. In any case, the Candlelight trading firm only has 60 stamina gemstones for sale. Even if a power purchases all 60, it'll only have enough to equip a 20-man team. That won't be enough to upset the Empire's power structure," Lu Xingluo said disdainfully. "Besides, how long can Zero Wing possibly afford to play around in Dark Knight City? Turn your focus to Starmoon Kingdom. Now that Zero Wing has lost the secret chamber of commerce's connections, it can only strut about its own kingdom." More than 10 neutral maps neighbored the Dark Knight Empire that were suitable for current players. No matter how powerful a 20-man team was, it could only explore one neutral map at most. The team wouldn't have the time to explore other neutral maps, let alone affect Starlink's exploration teams. In contrast, as Starlink raised the prices for Starmoon Kingdom's specialty products, Zero Wing's operation costs would rise, and its profit margins would suffer. Even if Zero Wing had White River City's auction house, its development would stagnate as the various major powers continued to develop in neutral maps. Stagnation would eventually eliminate Zero Wing from God's domain altogether. Understood. Dawn Webb nodded. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm's shop in Dark Knight City was lively as practically every power in the Empire gathered to view its products. Even representatives from other kingdoms and Empire's powers had come to inspect the goods. Every player in the shop had traded 1 gold of specialty materials to qualify for the Stamina Gemstones' upcoming auction. None of them cared about Starlink's threat unless Starlink wanted Dark Knight City's auction house to go out of business. It wouldn't dare follow through and ban everyone that did business with Candlelight. Everyone. The Stamina Gemstones will be sold in sets of 3. The bids will start at 300 gold of specialty materials. Each increment must no less than 10 gold. If everyone is in agreement, let the auction begin. Everyone in the first floor hall grew restless with Yolan's announcement. 400 gold, 450 gold, 600 gold. One major power after another yelled out astronomical bids. But at the end of the day, none of them could outcompete the superpowers that secretly participated in the auction. The first set of stamina gemstones sold for 1,250 gold, causing many of the participating guilds and adventurer teams to sigh with disappointment. With that kind of money, they could fully equip a player in top-tier equipment. However, none of these players found the price unreasonable. 3 stamina gemstones could enable an expert to roam neutral maps freely. If a superpower's peak experts had this freedom, They could easily earn back the cost of the stamina gemstones through the opportunities they found. It was definitely a worthwhile trade. If the bidding currency hadn't been limited to specialty materials, the price would have likely gone higher that various superpowers continued to win stamina gemstones in the auction. In the end, the 20 sets had netted nearly 27,000 gold in specialty materials for Zero Wing, which had even surpassed Sure Feng's expectation. Zero Wing has earned quite a stock of materials through this auction, but it's a pity that its success ends here. Mu Cheng, who wore a black cloak amidst the crowd, was a little disappointed to see the stamina gemstones out of stock. While Zero Wing had indeed affected Starlink's operations by selling the stamina gemstones, the plan wasn't viable long-term. Once the auction ended, Dark Knight City would return to normal. While Zero Wing had only gained specialty materials naturally, Mu Cheng wasn't the only one with such thoughts. All of the various superpowers thought the same. However, just as the crowd was about to leave, Melancholic Smile walked into the center of the hall. The Master Forger's insignia she wore and her majestic aura attracted many of the players' attention. Even the various superpowers only had a handful of lifestyle masters, much less Master Forgers. Today's auction for the stamina gemstones has come to an end. The next auction will take place tomorrow at the same time. Customers who failed to win gemstones today may visit us then, Melancholic Smile announced. Any members of the Candlelight trading firm that spend more than 3 gold in this city shop will be eligible for a lucky draw on the day of their transaction. We will select one winner every 4 hours who will be able to purchase one stamina gemstone for 200 gold. As Melancholic Smile finished speaking, silence descended on the hall. After a brief moment, many players spoke up. Is this a joke? Zero Wing has more stamina gemstones. Even the various superpowers stared at Melancholic Smile in shock, not to mention the many independent players. How is this possible? Elder E muttered, surprise coloring his tranquil features. Selling 60 stamina gemstones was already amazing. Yet by the looks of it, Zero Wing intended to continue selling the gemstones for a considerable period. Although he did not know how long Zero Wing could maintain this business, every additional day would affect Dark Knight City. Moreover, the impact the city felt would grow stronger with each day. Every auction was the equivalent of another 20-man team that could explore neutral maps without concern for their stamina. If Zero Wing maintained these auctions for 5 or 6 days, it would likely change the power structure in the Empire's neighboring neutral maps. If that happened, the Dark Knight Empire would likely find a new ruler. Chapter 21:10 Situation changes. News that the Candlelight trading firm would sell stamina gemstones long-term spread throughout the Dark Knight Empire like wildfire. Small guilds and adventurer teams that hadn't expressed any hope of obtaining stamina gemstones began to grow restless. Candlelight is selling stamina gemstones long-term? This is interesting. Our chance to grow stronger has finally come. Although the 60 stamina gemstones had been tempting, it simply wasn't enough to go around. There were already 3 superpowers in the Dark Knight Empire, not to mention first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams. There are also hidden dark forces. Small guilds and low-ranked adventurer teams had no chance of securing stamina gemstones. And even if they won a bid, what could they possibly accomplish with only 3 gemstones? However, Candlelight's recent revelation had changed the situation. If the Candlelight trading firm truly sold stamina gemstones long-term, they'd have a chance to purchase a good number for themselves. Candlelight was only accepting the Dark Knight Empire's specialty materials as currency, and even if the various superpowers had a large stock of these materials, there was a limit. As long as these minor powers saved their materials for some time, they could definitely win 1 or 2 bids every now and then. Once they had enough gemstones, they could make full use of them in neutral maps for a time. The Dark Knight Empire's various powers ordered their members to collect as many specialty materials as possible, prohibiting the item's sales. They'd benefit more from spending the specialty materials on the stamina gemstones and exploring neutral maps than they would by selling them. Furthermore, other powers would overtake their progress if they didn't secure stamina gemstones early on. Meanwhile, due to the Candlelight trading firm's removal from the Secret Chamber of Commerce, all previous agreements between the two had become null and void. As a result, The chamber began to withdraw the manpower and items it had assigned to Zero Wing City in Starmoon Kingdom while Yuan Tiexin arranged for his subordinates move out of their office. A heroic woman in gorgeous sacred armor approached him. She drew everyone's gaze as she entered the office, mesmerizing many of the meanest expected of Goddess Purple Jade. She's already level 66. She can likely rank among the top 20 on any Empire's ranking list. I've heard that 2 days ago, her team completed an epic team quest and slew a level 60 mythic-ranked Iron Blood Dragon, obtaining the Dragon Blood Sword. That sword is so awesome. It's even considered as one of the top 10 epic weapons in God's domain. Because of that sword, Purple Jade is now stronger than other peak experts, earning the position as one of God's domain's 10 great swordsmen from the Secret Pavilion. As players spoke about the 10 great swordsmen, their admiration overwhelmed them. The 10 great swordsmen was a list the Secret Pavilion had introduced to promote each class's experts. All classes in God's domain were unique, and some were even the polar opposite of others, so battles between different classes couldn't accurately determine the stronger expert. Hence, the Secret Pavilion had introduced new ranking lists for each of the 12 main classes. Each of the lists had only 10 players, and they were judged solely based on their strength. Combat standards and battle records didn't matter in addition. The aim of these 12-class lists was to give the younger generation an opportunity to shine, so only players 30 years old or younger could qualify for the ranking lists. Of course, this age limit also allowed the Secret Pavilion to avoid touching upon the various superpowers foundations. The various superpowers treated their old monsters as core secrets, and if the Secret Pavilion revealed these secrets to the public, the superpowers would band together against the organization. When Purple Jade had obtained the Dragon Blood Sword, not only had it earned her a position on the swordsman's list, but she had also secured the 8th rank. Uncle Yuan, we've just received a message from the higher-ups. They'd like us to buy some stamina gemstones from Zero Wing. The more, the better, Purple Jade said, smiling as she walked up to Yuan Tiexin. So shameless. We just banished Zero Wing from the secret chamber of commerce. Yet they want me to negotiate with the guild? Why don't they speak with Zero Wing themselves? Yuan Tiexin could not help his growing anger when he heard the relayed message. The so-called higher-ups, Purple Jade referred to were the secret chamber of commerce's advanced members. The Secret Pavilion had warned them not to casually annex the chamber's members, particularly Zero Wing, due to the immense potential it had shown lately. However, the other 5 advanced members had ignored the Secret Pavilion's warning and abandoned Zero Wing. Now that they wanted him to place Peacemaker, but Zero Wing is pretty amazing. It has revealed something as valuable as the stamina gemstones, and the 5 powers regret their actions. I've heard that they are busy exploring the recently discovered Brute God's Land and urgently need items that can increase players' maximum stamina or recover rate, Purple Jade said, giggling. They're panicking now. They threw away their chance to purchase stamina gemstones just to show respect to Starlink and suppress Zero Wing. Now, they are all upset with Starlink. However, Starlink has gotten serious this time. Not only has it increased the prices of Starmoon Kingdom's specialty materials, but it has also begun to sell similar merchandise to candlelights at lower prices. Many players have already started shopping at the Starlink trading firm. No one is buying the Candlelight's common products. I'm afraid Candlelight has lost 2/3 of its usual profits, Yuan Tiexin said. To make matters worse, the Empire's powers have been eyeing Zero Wing's territory. In comparison, Starlink only has to worry about Zero Wing stamina gemstones. Although the stamina gemstones are valuable, Starlink isn't a superpower for no reason. With 3 NPC auction houses and the Starlink Corporation support, its financial prowess isn't so easy to shake. Moreover, Starlink has control of a fortress in the ancient undead country, the Dark Knight Empire's most important neutral map. It is simply too difficult for Zero Wing to impact Starlink's finances negatively. The ancient undead country was a new expansion pack that had triggered in the Dark Knight Empire, and Starlink was responsible for triggering it. The ancient undead country had once been a massive empire, but due to an ancient war, it had fallen into ruin. It was no exaggeration to say that the ancient undead country was even richer than their empire in resources. Moreover, it housed the only known God mode regional dungeon among the dozen or so neighboring kingdoms and empires because of the power Starlink held in the ancient undead country. Even the various super guilds feared the superpower and had to pay it proper respect. God's Domain's super guilds didn't just fear Starlink due to the Starlink Corporation's backing. And if that were the only strength the guild had, the Secret Chamber of Commerce's advanced members wouldn't have allowed Starlink to join their rank. Zero Wing is fully capable of returning to the Secret Chamber of Commerce with its stamina gemstones. The 5 other powers wouldn't object. If Zero Wing regains access to our sales channels, it could certainly afford to continue its fight with Starlink while growing even stronger, Purple Jade said, nodding. She, too, understood how powerful Starlink was, and the fact that Zero Wing had made the superpower suffer as much as it had already was impressive indeed. Xianxia agreed with the young woman. Starlink would struggle to suppress Zero Wing financially if the smaller guild returned to the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Following which, Xianxia contacted Sherfone to report the good news. Chapter 2111, Condition. White River City, Candlelight Trading Firm. Due to Starlink's all-out economic suppression, the previously crowded shop had calmed. Its current customers were only here to purchase Candlelight's specialty products. None of them showed any interest in the trading firm's common items. The Candlelight trading firm even saw a drop in the number of lifestyle applicants. Now, only a dozen or so players lined up to take the application test. The players that passed the shop side at its decline. The Candlelight trading firm shop was the most eye-catching building in the business district, aside from NPC-owned buildings. The shop loomed like a giant, overlooking White River City. Why wouldn't they be surprised to see the shop practically deserted? In comparison, a 3-story shop not far from Candlelight boomed with business. Practically every player in the business district rushed toward the shop. Starlink really is ruthless. Not only has it set up shop in every NPC city that the Candlelight trading firm occupies, but it's also selling common goods at half the normal rate. It is basically selling items at cost. Purple Jade was astonished when she saw how popular the Starlink trading firm had become. Starlink was throwing away enough money to give an ordinary superpower a heart attack. Not even the Secret Pavilion would casually sacrifice so much income. However, Purple Jade had to admit that Starlink's strategy was effective, practically stealing all of the Candlelight trading firm's customers. Not only had Candlelight sales plummeted, but its lifestyle players' income had suffered as well, including Starlink's mass recruitment for skilled lifestyle players. Many of Candlelight's intermediate and advanced lifestyle players had jumped ship. If this persisted, it would destroy the Candlelight trading firm, and Zero Wing would stagnate. Due to the lost profits, Zero Wing was no longer a small guild. It had become a gigantic existence. Even if the guild avoided massive operations, it still needed to spend an astronomical amount of money each day. The guild might maintain its lead over its competition for a while, but if Zero Wing's development ground to a halt, it would only be a matter of time before it was overtaken by the other powers. Furthermore, multiple hostile superpowers still search for a chance to tear the guild apart. These factors were a large part of the reason that Starlink had invested so much into targeting the Candlelight trading firm's business. Otherwise, it never would have paid such a painfully high price. This situation is why we are here. If this weren't happening, we wouldn't have any leverage to negotiate with Zero Wing, Xianxia said seriously. All right, let's hurry inside. Xianxia then entered the Candlelight trading firm, while Purple Jade followed behind him after taking one last look at Starlink's shop. The moment these two players entered the shop, the various reconnaissance players from Starmoon Kingdom's various powers focused on the pair. Why are the secret pavilions Xianxia and Purple Jade visiting the Candlelight trading firm? Didn't the Secret Chamber of Commerce already expel Candlelight? Why are these two here? Does Secret intend to re-invite Candlelight? The various powers players quietly discussed their guesses as they watched Liang Jing lead the pair to the second floor. News of the Candlelight trading firm's exile from the Secret Chamber of Commerce had spread throughout Star Moon Kingdom. It was precisely the reason that Starlink's suppression against Zero Wing was so effective. Meanwhile, Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were some of the secret pavilion's VIPs. These two shouldn't have any reason to visit Candlelight now that it wasn't a member of the Secret Chamber of Commerce. The only plausible explanation involved the stamina gemstones Zero Wing sold in the Dark Knight Empire. The stamina gemstones' importance to the various powers went without saying, especially to superpowers. However, only Zero Wing currently had access to their source. The Secret Chamber of Commerce would find it difficult to convince Zero Wing to share these gemstones unless it offered a token of its sincerity. The best expression it could offer required reinstating the Candlelight trading firm's membership in the Secret Chamber of Commerce and offering additional remunerations. TIS reconnaissance members immediately reported the situation to their superiors, and very quickly, news of Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade_S visit reached the kingdom's various powers. Things are going to get interesting, Commander. Starlink has gone through great lengths to kick Zero Wing out of secret. Yet Zero Wing's stamina gemstones are about to ruin its plans. Iluofei, who read her subordinate's latest report in FFF Adventurer Team's residence in the distant Black Dragon Empire, said. Smiling, she continued, when Starlink's upper echelons learn of this, they'll die from anger. That depends on whether or not Zero Wing wants to rejoin the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Yin Tianxing responded absently as he polished his short sword. Why wouldn't it? Iluofei asked strangely. Zero Wing can resolve the issues it faces in Starmoon Kingdom immediately by rejoining Secret. Although Starlink's efforts will still affect its business to a certain extent in Starmoon Kingdom, it'll be tolerable. Why wouldn't Zero Wing want to rejoin Secret? Will Black Flame really abandon his guild's development because of the minor humiliation? Any other guild would definitely accept Secret's attempts to reconcile, but Zero Wing has always been overbearing. There's a high chance that the guild will refuse the offer, Yin Tianxing said. This is also Zero Wing's flaw. If Zero Wing can fix that, it has a high chance of becoming a superpower in the future. That can't be possible, can it, Commander? Would Zero Wing really sacrifice such a vibrant future? Iluofei asked, surprised. It's highly possible. After all, Zero Wing has always operated in such a way, Yin Tianxing said, sighing. I used to be like that, too, and as a result I missed that final step. Hopefully, Zero Wing will make the right decision. Starmoon Kingdom's various superpowers were eager to hear Zero Wing's final decision. But unlike Yin Tianxing, most of them assumed that Zero Wing would jump at the chance to rejoin the Secret Chamber of Commerce. It was, after all, the only way that Zero Wing could recover from its current predicament while the various powers secretly discussed the matter. Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade waited in Candlelight Trading Firm's VIP reception room in silence, watching Horrifying Guild leader Black Flame. The Secret Pavilion will reinforce Zero Wing's permanent membership in the Secret Chamber of Commerce. From now on, not even advanced members will have the authority to expel your guild. In addition, if Zero Wing agrees to sell a large number of stamina gemstones, several of the Chamber's advanced members will offer 10 additional sales channels in their own headquarters. With this, not even Starlink will achieve much by targeting Zero Wing financially, Yuan Tiexin said. May I know your thoughts on this offer, guild leader? Even Yuan Tiexin found the higher-ups' conditions surprising. The 10 additional sales channels were an extraordinary offer, all of which came through the shops in Empire's imperial capitals. These sales channels were far more valuable than those the Chamber's basic members had access to. With them, the Candlelight Trading Firm's profits would rise to a whole new level. Your conditions are quite tempting, Horrifying said, nodding slightly as he read the contract Yuan Tiexin had handed him. However, they're not enough. Yuan Tiexin found Horrifying's reply understandable. After all, the man should be enraged over Candlelight's removal from the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Softly, Yuan Tiexin asked, what conditions do you have in mind, then? I only have one condition. Looking straight at Yuan Tiexin, Horrifying chuckled and said, I want advanced membership in the Secret Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 2112, God Mode Regional Dungeon. When Horrifying stated his condition, everything in the VIP reception room seemed to freeze. Both Yuan Tiexin and Liang Jing, who stood behind Horrifying, stared at the swordsman incredulously. Most of the guilds in God's domain recognized the secret chamber of commerce for the extraordinary existence it was, and those who could become members were either superpowers or powers with immensely powerful backgrounds. However, only those that had truly joined the secret chamber of commerce would understand how frightening the chamber was. Only a few of God's domain's powers could match the reach of Secret's influence. The secret chamber of commerce ranked at the very top in the game in both its ability to sell merchandise and its ability to collect materials. This was why the majority of God's domain's superpowers dreamed of joining Secret when Xianxia had taken over the Candlelight trading firm's business. She had learned how frightening Secret was. She was not a pure gamer like Xianxia, but she had managed a company before, so she knew business and economics far better than most of God's domain's players. She already found it astonishing that Zero Wing had become a member of the secret chamber of commerce. She hadn't expected such exceptional results from Xianxia, but now the man demanded status as one of Secret's advanced members. She had no idea what to say about this. His demand was beyond daylight. Robbery Guild leader Black Flame. This condition is simply impossible. Do you know what price the Secret Chamber of Commerce's advanced members had to pay to get to their position? Contrary to expectations, Xianxia wasn't angry about Xianxia's condition. Instead, he calmly said, "I can tell you now that even with over tens of thousands of stamina gemstones and all of Zero Wing City, you still wouldn't qualify to become an advanced member." Even super guilds coveted the Secret Chamber of Commerce's advanced membership, but the number of super guilds that actually became advanced members could be counted on one hand. If Starlink hadn't handed over an astronomical amount of resources, and advanced member status in the Secret Chamber of Commerce was extraordinary. Not only did they have access to more sales channels, but they also had some control of the chamber itself and received 5% of the chamber's profits. While 5% might not seem like much, it was enough to rival 50% of an ordinary superpower's income with the scale of Secret's operations. In other words, by becoming an advanced member in the Secret Chamber of Commerce, one would gain half of an ordinary superpower's resources. Claiming that one could become a titan in God's domain by becoming an advanced member was no exaggeration. How could a few stamina gemstones possibly rival such benefits? Stamina gemstones might be a significant boon to players in neutral maps right now, but as players leveled up, they'd acquire better items. Naturally, players would find more items that increased maximum stamina and stamina recovery. They wouldn't have to worry about lacking stamina items in the future. Furthermore, stamina gemstones were very scarce right now. Zero Wing didn't have enough to affect the big picture. At most, it had enough for the various powers to gain a slight advantage when exploring neutral maps. Elder Yuan, I know the value of advanced membership, Xianxia said, smiling. Naturally, I have my reasons for stating this condition. I'm not just spouting empty words. Oh, what is guild leader Black Flame willing to offer then? Xianxia could not help his growing curiosity. Xianxia, more or less, understood Xianxia's personality. The man wasn't some ignorant fool. He was a domain realm expert, and if he dared to say such a thing, he had the confidence to back it up. However, Xianxia also found it very difficult to imagine what Zero Wing could possibly offer to convince the secret pavilion that Zero Wing should become an advanced member. I'll hand over 40% of Stone Forest Town's shares, Xianxia declared. As Stone Forest Town? Xianxia was stupefied by Xianxia's answer. For a moment, he even wondered if he had heard wrong. Guild leader Black Flame, are you talking about the Stone Forest Town in the Stoneclaw Mountains? That's right. I'm talking about that Stone Forest Town. Xianxia nodded. Guild leader Black Flame, if you are not interested in this transaction, I won't force you to agree to it. If there is nothing else to discuss, we'll be taking our leave, Xianxia said as he inwardly rolled his eyes at Xianxia. He was sure that Xianxia was toying with him. Not even 2 Zero Wing cities would be enough to buy an advanced membership in the Secret Chamber of Commerce, let alone an advanced town like Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Xianxia only offered 40% of the town's shares. Even Xianxia felt that Xianxia had gone overboard with his latest joke. Stone Forest Town was indeed an excellent advanced town, but the map it occupied was no longer suitable for players to level up. Stone Forest Town wasn't even worth as much as Silverwing Town, much less Zero Wing City. What if I tell you that I can move Stone Forest Town to the ancient undead country's bottomless abyss? Shifeng unhurriedly mentioned as he watched Yuan Tiexin stand from his seat and turn to leave. What? Yuan Tiexin was stunned. He spun around and demanded, "Are you telling the truth?" As far as the secret pavilion knew, the ancient undead country's bottomless abyss was the only God mode regional dungeon in God's domain. The bottomless abyss was a level 60 to level 100 super large-scale regional dungeon. And not only did it have far more resources than Azura mode regional dungeons, but the dungeon's monsters also dropped 7 luminaries crystals. Unfortunately, the ancient undead country's environment was exceptionally harsh. Players would have an extremely difficult time surviving inside the dungeon. In fact, entering and leaving the dungeon was immensely troublesome. Not to mention exploring it. A large part of the reason that the Secret Chamber of Commerce had agreed to promote Starlink to advanced membership was the guild's willingness to hand over the fortress it had obtained in the ancient undead country. Otherwise, Starlink would have needed to offer a lot more to elevate its membership. Yuan Tiexin could not fathom how Shifeng could move Stone Forest Town to the bottomless abyss. Setting up a guild town in a neutral map was already incredibly difficult. Not to mention setting one up in a God mode regional dungeon. However, if what Shifeng said were true, the bottomless abyss would become one of Zero Wing's backyards. Exploring the regional dungeon would become at least half as difficult, and players wouldn't need to worry about their survival in the bottomless abyss, of course. Shifeng nodded. The idea would be delusional at best for others, but for Shifeng, the task was only somewhat difficult, not entirely out of the question. To complete the task, Zero Wing would need a large stock of resources, enough that not even top-ranked first-rate guilds would be able to afford it originally. Shifeng had planned on setting up Stone Forest Town in a neutral map outside of Starmoon Kingdom. But now that the ancient undead country had been discovered, he dismissed his initial plans. God mode regional dungeons were treasure troves, and even the various superpowers would fight for control of the areas. Since someone had discovered the ancient undead country now, and the secret pavilion had come knocking on his door, Shifeng wouldn't ignore this opportunity. Even so, that's not enough. It's only a town in a regional dungeon, Yuan Tiexin said. But looking at Shifeng's confident expression, he couldn't help but return to his seat. This is the most sincere offer I can make. If it isn't possible, then I can only apologize for the inconvenience, Shifeng said, chuckling at the interest flashing in Yuan Tiexin's eyes. I am absolutely certain that the higher-ups will not agree. You'd be better off requesting another condition. Yuan Tiexin responded with conviction after giving the matter some thought. Shifeng said, "Since that is the case, then I want Starlink's advanced membership revoked." Chapter 21:13. Giving Starlink a taste of its own medicine. Revoke Starlink's advanced membership? Yuan Tiexin was stunned by Shifeng's new condition. Purple Jade, who sat beside Yuan Tiexin, gaped at Shifeng in shock. She had never thought that this man would make such a demand. Instead of securing more benefits for Zero Wing, Shifeng wanted Secret to revoke Starlink's advanced membership. He was simply insane. Guild leader Blackflame, whether or not the higher-ups agree. Do you understand the consequences for doing something like that? Yuan Tiexin asked after taking a deep breath. Starlink has paid a massive price for its advanced membership. If it finds out that it lost it due to Zero Wing, it won't rest until your guild have been destroyed. Elder Yuan, I'm only doing what Starlink has done to Zero Wing. If Starlink wants to face Zero Wing in an all-out fight, we welcome it, Shifeng said, unperturbed. Within Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing wouldn't fear Starlink even if the guild launched a full military assault on an open battlefield. The Guardian Puppets and Hell Tanks were invincible against Tier 2 players, and even if Zero Wing were no match for Starlink in guerrilla warfare, Zero Wing had the home ground advantage. Zero Wing already occupied most of the valuable leveling maps in the kingdom, and if the war dragged on, it would only be in Zero Wing's favor. In fact, Zero Wing would rather face an assault than deal with these financial attacks. Zero Wing's development already required significant funding and resources, and now it had to split a portion of its assets to fight Starlink. If this persisted, It was easy to imagine what outcome awaited Zero Wing, but advanced membership in the secret Chamber of Commerce was extraordinary. The 5% of the Chamber's revenue alone was enough to sustain Starlink in this financial war. If Starlink lost its status, however, not only would the Guild's finances suffer, but the suppression Zero Wing faced would also lighten. Alright, but I cannot make this decision alone. I still have to report to the higher-ups. Naturally, I cannot guarantee what they will decide, Yuan Tiexian said, sighing as he looked at Shifeng's fearless expression. Of course. Shifeng nodded. Kicking a basic member out of the secret Chamber of Commerce was already extremely difficult. Trying to demote an advanced member was even more challenging. At the end of the day, however, it was up to the secret pavilion. All members, both basic and advanced, only exchanged 1% of their shares with the secret Chamber of Commerce. Advanced members merely received better benefits than basic members. Moreover, the contracts all powers signed with Secret were one-sided. The Secret Pavilion could dismiss any member on a whim, including advanced members. However, the Secret Pavilion would not casually dismiss or demote advanced members, as they brought in far more profits than basic members. The Secret Pavilion had only agreed to remove Zero Wing from the chamber, because Starlink had paid a large enough price. Now that Zero Wing wanted Starlink demoted, it had to pay an equally high price. Yuan Tiexian walked over to a corner of the room and contacted the secret Chamber of Commerce's higher UPS. After about half an hour of discussion, he returned to his seat before Shifeng. Based on his stern expression, he had received an answer. Guild leader Black Flame, the higher-ups have made their decision, but before I relay it, I need to ask, are you certain that you can establish Stone Forest Town in the bottomless abyss? Yuan Tiexian asked seriously. I cannot guarantee it, Shifeng said, chuckling. Do you understand what our advanced membership represents, Guild leader Black Flame? If you cannot offer us a guarantee, we cannot continue this transaction, Yuan Tiexian explained with a twisted expression. Don't be in such a rush, Elder Yuan. Although I cannot guarantee success, I can sign a contract regarding it, Shifeng said as he retrieved an empty contract. He then said, I can offer two options. If the secret Chamber of Commerce is willing to revoke Starlink's advanced membership immediately, the Chamber will gain 30% of Stone Forest Town's shares after its establishment in the bottomless abyss. I will also accept Starlink's demotion after Stone Forest Town has been moved. However, that option is only worth 20% of the town's shares. I thought you had offered 40% earlier, Black Flame. Have you changed your mind so quickly? Yuan Tiexian's eyebrows twitched slightly. That was the price Zero Wing was willing to offer for advanced membership. Since we are only discussing Starlink's demotion, the price must change, Shifeng said, smiling. Do you know how much Starlink had to hand over of its fortress's shares in the ancient undead country to become an advanced member? Yuan Tiexian had the urge to vomit blood when he heard Shifeng's reply. 70%. Starlink paid approximately 70% of the fortress's shares to become an advanced member, Guild leader Black Flame. On the other hand, you're only offering shares for an advanced town. Don't you think your offer is a little too weak? You also have to consider the location, Shifeng calmly replied, not budging at the slightest. The difference between a town within a regional dungeon and one without was massive, not to mention a God mode regional dungeon. He refused to believe that the secret pavilion didn't know this. Different. Shifeng would never have considered selling Stone Forest Town's shares if not for his goal to drag Starlink down and regain access to the secret Chamber of Commerce's sales channels. Once he moved Stone Forest Town to the bottomless abyss, he could gain a fortune in entrance fees alone. Although I see your reasoning, it isn't enough shares. If you're willing to increase your offer by another 20%, we can continue these negotiations. The higher-ups will not agree otherwise. Yuan Tiexian said this is the highest Zero Wing is willing to go. If you cannot accept that, then I'm afraid that there is nothing we can do, Shifeng. Shaking his head, Shifeng had considered using the secret of linking NPC auction houses with player auction houses as a bargaining chip, but he couldn't afford to expose this information just yet. Every day he could maintain its secrecy was another day of advantages. In any case, he had control of Stone Forest Town's auction house, and only he could see how many people truly sold items through it. At most, players would be surprised by how many items passed through the auction house. This Shifeng's uninterested expression rendered Yuan Tiexian speechless. It was as if the man didn't mind this deal going sour if the higher-ups hadn't been so tempted by the bottomless abyss and the idea of a guild town within the regional dungeon, including how much said town could help the secret pavilion's development. He would have already left the room agree to his deal. We will revoke Starlink's advanced membership immediately. Suddenly, Yuan Tiexian heard a solemn voice guild leader. Yuan Tiexian's eyes drifted to the dignified man on the screen at the bottom right corner of his vision. This transaction was immensely important to the secret pavilion, so he had deliberately maintained the video call with his guild leader, allowing the man to listen in on the conversation. The loss is manageable, and I've seen Stone Forest Town before. It has developed quite smoothly thus far, and has already become an advanced town. If Zero Wing can truly re-establish the town in the bottomless abyss, it will only be a matter of time before Stone Forest Town becomes a basic city. However, we need a clear time frame. If Zero Wing cannot accomplish the task within a reasonable time, it will have to compensate for our losses with the combat puppet design. The dignified man said, "I understand," Yuan Tiexian replied as realization dawned on him. A basic city was far more valuable than a fortress. He hadn't really thought Shifeng's offer through. Following which, he turned to the swordsman in question and said, "Guild leader Black Flame, we agree to your first condition. However, you must give us a time limit. If you cannot fulfill your promise within the given time, you will have to offer the combat puppet design as compensation." This is the most the secret pavilion is willing to concede. All of the various superpowers sought their own combat puppets, which were easily as valuable as an entire fortress in the ancient undead country. That won't be a problem. Although Yuan Tiexian's reply surprised Shifeng, he quickly answered the man. "As for the time limit, I think 10 days should be appropriate." "All right, let's sign the contract then." Yuan Tiexian nodded. Both Liang Jing and Purple Jade watched the exchange in shock. With just a few words, Shifeng had guaranteed Starlink's demotion. No one would believe this if they heard it once Shifeng and Yuan Tiexian signed a contract. The Secret Chamber of Commerce had revoked Starlink's advanced membership within less than half an hour, although this matter had only been announced internally. News quickly spread across God's domain. Chapter 2114, Overturning the Heavens. Foggy Ghost Plains, a neutral map outside of the Black Dragon Empire dash. Darkness enveloped the plains throughout the year. Level 70 to 80 undead creatures with high physical resistance roamed the plains, making the area very dangerous for current players. If players weren't careful here, they could easily lose their lives. Thus, very few visited this place. However, a 20-man team currently fought more than 100 level 70-plus undead earthworms. These undead earthworms ranked between Special Elite and Lord, and a deathly aura surrounded their bodies. If players approached, they felt a chill seep into them, affecting their movements. In addition, the undead earthworms had extremely high defense, and their attacks had a corrosive effect. However, the players who faced these undead earthworms defeated one after another. The team's leader, an assassin, toyed with roughly 80 undead earthworms by himself. Like a graceful butterfly, the assassin skillfully dodged the corrosive attacks, while the assassin attracted the undead earthworms' attacks. A willowy woman bombarded the monsters with one spell after another, each dealing over minus 20,000 damage. Moreover, the woman timed her spells accurately to strike the undead earthworms as they launched an attack, diverting the trajectories and reducing the pressure on the assassin. After around 30 minutes, the 20-man team finally slew the last of these monsters, their bodies littering the ground alongside materials and items the commander and vice commander sure are amazing. Without those two, these undead earthworms would have likely worn us down until we died. That's right, the stamina consumption here is ridiculous. I lost more than a quarter of my stamina in that fight alone. It's no wonder why the other adventurer teams refuse to grind here. I wish I were as capable as the commander and vice commander. I'd be able to walk through the Black Dragon Empire unhindered. With their fame and strength, they could establish a large guild in the Empire. Even superpowers have tried to recruit our adventurer team. It's a pity that the commander rejected all those offers without hesitation. When the resting members FFF Adventurer Team members looked at Yin, Tianxing, and Yi Luofei, their gazes held respect and admiration. Especially the players that had recently joined the team. Not only did the undead earthworms have incredible defense, but their death aura also weakened players' combat power, including the corrosive effect of the monster's attacks. Not even MTs and top-tier equipment would dare to aggro too many at once. At most, a strong MT could handle 5 or 6 undead earthworms at a time. However, these monsters traveled in groups of 100 or more. Even a 50-man team would struggle against such a large band of monsters. Not to mention a 20-man team, however. Thanks to Yin, Tianxing aggroing most of the worms and Yi Luofei's timely attacks, the team was able to defeat the 100-plus undead earthworms without much trouble. The only benefit to the Foggy Ghost Plains was the high EXP its monsters granted. The leveling speed here was unmatched. After defeating a single wave of monsters, the FFF Adventurer Team's members had gained a visible chunk to their experience bars. It was a rare phenomenon at their level. Suddenly, a woman in dark gray leather armor appeared before Yin, Tianxing, and Yi Luofei. She had a magnificent body, looking like a fairy, and her chilling aura felt like the moon in the night sky. Upon close inspection, one would discover that this woman was actually level 67. She could undoubtedly rank at the very top of the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Meanwhile, Yin, Tianxing, and Yi Luofei had failed to detect this woman's presence before she had appeared. The FFF members grew nervous due to her abrupt arrival. They were all experts, and their ability to sense others' auras was first-rate, yet they hadn't noticed this woman's approach. To make matters worse, they had never felt such a frightening aura before. They all felt as if they stood in a silent hell as this woman's aura washed over them. "Why are you here, Lotus?" Yin Tianxing calmly asked the peerless beauty before him. The other FFF members' jaws dropped when they heard the woman's name. Everyone in the Black Dragon Empire knew the name Lotus. It was, after all, the name of the #1 player on the Empire's assassin ranking list. She was a legend in the Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion feared her. Moreover, Lotus was particularly mysterious. The public knew almost nothing about her other than her name. The reason Lotus was known as a legend in the Black Dragon Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion feared her so greatly, was her success in killing Martial Dragon, one of the pavilion's monster-level experts. Nine Dragons Emperor had been furious about Martial Dragon's defeat, but despite ordering a hunt for Lotus, he had accomplished nothing. In the end, Nine Dragons Emperor had been forced to abandon the hunt. The FFF Adventurer Team's members had certainly never expected to meet the real deal here. Moreover, their commander seemed to know this woman. "Have you considered the matter?" Lotus asked in a cold, mechanical tone. "I've already told you that I'm not interested in joining Dark Soul." Yin Tianxing said, "The Alliance has more resources than you can imagine. I'm sure you believe that you can continue down this path and grow stronger without relying on a superpower. I thought the same in the past, but you haven't reached that point yet. You haven't experienced what it truly feels like to reach the point where there is no road ahead. If you continue to be stubborn, the gap between us will only grow. I know that you're interested in Zero Wing, and I admit that the guild is impressive to secure White River City's auction house despite facing multiple superpowers in the competition," Lotus said, her voice deepening. "However, everyone knows what future awaits Zero Wing. After provoking so many superpowers, it is destined to perish. Furthermore, Zero Wing has almost no training resources. You'd be better off joining me in Dark Soul. Dark Soul's resources will help you improve. Do you really need to waste time on a guild that is on the verge of destruction?" "I've made up my mind," Yin Tianxing replied without hesitation. "Zero Wing's death isn't certain yet. As long as it returns to the secret chamber of commerce, Starlink won't find the guild easy to eliminate. So what if it returns? Do you really think a guild with no background and resources can overturn the heavens?" Lotus asked with a hint of disdain, but as soon as Lotus finished speaking, Yi Luofei gasped from beside Yin Tianxing. "Commander, something has happened." Yi Luofei shouted after reading the message from the Flower of Seven Sins. "What is it?" Yin Tianxing asked, giving his vice commander an odd look. Starlink's advanced membership has been revoked. Iloface said, shuddering. She even wondered if this message was a fake, but since it bore the Flower of Seven Sins name, it couldn't be. How is that possible? Yin Tianxing was stunned. Has the secret pavilion lost its mind? What in the world has happened? Membership in the secret chamber of commerce was extraordinary. Revoking a basic member's status demanded an extremely high price. Not to mention a Power's advanced membership. The news even surprised Lotus. Becoming an advanced member in secret required an astronomical price. By demoting one, if